Okay, folks, give me 1 second, folks. Thank you for joining us. This is the College Genesis. Oh, I can't do this. Twitch is like not gonna let me do the show on Twitch. Let me take Twitch off then. I'll remove Twitch for the season. I'm not changing my show title, you know. So let me get rid of Twitch. 1 second, folks. I will be with you shortly. Technical issues. Let me go in here, edit, remove Twitch. There we go. That solves that problem. Yeah, you don't like my title? Guess what? I want to stream on you here. I'm not changing it for nothing. This is the Call of Thanos tonight, folks. Your supreme hate monger, tonight. Broadcasting you for another exciting edition of the Call Nation Radio Show. We are basically going to rock tonight like we've never rocked before. Now, like I said, the other night, I said before we started the show, I said, with the title, it would show us, I said, look, when I do titles and I say it's going to go down and passions are going to be raised, tempers are going to flare and everything like that, it's going to get down and dirty or not. So stop what you're doing, like, share, and subscribe. Tell a friend, tell somebody that the College Genesis is on tonight. You can call me Call of Thanos. You can call me Call of Genesis. You can call me Call of Rumble. You can call me the Ringmaster. What else you can call me? I got all kinds of names you can call me. But you can basically just hang in here tonight as we guide you through the next few hours. Interesting conversation and stimulating debate as we tackle the most comfortable Negroes, the yard Negroes, and before I get started, let me get you an example of what I'm talking about when I say a yard Negro. So I'll give you a visualization. No sense in looking at my beautiful picture all the time, right? You know, uh, let's see. Hold up. I just pulled the picture up. What the hell? I pulled the damn picture up. So, okay. Oh, okay, here we go. So let me get my screen sharing up. What's up, Sim Police? What's up, Rico Miller? As tonight, I bring you another exciting edition and some life lessons. Now, now, can you see the picture in the middle? The gong jockey. That's your yard Negro. Your yard Negro is different from the house Negro and the field Negro, right? And I did a show a year ago called The Yard Negro, the enemy within the Yard Negro. And I pretty much broke it down what the Yard Negro is because a lot of people that you see, that you guys listen to, are actually Yard Negroes. They want to front like they're field Negroes, but they're actually Yard Negroes. The Yard Negro isn't in the house. He has too much pride. Oh, I ain't gonna be around my master, but he lives in comfort and proximity. He don't want his disruption. He found a little space on the plantation where he carved out a little existence for himself that keeps him out of the field, but it keeps him away from the house. So no, I'm not Rico. This is not bullshit. This is history. The yard Negroes always did errands. They did things like errands. They passed messages and stuff like that. They were always the ones that basically they were the ones that most likely to get their freedom. History has basically, some of the yard Negroes have rewrote history and basically tried to make it seem like the house Negro was a problem. And the field, no, they left out the real enemy, the yard Negro. See, the house slave suffered a lot of abuse. There was a lot of hatred people have this myth that the house slave was living good and stuff like that. No, they suffered from more humiliation because they had direct contact with the slave owner. The field slave rarely had direct contact with the master, but the house slave did. And they would hear things. They knew when people were about to be sold. They would hear all the racist stuff. They sort of slave master at his lowest point. You know, the yard Negro stayed away from that. He stayed sort of in the cut. He practices the science of avoidance. You know, and he tries to make it seem like, I'm against the plantation system, but I'm not going nowhere. He ain't leaving the plantation. You know, why do you think a lot of people oppose me? You know, what about Burkina Faso? So the yard Negro will never leave the plantation. You know, he does not want to leave the plantation. If the field Negroes rise up and say, you know something, we're going to burn this motherfucker down, the house slaves will help them do it. The house slaves will tell you when's the best time to do it. The house slaves and field slaves always work together to foment rebellion. It was the yard slaves that basically didn't want no part of that, you know. So we're talking about the yard Negroes. Why are they basically angry right now? Because their world of comfort was just disrupted. See, they figured they carved themselves out a little place in America, you know, in the cut. You know, they got their little spaces, whatever like that. Their little spaces on the plantation called America. And they think they got some special relationship with the white man in America. And so they don't want that disrupted. How dare a country like Ghana come here and advocate for Black Americans? You know, you can't do that because you might get Massa upset. You know, Massa get upset. He might take. I remember one time there was this episode of Roots, right? The episode of Roots, right? Remember the one part where they had my great man Richard Roundtree playing the slave? I was like, man, and that forever tainted my view of Richard Roundtree. You know, Shaft. He stayed out too late with the no, DK, you'll have a chance to debate me on that when I let people up. Well, Richard Roundtree played, he had taken Kizzy out on a date, whatever, and he stayed too late. And the slave, his master said, how dare you stay out too late? Well, I have a good mind to put you back on the field, whatever like that. I gave you all these privileges and everything like that. I treated us, he was on there, oh, sorry, master, sorry, master. See, the bottom line is this: the yard Negro had special privileges, you know, special privileges that basically the white man basically like this, you know. How was it begging at the UN? Ghana didn't beg nothing. Ghana went there, and I heard the whole speech. The speech was saying that something that was never done in our history, that acknowledges that the world acknowledged the transatlantic slave trade was a crime against humanity. You can't move forward without that, DK, you know. So that's on record. What it turns out after that, that's up to us and everybody else coming afterwards, you know. I have nothing to do with Burkina Faso. They have no relationship to me whatsoever. I could care less about the country, you know. So whatever they do over there, it's on them. But what Ghana did was really spectacular, and I support it, you know, because it ain't about the reparations. Ghana's not looking for no money out of this. It was a principle of the thing. It said, look, 400 years of cruelty and degradation and dehumanization had to be addressed. What does the world think about this crime against humanity that made all these Western countries rich? Because it was everything you see in the West right here, everything you see, Wall Street, everything was built on the transatlantic slave trade. So therefore, Ghana, look, that's another lie about Ghana participating in the slave trade. There was no Africans. I've studied slavery. There was no African willing participants in the slave trade. People were at war with each other, and it was a state of chaos. There was nobody sitting on and saying, you know something, we're going to sell them on a slave. It was a warfare. People were, if you look at what, how terrible the slave trade was, it uprooted millions of people in West Africa were fleeing for their lives to avoid the slave trade. And people were at war with each other because if you didn't sell, you didn't participate, you could have been fucking sold into slavery. That's the truth. I don't care what you say, DK. I studied it. You know, where there's some people who the very thing, and what you don't understand, DK, is this. And people don't understand this history, right? You know, people don't understand this history. And I studied this very intensely because I don't think a lot of people realize this. People don't realize something. When the Europeans first came there in the 1400s, right? Those white men that came to the coast of West Africa didn't just stay there, and they intermarried with local women. They took some of their offspring, they had sex with those women, had children, and brought some of those children to Europe and Christianized them. So in cities like in Guinea-Bissau, what is now Conakry in Guinea, what else? Senegal, and places like that. There was these were all Creole communities. Calabar was a Creole culture. It was a Christian Creole culture. You know, Luanda was a Creole. There were people in Cape Verde. Cape Verde is the evidence of Cape Verde right now that Cape Verde was one time all black Africans. But after Portuguese got there, most of the people don't even look African anymore. So therefore, what I'm saying is this: the slave trade was not something that was indigenous to Africa. There was a culture there, like 200 years of Christianizing and race mixing that created the slave trade. People don't realize that. Luanda was not an African city. It was a friggin' mulatto, Creole, Portuguese thing. And the Bantu people of that say were put in chains. But the people who were Christianized and looked like they were mixed race ancestry most likely were free or they participated in the slave trade. So this myth that, but that was like 90% of the transatlantic slave trade, on the coast. Those Creole communities that started in the 1400s. People don't know that the homie was actually a mixed race people. I have never understood how people don't understand this. If you look at the kings of Dahomey, a lot of them were Frenchmen. They spoke French. Some of them went to Europe. Some of them were Catholics. They went to Europe and they came back and whatnot, and they participated in the some of them said, no, we're not going to do it. Some of them did participate in the transatlantic slave trade. But it wasn't something indigenous. Dahomey was not a real African civilization, Dahomey was not a mixed race, a mixed culture. Dahomey was not an African civilization. Dahomey people were French in culture. You study them, you look at the way they dressed, the stuff like that, the stuff that they wore, adorned themselves, everything. That was not an indigenous African kingdom. Some of the tribes and everything, but the elite that was dealing with the slave trade and stuff like that, those were European, Europeanite type people. Those were mixed race people, or people who lived overseas. Even if you're not mixed race, some people, the Europeans would do this thing. They'll bring Africans to Europe and educate them and just send them back to Africa. That was well known. So many Africans were met, like in Liberia. King Peter in Liberia, his kids were educated in England. Why did Europeans do this? To let them see the white man's way. The French had a goal. They wanted to show everywhere they went in Africa, they wanted to turn their black subjects into black Frenchmen. In other words, you're black, but you're an African, but you're a black Frenchman. No, you don't know, DK. It's an hour. And a lot of my people telling me, I do an hour show, and I got people telling me, man, Colin, why you just don't cook for like an hour, 2 hours? Why do you let people up here? Because most of the people that come up here and debate me are educated. I'll let people come up here. I'll let anybody talk, stuff like that, I know most people don't know what the hell they're talking about because they're not well read, you know. So like yeah, the homie did have contact with the French. What are you talking about? You know. What funny? How did Benin get colonized by the French? How did the French take that whole area, Benin and Togo and all stuff like that? They had a very good footprint on that area. All these kings, people don't understand this. The Fanti kingdom, right? Check this out. Look, the Fanti kingdom, and DK won't want to say because he never read history. The Fanti kingdom, do you know that the Fanti chiefs and kings were intermarried with the royal Dutch family? And that's how they facilitated trade slave? How do you think the royal Dutch family had a monopoly on the ivory and the slave trade? Because those two families were intermarried. In fact, years ago, I first uncovered this years ago. Please, the homie didn't fight no war, whatever it is. It was not no against the French like they were trying to, like this. It was probably over who controlled the slave trade, if they did fought a war. But the Fantis were intermarried with the royal Dutch family. And so I'm not sure. I think the British were intermarried with the Shantis, but the Fantis were on the coastal, were heavily involved with the slave trade. Years ago, I saw this thing, and this is what gave me on this thing, on this path that I'm on right now. There was this lady, they had this thing in 2010 called the African Kingdoms Federation. Most of you on here never heard of it, don't know anything about it because you don't study that deep. And I'm not trying to sound condescending. But I did my research on what the African Kingdoms Federation was. And then what I found out, right, how the African Kingdoms Federation still existed. Google it right now, African Kingdoms Federation. These are former arms of the colonial structure, which the British and the French and the Portuguese operated and controlled West Africa through traditional leaders. Now, the one lady, some crazy looking Ghanaian lady, right? She used to wear these horns on her head, whatever like that. They called her Queen such and such, whatever. She was married to a white man, a Dutchman. And they said, we got bloodline. The Fantis boast that they got bloodlines with the royal Dutch family. That goes back hundreds of years. There was a lot of race mixing and intermarriage on the coast to facilitate the slave trade and the trade in Africa. That's just well-known history. Europeans brought the transatlantic slave trade. Their culture brought the transatlantic slave trade. They brought the alcohol, the guns, all the stuff like that, and debauchery on the coast. It was that coast. It wasn't just Creole culture. It was like that European degenerate culture was on the coast of West Africa. West African cities were bastions of depravity and degeneracy, during the slave trade. It wasn't the best of Africa had to offer, The homie's not on the coast, but inside the homie, they controlled the trafficking of slaves from the interior. They were the brokers from the slaves pulling people from the interior and sending them to the coast. And most of those people that were doing it in Dahomey, those people were educated in French. They were Catholics. People don't really understand. Voodoo is not an African religion. Yeah, they will say, yeah, that's right. They were selling slaves to Arabs and everybody else, but when the Arab slave was on a smaller scale. Arabs never really penetrated. I think what the difference I see with Arabs is, I don't believe that the Arabs tried to corrupt African culture. That was the difference between the Europeans. So the Arab slave trade never got as low as the Europeans that caused wars and stuff like that. The Europeans brought a level of depravity that's unmatched in human history on the coast of West Africa. Yeah, Arabs didn't penetrate. Arabs were invited in Africa. Arabs lived in West Africa. They lived in African cities. And we got to make a difference between Arabs and Berbers. They're two different things. Arabs conquered North Africa, but the hell are you talking about? Berbers and Bedouins and all that stuff like that are not Arabs, DK. Arabs didn't get there until the 14th century. The Berbers were there for thousands of years. So we're going to talk about that thing. But the topic of tonight is the Yard Negroes. The Yard Negroes strike back at Ghana. The so-called French were originally black. Come on, man. Let's not stop that. French were not black, No, there were some black Frenchmen. You'd be surprised. Black people have mastered the French language so much, you would think that black people originate the language. There's so many people that spoke French in West Africa, What do I think about that? What I think about Ghana seeking help from the EU? First of all, Ghana is not seeking help from the EU. EU voted against it, and that makes our case why we still in Liberia, which I am right now, we still need the only Negro only clause. Because people say, oh man, we got to move past race. We got to move past race and whatnot. DK is a hater of Ghana. I am proud of Ghana right now. I look at all these useless countries like Nigeria and places like that. Ghana stepped up. Ghana's always going to be in favor of me. I never really liked Ghana, as you know, but the bottom line is I could appreciate what Ghana did, put itself on the line. It put itself in anybody that's willing to put itself in the crosshairs of the United States, because you know what Trump did in retaliation? Trump today cut out, withdrew the United States from like 20 different U.S. funded programs, So how's Ghana ashamed? Ghana does not want your reparations money, All you Negroes, rest assured, if you want your reparations check, reparations check money, you got to get with the money. What does that got to do with life goes on? This had nothing to do. If Ghana was in the pocket of the EU, it wouldn't have put the EU on the spot. EU is on record saying we don't support the condemning. Not even saying, they didn't even say that they're going to pay anything, right? They abstained from voting, saying that we have no opinion on whether the slave trade was good or not, So I don't know. I said, look, I was proud of Benjamin Crump and Al Sharpton, and I don't know about Montgomery, that clown Montgomery, but hey, look, Al Sharpton, Ben Crump, man, hey, look, you're standing up. Hey, when people do things right, I'd rather see Al Sharpton and Ben Crump doing what they're doing than seeing fucking Jay-Z when not kissing ass to the NFL and shit like that. That's just my opinion. Now, if the FBA people were about their shit, I'd support them. But they haven't delivered anything, Well, I don't know about Pan-Africanism, I don't know whether you call what I do Pan-Africanism. I'm in Africa right now, doing what I can do, building, connecting and stuff like that. I don't know if it's, I would call it Pan-Africanism. I never consider myself a Pan-Africanist, I never consider myself a Pan-Africanist. I'm a pan doing what right is, And the bottom line is I'm all about Black power, Yo, Rico, how am I an ass kisser? How am I an African ancestor? You hate Africans. I don't hate Africans. I don't hate Africans. On one hand, people are telling me that I talk shit about Africans, and the next people tell me, Collier and asking, what is it, folks? I don't get it. I can't understand, where am I at? Am I an African hater or a lover? I get like it's like I get punch drunk off the rhetoric here and there. Collier hate Africa. Collier hates Africa. Collier hates America. Collier hates Black America. Collier hates loves Africa, but he hates Black America. He loves Black America, but he hates Africa. What is it? People are all over the place, man. I am not a Pan-African cuck, because the bottom line is, DK, I want an African, a nation state. That's what I want. I know the fact of the matter is that's the end game. I'm convincing more and more people are starting to see things my way. It's abundantly clear, right, that you have the FBA people have no power because you don't have a state. Now, 100 years has gone by. Garvey came here and said the Negro needs a nation of his own. 100 years later, you ain't got no nation. You ain't got no representation at the UN. What representation is the FBA got at the UN, Rico? You can't. If the UN decided that we're going to give Ghana your reparations money, what the hell are you going to do about it? You got no voice. What are you going to do? Get up and protest with the bullhorns, getting out there acting like fools? You yard Negroes crack me up. You're always going to be on a white man's plantation. See that lawn jockey in the picture right there? That's y'all. Y'all a bunch of yard Negroes, Y'all a bunch of yard Negroes, Well, the bottom line is, look, DK, because Black America does not have a nation state or anything like that, Look, I'm celebrating for the fact of the matter is I made my point. If Black people in America want to start having some wins, we have to be focused on if I got grown-ass Black men who think it's all right to live under another racist group of people, and when these people clearly hate us, 90% of white people hate us, you don't want a nation of your own and whatnot, Well, I'm in Africa right now, Rico. I got electricity. What are you talking? How do you think I'm doing the show right now? So what are you talking about, Rico? And don't let me get on your little Charlotte, North Carolina, man. Don't let me do it to you. I don't want to put Charlotte on the spot. So all you yard Negroes, right? You stay on the yard. Stay on the yard. I knew this topic would rub people the wrong way. All you yard Negroes, they're upset because the Ghanaian government said, something, and the African Union said, man, the West owes Black people trillions of dollars, right? And and which we call, if I'm poor, then how the hell do I got so much? How am I able to travel? Poor people don't be able to travel and leave the country, leave for 2 months and go like that. That's projection. No sane person believes I'm poor. How the hell did I get over here? How am I able to travel here every year, Rico? How am I able to do it? Most people can't take off 2 days without going broke. How can I take off 2 months? Nah. I tell you what. Now, I know all these people are wishing harm on Liberia, but I tell you what's going on right now. Before you say that, Rico, DK, and all you goofballs, let me explain to you. Let me go back in history. Let me go back a trip down memory lane. 2003, Charles Taylor was asked to step down. The government, people like Sirleaf and all these other people, lobbied the international community through false propaganda. He was this brutal dictator. Charles Taylor had to go, or whatever like that. And there was all these rebels fighting the the National Liberian Army, which numbered something like 20 or 30,000, right? So anyway, Charles Taylor agreed to step down to avoid bloodshed, whatever like that, because he couldn't control the situation. What happened was when they started negotiating, they said to all the ex-fighters that were in Charles Taylor's military and everything, you are no longer part of the military. And they disarmed them. They disarmed all the enlisted men, everything like that. Now, a lot of these guys, like my guy Flo, my boy Flo, this guy Flo was no joke, man. Flo will break your face. Niggas cop diesel, nigga. That's my boy Flo. Flo's like, yeah, I was a freaking lieutenant in the freaking army with Charles Taylor. Anyway, so Flo has been out of work. All these other people have been out of work, had nothing to do for 20-something years. Now, what's happening is this. The situation in Guinea has like 30,000 former AFL, Armed Forces of Liberia men talking about they're going to re-enlist with or without the government's approval. And they're going to start, right now, they're doing formations. So you're going to have all these soldiers are coming out of the freaking woodwork. Thousands of them. These soldiers can march on Guinea and take that whole. These soldiers are formidable, formidable. And so therefore, no, they weren't rebels. These were in the army. These were well-trained people in the army. They had all kinds of training. So the bottom line is this. The Guinea is no match for these dudes. That's the one thing. The Guinea is no match for these guys. I've seen these guys up close. I've seen some of these guys here. The Guinea's not ready for these people, So the bottom line is, I don't know what you're talking about, DK, So the bottom line is this. They're ready to come back to war. You got all these old generals popping up, and they're saying, we're ready to go to war. And so the problem is the government of Liberia, they formed their own army, a new army, with only 2,000 men. These people are trained soldiers. These are people that go all the way back to Tubman's time. Some are older, go all the way back to Tubman and Talbot. They go all the way back to Samuel Doe, Charles Taylor, and stuff like that, some of the older ones. These guys are formidable, But they don't talk about war. But the bottom line is you got people out there who are just ready for war. That's all they know, It ain't no people think it's rebels. There were rebels, people hacking each other, stuff like that, were not the military. These were opportunists that took advantage of a chaotic situation. DK doesn't know that. If you look at the Liberian military, it was very disciplined, always. So like that. So it is what it is. Rico said, "Look, Rico, I'm telling you right now, I'm in Liberia, and I'm just looking at the way they act, and I'm looking online, looking at black people fighting at gas stations and stuff like that, and I'm saying to myself, these people are way more civilized than your people in North Carolina. Say what you want, that people are just way more civilized. They look clean. They're cleaner. They're well-mannered. It's some of everything. That's the arrogance of Black America. They think because they live in America that they're superior to everybody else. And that's a freaking lie. Black America is like at the bottom. You bunch of Negroes at the freaking, you guys at the bottom of civilization. I'll be honest with you, man. I think people, general butt naked, got more sense than most black people in America. The dude sounds intelligent when you talk to him, So I don't know what you're talking about. I be honest with you, I talked to my mother today, and she was like, "Whoa, you seem so happy over there." I said, "I am, Ma. I wish to God I can stay over here. Really, I swear to God, I love being here. I love this country. Like I said, I like being around black people like this. I don't want to come back to America, but I got to. But it is what it is." I'm not drunk. I haven't had a drink in months. But look at that picture, the lawn jockey. That's what you guys are in America. You guys are lawn jockeys, you know. You're watering the white man's flowers and whatnot. You're protecting America. You don't want to land of your own, you know. Your colleague openly matters on your child. I am not full of shit. I'm telling the truth. You know, you guys know I'm telling the truth. That's why you guys get upset. You yard Negroes are upset because Ghana took the step. Look, this is what happens. Let me tell you something like this. This is what happens. You were talking about reparations. We want our reparations, you know. We want our reparations, man. Ghana came here. Ghana's like, man, we don't need your we got gold. We got mines. We got business deals going on. We don't need your damn reparations, you know. So the black man in America, right? He ain't got no way to present his case, you know. To do reparations, you're gonna need the support of the international community, you know. The black man in America that got no state to present his case. Black man in America don't even have an established NGO like the African National Congress. That was a recognized NGO that basically that people that had it was like a government in exile. You know, you haven't even gotten to that level with your own organization like the ANC. You don't even have the black man in America don't even have a damn political party. Yeah, you want to get some reparations. Man, get out of here. So Ghana looked at how pathetic this is, right? And Ghana had to step up, like they did. They stepped up and said, you know something? We see how pathetic the FBA Negroes are in America. You know, we see they're a bunch of yard Negroes, you know, tap dancing and everything. So we're gonna take your case for you. You know, because the so-called African American, you know, everybody else in the world has passed us. They create their own governments. They're moving forward. Hella high water. Like I said, I love Liberia. Is say what you want. They ain't no Liberians trying to get to America. They're trying to make this thing work here, road by road, electrical connection by electrical connection, investment by investment. They're trying to build this country. I give it credit to, and you look, everybody, you say Liberia shithole, but it's my shithole. At least I can say this is mine. You know, you go to America and whatnot, you got white people don't even want you there. You know, you got white people. I see another video where some fat white chick called a black dude a nigger. You know, let me play a bit. This is y'all in America. You know, let me play something for y'all. Let me play something. Let me play something for y'all.
This is the fucker that has been stalking my child.
What do I do? The police said I have to turn in my weapon right now. Oh, yeah.
Weird, anonymous, false.
At all, really.
And the black.
Your shirt.
Yeah.
Hi.
Trying to find this video.
You gotta smoke, guys. We gotta play together.
Let me find this video. Tell me I saved this shit. I don't know why I didn't save this shit, you know. Hold up. This lady just sits there and calls a black man at a gas station out of nowhere a nigger. But this is what y'all love so much, you know. Say racist lady. Racist lady.
That if we don't ever take off.
This
ridiculous.
Y'all, I'm just trying to finish my workout, and this lady has been standing behind me for 10 minutes asking who I am and why I'm here.
Because you won't show a key fob. Residency is key fobs. It's not that hard.
I live here. I literally live here. I'm not about to stop mid-set to prove anything to
Recording me
you.
isn't proof either.
For Jasmine Taylor, a workout was supposed to be stress relief. But in the gym of her own apartment building, she found herself the target of a woman who believed that safety meant policing the only Black person in the room. Susan Harbor demanded papers, demanded proof, and demanded submission. She had no idea that the young woman she was harassing was not only a legal resident, but was recording a video that would turn Susan into the internet's latest example of what happens when prejudice meets a camera. What you just saw was the definition of entitlement, a stranger demanding proof of residency from a neighbor just trying to lift weights. You saw the confrontation. Now, we're going to tell you the full story and reveal the moment management arrived to deliver a reality check that left Susan speechless. If you believe everyone deserves to work out in peace, Sen's logo, and it hung on her keychain next to her car keys.
I hate
and a
these
small
stupid long
stucco
ass
charm
videos,
her
man.
best
Get to the
friend had
fucking
given.
point.
Lady needs an oil change. Mexican lady. Tell her it's gonna be a while. I'm busy. First of all, I don't think she's.
Let's start with this race.
Sorry, just a term that is so ironic, it feels like a Greek tragedy. And I don't mean that in the sense that it is tragic. Black men.
Well,
Oh my gosh, just seeing those two Black teenagers, like they were teenagers, and they were able to stand up to a grown woman, a grown racist woman. They knocked her out, and they're not going to face any repercussions. Like, oh, it was so satisfying. Like, you gotta watch the video. Like, please go watch.
but the bottom line is this: you see what I'm saying? All day, I could play you all day videos of Black people getting racially harassed in America, and I'm saying to myself, guess what? I don't have to go through that over here in Liberia. You know, I don't have the stories of, oh, some Karen said this about me, or some Karen did this, or some racist white guy. No, I don't have to go through all that, you know, but hey, but y'all know what y'all doing, you know? You know, it happens all the time. Every time we look around, Black people on TikTok, man, I was going to work today. Hey, this is one guy on TikTok that live streamed him shooting up his employers. He said, they call me nigga every day, blah, blah. This guy was a hardworking guy at a construction company, but the people even though they always say Black people are lazy, blah, 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 but this was a hardworking Black man, you know, up every day, and they were harassing him until he came in there with a gun and just basically just went off and shot everybody. You know, he said, I just had enough. I'm sick of being bullied and everything like that. I'm sick of these people, whatever like that. But that's what you guys want. That's what you guys want. You guys like even when Trayvon Martin was killed, all these white people were wearing Skittles with a gunshot in their chest, with an iced tea with the Skittles, whatever like that. You know, that was the biggest thing. You know, getting shot when I make it in a hoodie. They were making fun of Trayvon Martin. They were making fun of Michael Brown. You know, they were making fun of all these people. You know, Alton Sterling. Remember when friggin' I gotta tell you. Remember when Eric Garner was killed? You know, he said, I can't breathe. There were teachers on salary, New York City teachers teaching Black children that were making fun of that, saying, well, we can't breathe, when I was just making fun of it. Teachers didn't care. That's America you're talking about. That's what you're defending. So excuse me if you think I don't give a goddamn about what you think and whatnot, you know. All I know is I'm over here and I'm away from my fucking worst enemies, which is the white American. Now, if you guys love the white American and you guys think that's all great normal, you guys are so sick, you think that's normal, but yet you want to attack Africans. Like if Africans have the ability to freaking harm you and systematically oppress you like white people do. I said, please, you yard Negroes, go someplace. You know, I'm not the one. You know, black people in America always come. If they're not racially harassed, they always saying they are. You know, you had ZVY. Tell me why you had Michelle Obama said she's terrified of every day of racism like that. She got Secret Service. You had LeBron James, almost 7 feet fucking tall, said, "I'm so scared. I don't know what's gonna do. Racism and whatnot." You know, you have LeBron James, Michelle Obama. They all say the same thing. America is racist. They're scared for their lives every day. Please don't tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. That's all you guys do. Sit in America complaining about racism, white supremacy, blah, 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 blah. And I said, yeah, I got the solution for that. I'm getting the fuck out of America. At least 2 months out of the year. I'm the hell out of there. And you guys say, oh, Liberia, anything's better than dealing with that shit. Anything is better than dealing with America. You know, I don't want to see a white American. Matter of fact, I think I've seen one white person here. I think they were from the Netherlands or something like that. I don't fucking want to breathe a white American. That's what I love about this place. You know, I'm not scared of white man. I just don't want to be around them like that. Now, for business and everything, that's fine, right? But the bottom line is this: when I'm going out and everything like that, and I'm sitting there like this, no, DK, you love them. You know, you love the white man. I'm indifferent towards them. You know, I don't think that I should basically legitimize them. You know, me going along with everything in America like everything's okay is legitimizing America. That's the one thing I can't do. It ain't about being scared of the white man. I'm not going to legitimize him. That's why I don't let them on my show. Because I don't want to legitimize them. Yeah, look, hold on. First of all, I'm in a foreign country. Why the hell would, if the white person here is a guest and a visitor of this country, what am I going to do to a white person here? I'm here and I'm law abiding. I obey the law. I don't freaking assault people. You go to jail here. So the hell am I gonna step to a white person here for? You know, you see one white person. I haven't seen anyone. You know, unless they get out of line with me or something like that, then I'll take care of it. I'm not gonna go up and just start harassing a white person out of nowhere. That's stupid. There's laws here. You know, this ain't a freaking lawless country. Police will investigate you, you know, and they will lock you up. They will take you to trial. Yeah, all they do, Hustle Smart, is complain about white people all the fucking time, you know? All the fucking time. They will say, yeah, get out of America for a while. Oh, do you got a passport? No. So, damn, you must be living in fucking hell. You know? No, Liberia is not like any other country in West Africa, you know? Liberians know what it's like not to have white people ruling them. White people have never governed this place, you know? And the way they treat white people, I look at the interaction between them. They don't treat white people like they're special or something like that here. They're like, whatever, you know? I've seen other countries in Africa, particularly Nigerians, they worship white people, you know? Ghanaians worship white people. Nigerians worship white people. Over here in Liberia, they're not like that, you know? Lebanese runs most of the major businesses. They don't run all the businesses. Only a small percentage of the businesses. They own all the shop rights, you know, moderns. They own mostly the modern businesses. All the other businesses, Liberians coming from America. You know, the Lebanese, they got it good with the supermarket chains. That's all they got, you know? You know, so it is what it is. But DK is trying to throw dirt on Liberia's name. Go right ahead. Something happened. But look, DK, a white man dismembered a black girl in Wisconsin last year, cut her up into like 20 pieces. Remember her? Let's go down a list of all the black girls killed. And that girl lived. Jessica, she lived. Let's see. Let's look up all the black women killed in America. Black women unalive. Black women killed in America. Okay, 1991, Latasha Harlan. Remember her? You know, the killing of black women in America, a public health crisis. They said this is a public health crisis. December 2025, black women in America are killed at higher rates than any other group, according to Tamika Golem. You know, it was a black woman saying that, you know, so you never know if it's real or not. But she's a PhD, and she said, okay, associate professor in the University of Mexico. Gilliam and her authors note that this pattern represents a severe health disparity and warn that ignoring it could cost lives. Their summary of evidence to call the action for what they say is urgent, neglected public health crisis, such as this is third world shit. So black people say they live in America, but they're living in the third world. They're living probably worse conditions than you have here in Liberia. Gillian worked with colleagues from University of New Mexico, University of Maryland. Together, they found that 2020, there were a rate of 11 out per 100,000 people, while white women were 3. So in other words, the same year. The stark contrast when seen in Wisconsin, where black women were 20 times more likely to be killed than a white woman. Many deaths happen at the hands of someone the victim knows. Gilliam says more than half of black women murdered in 2020 were killed by a former romantic partner. And authors over 90% of black women murdered, they knew the person responsible. Studies note that the psychological burden of living with the reality takes a toll on black women's mental health. You know, mental health. It said each day your life is devalued. Man, well, it's really sad. You know, it's really sad. Black women experience a significant psychological burden existing in the context where there is such disregard for their health and well-being. We worry for our welfare of ourselves, our daughters, mothers. Gillian team also found concerning patterns around pregnancy. Black women who are pregnant or receive birth face a high murder risk, she says. See, 2019, homicide became the leading cause of death of black women, both during and after pregnancy. They found that studies observed that 40% of black women who died from causes not related to childbirth were killed in a form of violence. That's black women in America. That's probably worse. And let's not get on the HIV rate in black America right now. You know, it's really high. So you got the murder rate, HIV rate, poverty rate. Tell me what else, you know? While you yard Negroes are getting mad at Ghana, because Ghana stepped up and did something for your black asses, you know? Y'all are just a bunch of ingrates. You know, y'all are just a bunch of ingrates. I don't know what's going on in Burkina Faso, you know? Let's see. Well, let's look it up. Let's look it up, man. Let's look it up, bro. Let's look it up, man. You say women issue. Women in Burkina. It says women in Burkina Faso, resilient agents of change, active civilian. They said they experienced deep-rooted gender inequalities, including limited access to land, high rates of forced marriage, you know, low parliamentary representation. However, empowerment efforts such as women-led initiatives are increasing. Economic challenges. This is Burkina Faso. Many women operate in the informal sector with limited access to landowner, financial credit, and assets. Only 60% of women own a home compared to 52% of men. Violence and cultural practice. Women face threats from forced marriages and in some areas, female genital mutilation, DK. You know, Amnesty International report intimate partner violence. That's a lot. Limited representation, education barriers. Despite some improvement, literacy rate for young women remains low. Literacy rate is low in Burkina Faso for women. Economic empowerment. Women are increasingly involved in sectors like mining, all women's electric motor coach assembly plant, forming cooperatives to boost the economy. 58% of women of reproductive age had their family needs plans satisfied by 2020. That's good. Activists, political engagement, you know. So it ain't all bad, but it's it ain't all bad. So I guess Burkina Faso is making progress, and we always want to see black people, no matter where they are, making progress, Now, Slade Jones said it's a lie when it's Africa. Why is everything in Africa a lie? Slade Jones 360 is obviously a house Negro, no, a yard Negro. Yard Negroes don't want to be in the house with massa, and he damn sure don't want to be on the field. So the yard Negro is the grifter, He grifts between the house and the field, playing both sides against each other to get a little grift and a little favor from the slave owner. And he practices the art of avoidance, right? But no matter how much you try to avoid a white man, like Tariq is trying to do, the white man knows you're there. Tariq does a good job of staying out of the white man's face. He ain't in the field, but he ain't in the house either. He's somewhere around the corner talking to his ADOS FBA with fake ass war against Africa. So all you yard Negroes are trying to strike back at the inevitable, which is we're moving towards nationhood. We're moving towards an Afghanistan because, look, the bottom line is this. And like I said, I don't want to see this happen all the time. I don't want countries like Ghana and all that time speaking for us. We just speak for ourselves. Well, how are you going to speak for yourself if you do not have any political power? And you don't have political power when you have territory and land, so it is what it is. So like I said, I don't know what's going to happen to you Negroes, How is Liberia a dumping ground for criminals, DK? I'm not a criminal. But that was it. I was watching this thing the other day. Liberia, no, that's a lie. Liberia does not have an HIV rate problem. Black America, Atlanta has the highest HIV rate anywhere, and South Africa. South Africa has HIV rate. Liberia don't have it. We don't have an HIV problem here. Trust me. The fool told black listeners that you can't do anything if you get pulled over. What's he talking about? The sheep. I listened to the Lord High Tariq Nasheed. Oh boy. And he's mad, boy. He's like, yeah, Ben Crump was there, Al Sharpton was there. Where's the tree? What are you gonna do about it? I mean, yeah, I don't understand why Liberia is accepting this clown Abrego Garcia. And also, not only that, Ghana's accepting criminals, and Rwanda's accepting them. And all these African countries are doing it because of the money. I don't know why Liberia decided to let this clown in their country. I don't know. I don't know the different like this. Liberia's not a basket case, bro. Not a basket case by any sort of means. There are people coming here with major businesses and investments. I'm here. I wouldn't be here if it was any different. In fact, this is like the only African country until I get to like Southern Africa. This is the only country in West Africa I ever want to visit. I don't want to visit any other African country, you know. Let's see. Let's see what country accepts criminals. U.S. And not only that, it wasn't even a criminal. It was a person who was in America illegally, and for some reason they can't deport him back to his country of origin. So it's not a criminal. It's a third party country. A third party country. It's not a criminal, like you said. So it doesn't really matter. And also, Alfredo Garcia, as I'm saying, I don't think he was really convicted of anything. So you can't call him a criminal. He was accused, but I don't think he was convicted, you know? Let's see. Countries accepting. Okay. Now you have countries have accepted the biggest people, DK, is El Salvador. El Salvador got a supermax prison. America's sending people there. There's also Guantanamo Bay. This is just one person that went to Liberia. Countries have accepted individuals, include criminal records deported from the United, include El Salvador, Eswatini. That's right there. It should be called, I forgot what it should be called. It's a little tiny country in South Africa called Eswatini. The U.S. has special engaged in prisoner transfer relationship, deportation agreement. I don't have any problem with that, you know. So I don't know why you say Trump has Liberia. I don't know what you're talking about, you know. There's no American personnel here, you know. When you come here, you don't see, all you see is Liberian police everywhere, security forces and everything like that. There's no American security apparatus here. So what are you talking about? America has no say-so what goes on in this country. You got El Salvador, Eswatini, other nations. Okay, you got Mexico, Canada, France, India. Let's see. Nigeria has rejected it. Uganda's taking them. South Sudan's taking them. So all these countries are taking them, DK. It's not just Liberia, bro. You know? Not just, you know, so it's not just Liberia, bro. So it is what it is. I don't know. I haven't Donald Trump. I don't even think Donald Trump even knows this country exists. Really, I don't think like Donald Trump even knows Liberia exists. He never heard. He talked to the president. He never heard of the country before. He's a fucking dumbass. He don't know. He doesn't even know Liberia exists. He said, Latuso, don't know what that is. What a fucking, how can a president, a head of state, be so fucking stupid? But you lawn jockeys, man, you know, y'all got to step your game up, man. Y'all look stupid, man. Ghana just came and stole y'all shine. And if Ghana walks out of the bag, so be it, you know. The African Union wants the bag, so be it. It seems like Black America is up for grabs, man, you know. You got the Haitians trying to claim Louisiana and New Orleans. You got the Jamaicans and the Haitians and the Barbados, West Indians trying to claim Southern Florida. You got all these people trying to claim New York now, Harlem. You know, Senegalese have taken over Harlem. You know, the Black American man, he ain't got nothing left, bro. They try to take everything. The Ghanaians now grab the Michael B. Jordan from y'all. Yo, man, nation, you know, y'all don't want a nation. So y'all gonna continue to be powerless and helpless as everybody take everyone like what you call it? You got the Cynthia Haribo. She played Harriet Tubman. They don't care about your roles. We should be black. FDA should play. Fall in line, you know. Well, look, well, you can say that, but Liberian civilization still belongs to the people who founded the country. You know, all they did was become more like us. That's all it is. They confirmed to us, so it doesn't really matter. I mean, they'll try to deny it, but the bottom line is this: the more you are like the Congo people, the more Liberian you are. I can live with that. It's like you saying black South Africans taking over South Africa. Now, look, black South Africans are a bad situation. They're the majority, and they're getting shitted on. You got Nigerians who set up their own kingdom there, an Igbo kingdom there in South Africa, and the blacks are powerless to do anything about it. You got whites trying to break away from the country and form their own country. The Zimbabweans and all these other people coming and taking all the jobs, so so it is what it is. So yeah, look, ZK, we done moved on beyond that shit. That was 45, 46 years ago. We done moved on beyond that shit, There were 6 people that were killed, right? But they lost 250,000 people. So it is what it is, man. They lost way more than we did. So I ain't throw my ancestors on the bus. Look, let me tell you something, DK. You're a moron. Look, I was sitting there talking to my good friend Val Thomas. Go on my YouTube channel. Did a whole freaking interview with him, like 16 minutes interview. It's on my YouTube channel, right? He's the head of the International Focus Magazine and Media Group, right? And he's headquartered in Monrovia. So he and I got the same vision about Liberia. We both studied the country intensely and stuff like that. And there's been a lot of misinformation about our ancestors' role. And we're coming there as 2 African Americans to the country. And we're trying to make sure that our history and everything like that, our contributions to this building civilization is preserved, because Liberia is part of is Black America civilization. It's an extension of Black America, So therefore, we're trying to preserve that, and stuff like that. So we're trying to preserve all our history in the country. And that's what it is. We both agree on the same principles, that our culture and everything like that needs to be preserved and everything like that. And Liberia is definitely a place for Black America to come to if they want to get away from America. It's a perfect place, to get away from America, get away from that. I think it's even better than other places. Maybe it's not as developed as Ghana, but for the most part, it's something about this country is just very friendly. Everybody's friendly. Everybody was waiting in Liberia. Everyone waves to you. Everyone says hello. And I'm gonna tell you right now, as far as like you young guys, the women here are smoking friggin' beautiful hot. They are. I basically don't see I said like this. Well, let me put it to you like this, right? You never see women overweight here. They're always slender. They always look pretty. They're all feminine. They're all soft spoken and everything like that. So I'm saying, whoa, you know. I don't know if I like South African women like that. They have some cute South African girls, but a lot of chunky ones. They got chunky South African women. The Zulu women look all chunky. Liberian women like thin. I like thin, slender women. I don't know what the hell that ISO speed thing was doing, but I'm saying everybody's saying, what the hell you say? You have these busted looking women up there. But the bottom line is the average Liberian woman ain't in the street should not show up no ISO speed. They're very shy and demure, and they're not out there like that. Like you sit here, you're like, whoa, man, holy jeez, you don't think black women could look this beautiful, you know? They all got that beautiful hair, I don't know what they're doing with their hair, man, but they got their hair game going on. No wigs, no extensions. They just got nice long hair. I mean, just nice hair, just beautiful. Well, baby, I'm with my wife right now. I got one. I'm living with my wife right now. You know. So the bottom line, so what you talking about? I'm with a woman right now. I'll be in bed with her in a few hours after the show. So it is what it is. I don't exaggerate about Liberia. I don't exaggerate. But I'm just telling you what I see. There's a lot of things about the country I don't like. A lot of things I don't like. I don't talk about the stuff I don't like. I see a lot of stuff I do not like and everything like that, but I don't really talk about it. I just talk about stuff I like. I try to be positive. There's a lot of problems in this country. I see it every day. I'm not a fool. I just chose to talk about all the good stuff. I don't exaggerate about Liberia. Everything I tell you is what I've experienced. I will say, like I said, this year, I don't know what's going on, but the people aren't as friendly as they used to be. I will say that. I don't know about that. I look at Burkina Faso. I don't like comparing African developing countries. There's things about Burkina Faso that's good, that some people could appreciate. There's things about Ivory Coast people could appreciate. There's things about Ghana people could appreciate. There's things about Liberia they could appreciate. What I'm looking for in an African country is right here. I would not fit into a French francophone country like Burkina Faso. I don't speak French. I'm not going to learn French. I don't want to hear anybody speaking French around me. Here in Liberia, they speak English. They they go to the same type of churches. They listen to the same music I listen to. They listen to all hip hop, American hip hop. So the bottom line is this: I fit right in here. The culture, the movies, stuff they watch, the TV shows, they know all about it. They know everything we do in America. They watch all our TV shows. They know all our sitcoms. They know everything here. So they know our culture. They're already familiar with our culture. That's what I'm dealing with when I'm dealing with Liberians. They know me. So bottom line, I am not going no place where I feel like like I'm on fucking, color my country. We don't speak English. We're all Muslims. We do all this stupid shit. We talk Schnagalaga all day. But come over here, man. You'll feel out of place all the time because you can't communicate with nobody. But come on over here, I'm like, nah, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think I'd rather stick with what I know. You know, I rather stick what I know. Really, I don't want to be around. I really, honestly, I do not want to be around people that I can't understand what they're saying, don't know what they're saying, whatever like that. You know, and they don't listen to. We don't listen to. Have nothing in common. I have a lot in common with Liberians. You know, I feel like I'm at home. You know, I really do. I don't feel there's much difference between Black Americans and Liberians. You know, not a whole lot of difference. And that's what makes this country attractive to me. But I don't want to go to Burkina Faso, you know. Yeah, I don't want to go to some place where I don't fucking speak the language and I'm fucking listen to all this bunch of people talk. I'm like, nah, I can't do that. Nah, I can't do that. That's those people like the T3 and me. What the fuck would I want to be in Tanzania for? They don't speak English down there. You got no say so, or nothing like that. I just can't do it. You know? Now, I could go to Namibia, where they speak English, Botswana, South Africa, Zambia. You got a nice Black nationalist population in Zambia, you know? I fucked with Zambia, you know? But I can't do these some of these countries. I can't go to Cameroon. No, I can't do that, you know? I don't think I could go to Uganda or Kenya, you know? I cannot do all that stuff, you know? You know, so it is what it is. But the yard Negroes are trying to strike back, you know? They are mad. They are mad. I mean, Tariq is mad, boy, you know? I don't know. I see Tanzanian women on the coastal area, in the Swahili coast area. Yeah, they look good. You know, the Swahili people on the coast, Zanzibar, them women look beautiful. You know, but you go inside of Kenya, Tanzania down there, I'm not really feeling that. Yeah, what you call Rachel Dennis is a clown. You know, Rachel Dennis is a clown. And like I said, I'm glad you brought that up, DK, because I talked to Val Thomas, right, and I said if he retires from International Focus magazine, of course, it's going to be somebody like me that's going to take it over, move to Liberia and take it over. Because my assertion is this. One, Richard Dennis he's a Liberian, whatever. I think he's a native Liberian background. And these people who are Afrocentrists and everything tend to be anti-Black American. You know, I'm seeing that right now. Let me tell you something. When you form a party, a mandate in the party, you have to lead the charter from beginning to end. And everybody on that charter have to know the mission from beginning to end. That's how shit falls apart. When you have people like Richard Dennis, right? I don't think Richard Dennis is a American Liberian. He says he is, but a lot of people I don't think he is, you know. Or if he's dead, he's a fucking clown, you know. But the thing is, he considers himself more African than he does Black American. That's no problem. He's a Pan-Africanist, right? But he overlooked one thing, right, with Essence. Essence was founded by Black African American men for their African American sisters. Because Black men wanted Black women to have a magazine that spoke to them, and they put Susan Taylor as the head of it. That's what Essence Magazine was. And they said, well, what happened to Ebony Magazine? Ebony Magazine, and like I said, the charter, right? John Johnson, the last thing he should have did was he gave Ebony Magazine over to his adopted daughter, and she ran the thing into the ground because she didn't understand the mission of Ebony Magazine. That's one thing you have to understand something. When a leader It's not just about his body lead. It's basically his discernment on who's going to be his successor. And that's very important because he wants that person to embody what he envisioned was his vision. Now, the people are going to take it in the other direction, but when people just go way off the rail and not, man, I'm in charge now, so we're going to go in a whole new direction. No, I don't want you to do that. So that's why it's careful who you leave your stuff legacy to. Richard Law Dennis was not African American. He was black. He may have had some African American lineage from American Liberian, but he didn't understand the mission. What Ebony Essence magazine was for. It was for Black American women, period. And so therefore, they got reduced to a side note, and he started elevating. I was wondering, why do we keep saying all these African actresses and everything like that in spaces? When I'm saying, I love to appreciate African women, but you know, I miss seeing some of our women. You know, I remember I grew up watching Jane Kennedy, Vanessa Williams, and people like that, Pam Grier. You know, and I'm looking up at Cynthia Erivo and fucking Lapita, and I'm like, nothing wrong with these women, but goddamn, I like our women a certain way. And so therefore he starts promoting all that. I get it, he wants to make African women, but the bottom line is Black American women, their beauty and their style needs to be appreciated. That's what we live for. So we want women to uplift themselves and whatnot, show their femininity, their beauty, their intelligence, and all stuff like that. The Essence Fashion Fair and stuff like that. The women's stuff. That's what we created it for. Then you have this Essence Festival. They're going to bring some stupid jambalaya versus jollof. And I'm like, look, we're in Louisiana, New Orleans. It's all about jambalaya. That's a safe space for us, for Black women. We don't want to hear about no damn somebody coming from outer space talking about jollof versus jambalaya. What's their competition? That's where he missed the ball. We don't want to compete for what's already ours. And that's what the problem is. So, like I said, International Focus magazine, that's never going to happen. Because if you give it to over the Liberians and whatnot, you think our history and our mission that we're trying to build, no, it'll be steered off course. That's why it'll never happen over my dead body. I told him, no, never don't trust, as much as I love Liberians and everything like that, I would never put something like that in their hands. Because of course they're gonna take it and let me give you an example. The Africa America Institute. The Africa America Institute is an organization that was created back in the late 50s during the Cold War, so America can engage Africa. Now, it was always African-American, Pan-Africanists like Randall Robinson of Trans-Africa that got funding for different projects, and you link American businesses to Africa and basically to the inner cities of America on a Pan-African human rights sort of thing. But what happened was over the years, right, Black America was always the liaisons between America and Africa. But over the years, it's changed. Now you got Ghanaians are ahead of it. And the Pan-African stuff that we were talking about and everything like that is gone, but they're dealing directly with the white man, and we've been completely cut out. That's what's going on. So if you have something like Essence Magazine and everything, and you give it over to an African, what's going to happen is eventually they're going to cut Black America out, not deliberately, but they don't think we're important enough to be in this space. That's just the truth. So it's always got to have a card to play. We don't want a nation of our own, right? And for God's sake, you don't even want to hold on to your fucking institution. I heard that the Alvin Ailey Dance School in Harlem was taken over by African and other immigrants, and they ran the shit into the ground. Something that we used to train people to bring them on Broadway. Now it basically like this, you know? And now it's basically ran into the ground. because they lose their original focus, their mission. You know, foreigners cannot come to Black America and do our institutions. It's best that foreigners, when they come to America, if you don't believe nothing I say, for you Nigerians, you Ghanaians, you Jamaicans, everything like that, come to America and build your own institutions. Stop trying to come into our institutions under some fake ass Pan-African stuff, because I'm seeing the track record. You guys are screwing everything up. That's why I draw the line. You know, I draw the line right there. So please don't tell me I'm some stupid blind Pan-African. I'm not stupid. What we have left is our HBCUs, and that's probably all we got really left. Because our historical Black colleges, those are going down the tubes because we just don't have the interest in saving them. And the bottom line is this: they could go someplace, but the only thing that could save the Black is if we do towards nation building and stuff like that. Because white America is not going to hire us. You know, if we did a thing where we were investing globally and stuff like that, HBCUs could be a big thing. But you cannot have HBCUs in the hands of Nigerians, Ghanaians, Jamaicans, stuff like that, because just like the Congressional Black Caucus. That's in the hand of Black immigrants right now. And what is their policies? Their policies are not building in the cities and bringing resources to the cities. Their agenda is immigrants. That's why we got to start thinking about this stuff, you know? You know, when it comes to politics in America, you know, if you're not Black American, right, and really your politics is going to be different than mine. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. You like this, but I hate when people are like, oh, yeah, we're all Black, we're not. But yet the agenda is all one-sided. Why is a Congressional Black Caucus about, oh, racism? Look, most Black people don't give a shit about immigrants coming here. So why are they basically made to feel like we have to friggin' our own suicide? Bringing millions of people from the third world here is fucking suicide to Black America. You know, suicide to Black America. So that's what I would say about that. But it's hard to do that. And like I said, and I listened to some of the Pan-African, I like what they say about the FBA, but not everything I disagree with FBA. Like Haven Bullets to talk about, he's mad because Tariq said something about the Somalia. Tariq, that a broken clock's right twice a day. The Somalis had no business going to Selma and recreating what was our own pain. Like I said, people have to get their own marches. They got to get their own stuff. I am sick and tired of people robbing and riding on our history, our culture, and everything like that, and then disrespecting us at the same time. Tell us we ain't got no culture, we ain't got this, we're not, but yet you try to hijack everything we did. So like I said, I don't care about Somalis. That's not my issue. You know, just because somebody's Black, I gotta cape for them. No, it don't work like that. Do I want Somalis harassed? You know, harassed? No, I don't. You know, I don't want them harassed or whatever like that. But their fight is not my fight. You know. So, wow, Newport Beach, California. A 2-mile stretch of water on March 26th, the other day. An 8-foot great white shark circled a surfer near 35th Street. Shark described officials as acting more on the aggressive side, circling. No injuries occurred. You know, why do people go surfing? I don't know. I have no idea. Why do people go kayaking, surfing? I don't know. I just got to be out in the water. If I got to be on water, I'll be on a yacht. Something like that, or a big boat, whatever, a cruise ship. I ain't getting in no fucking water with no fucking sharks in a freaking in a goddamn kayak or some surfboard. You crazy? Well, people do it, you know. That's what they do. You get out there early in the morning. I'm gonna go kayaking. They be kayaking by themselves, and when I next thing you know, they see the kayakers there, and they're gone. What do you think happened to them? They got taken by a shark, of course, you know. But it is what it is. You know, I don't understand white people, why they do things they do, and everything like that. But more power to them. But the links in the chat room where people want to call in and debate and discuss. Step right up, step right up. Step right up, step right up. Step right up, step right up. Get knocked right back the fuck down. Oh no. Here comes Baruti. A chef like smoking and grilling podcast that customized content and suit. Dude, man, look, what gets me is this. Why do people constantly, why do Africans try so hard? It's like a female. You know how you lose attraction to a female? When they keep trying so fucking hard. Why do Africans fucking try so damn hard, you know, to convince us that we don't care, you know? I'm in Liberia, but I don't try to impose my food on nobody else. I like it, but I ain't gonna tell nobody else they gotta like it, you know? Go ahead, DK.
Yeah, so my whole take on this is the whole Ghana and slavery UN whole scam. I call it a scam. That's what.
How's it scam?
Because first off, it starts with Trump. When Trump got into office, he got rid of all the handouts, the foreign aid that was going to Africa. He got rid of
Although that's all temporarily, and then it's coming back, right?
Well, he got rid of it. So that's what we know now. What happens afterwards, we don't know. But he got rid of it. So Ghana's looking to recoup that money somehow. So I think this is just one way they're looking to do that. Because the whole thing is that how can you be no, admittedly, they'll admit they were complicit in the slave trade. They'll admit that.
Yeah. Hold on.
And then how can you be complicit in the slave trade?
Hold on.
Go in front of the UN, the whole world.
Let me ask you a question. Hold up. You said they were because the country of Ghana existed at the time.
Say that again.
The country of Ghana did not exist. There were several kingdoms on the coast of Africa, and I told you the Fancy tribe was basically married into the Royal Dutch family. There's a lot of
minority.
Hold on, but it was much more complicated than you make it seem. Hold up.
Call out.
It was more complicated than you make it seem. It wasn't just cut and dry as you think it was. There was like 200 years. Like it took the slave trade almost 200 years to develop. You know, all that time period on the coast, people, you know, Europeans were on the coast for 200 years before the slave trade started. They were mostly dealing with initially ivory, gold, and stuff like that. Slavery happened.
They sold slaves. Just leave it at that. They sold slaves. Stop making excuses. They sold slaves. It is what it is. I'm not making excuses. Accept it. They sold slaves. White people sold slaves. They sold slaves. It's the L. We have to hold that L. We have to hold it. I'm accepting it. It is what it is. We sold slaves. Don't make excuses for people, Kala. Don't make excuses.
You know what I'm saying? One is, don't yell at me, bro. You know, the main thing is this. People were involved in the transatlantic slave trade.
We're not going to go anywhere.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Hold on. Here's the thing. You're putting the people who were ultimately victims of this at the same level of the Europeans.
We perpetrated.
Okay.
If they were, this might hurt you. This might hurt you, Kala. They do it again. They do it again.
Hold on. I don't have to meet you, bro. But check us out. Amsterdam, Lisbon, Liverpool, those are all backwater cities. Benin was a great metropolis, you know, at one time,
Stop with
right?
the Wakanda
Before
shit.
slave trade.
Stop
Right?
with the
Hold
Wakanda
on,
shit.
300 years. Oh, 300 years
Stop with
later.
the Wakanda
Hold
bullshit.
on, 300 years later, Amsterdam was a powerful state country, right? Benin was a freaking backwater disease full place and pitiful place.
Just because
Well, you tell me, hold on, you tell me how
they got
Africa's
the
better
short
than
end of the
the slave
deal.
trade.
That's life, man. That's life.
Well, I said, but hold up. So you're telling me at the no point in time, you telling me no point in time that the friggin' that Africans basically, well, what about all the tribes like Queen Nzinga that fought against the slave trade?
Yeah, then she ended up selling slaves. So
No, she wanted to upset. She became a Christian and would not and moved out of a thing. I think she moved to Brazil. But the bottom line, bottom line is this: what you guys are doing is this. You're doing the bidding of the white man. You know, the European. Hold on, let me put it like this. Let me break it down to you. You probably don't know this, right? You heard of Lehman Brothers?
Yes, I know Lehman Brothers.
Okay. Do you know bank Aetna, the insurance company?
I've heard of them. Yeah.
Okay, I work with Aetna. New York bank, New York Life Insurance. Okay.
Yeah, I've heard.
All these institutions, Wells Fargo.
What's the point, Kala?
The point I'm trying to make is the whole entire infrastructure of the Western world, the Lords of London, the whole banking system, the mercantile system, that basically still governs the world today. The financial system you see, Wall Street. Wall Street was a slave trading post, right? The insurance companies insured slave ships. That built the insurance company, life insurance, right? If slaves died, you got a payout. Slaves were mortgaged off, right? The whole entire financial system that you see in America.
What's your point? How does that counteract what I'm saying?
Hold on.
Against what I'm saying?
You tell me that was an equal trade between Europeans and Africans. No, it was not.
Who cares? They did it. They were weak.
It was not an equal
That's
trade.
the point.
So in other words,
Who
basically,
cares? Stop making excuses for their decisions, Kala. That's weak.
Hold up, man. Hold up. Europeans were exporting guns. More guns in West Africa than there was people.
Kala.
So in other words, basically, more guns in West Africa. Hold on. It's just like people.
It's freeway Rick Ross.
People look at
Rick Ross.
People look at the inner city.
All the dope he deals.
Hold on. People look at the inner
California.
city. Hold on. People look at the damn inner city of America, right, and say, "Oh, do like that." But the bottom line is this: the people who are bringing guns, the guns aren't made in the city. The guns like this. It was the bottom line is chaos in West Africa. That's what caused it. The Europeans exploited chaos. They exploited war.
Using your logic, all the drug dealers in the 80s, they're not responsible. It's the white man's fault because he was flooding the neighborhood with drugs.
Hold on. How did the Africans get the means to march slaves to the coast with guns? How did they do that? Who supplied them with the guns?
They traded with Europeans to get.
Okay, but hold on. They traded with the guns. The Europeans said, if you want guns to defeat your enemies or not, you come to us. So Europeans were playing both sides. Europeans were supplying both sides against each other. And the winner of the people were taken as slaves.
Well, they could have united. They had a choice. They had a choice.
No, they didn't have hold on. Europeans would find two tribes.
What
right?
it is, Colin. What I don't like, Colin. What I don't like is that
Europeans would
what I don't like. What I don't like what you're doing is very dangerous. What you're doing is very dangerous.
Find two tribes, right? And they basically would say this tribe and this tribe don't like each other, right?
That's bullshit.
They basically would arm both sides,
Colin,
right?
Trust me.
And both sides, and then whoever won the friggin' conflict, that's the one that did not get enslaved. That's how it happened.
Colin, stop saying that bullshit.
That
because
is the
you're
truth,
robbing
man.
them
That is the
of
truth.
their
So
accountability.
in other words,
You're
basically,
robbing them of their agency.
first of all,
You're robbing Africans of their agency.
No,
Stop doing that.
I'm not robbing Abbott agency. You guys
Yes,
didn't have
you
no
are.
power.
Yes, you are.
You guys didn't
Stop
have no
doing
power.
that.
You want to think you had power. You didn't have no damn power. You know,
No,
you didn't have no
we
damn
understand
agency.
power.
You
But
didn't have no
they
damn
had a
agency.
choice.
You know, you
It's the
did not
difference
have a
between
choice.
power
You didn't
and
have
a
no
choice.
choice. You didn't have no damn choice.
They had
You know,
agency.
there's a million
They
years
chose
I'll
that.
never believe that shit. I'll never
They
years a
chose that
million.
route,
I
Colin.
never. They
The
didn't chose
slavery
nothing.
was
You know?
already in Africa.
Oh, hold on.
Stop robbing Africans of their agency,
First of all,
brother.
but it wasn't European mercantile on a large scale slavery. Now, here's the thing: when slavery was on the coast of West Africa,
Please, Colin,
slavery.
don't
hold
ever
on,
say this
hold
shit
on.
in public because
Hold on,
people
hold on,
will think
hold on,
you're a
hold on,
fool.
hold on. The presence of slavery and the Europeans on the coast were not destabilized and weakened and threatened existing kingdoms, even if they weren't involved in slave trade. So why would they want these people on the coast? Why would they?
You're just making shit up,
Yeah,
man.
every slave. So let me ask you a question: was any kingdom in Africa safe from slavery? If that's the case, then why is it that you got people who in the New World that are from people who are involved with the slave and people who are traditionally slaves? Why they all got the same blood that define all? There's not one tribe in West Africa that didn't cross the Atlantic in the slave trade.
So what
You
do
said
think?
Igbo's involved in slavery? Hold up, there was many. I mean, Igbo. I got Igbo blood in me. You know, how the hell that happened if the Igbo was such good slave traders? That's freaking stupid. You know.
Igbos sold other Igbos into
Oh
slavery.
yeah, well the Bible. Yeah,
What are you
but
saying?
hold up.
That's what
Igbo, hold up. People were selling other people in slavery, right? Because they had to. You know.
How do you know that? Were you there, Colin? Were you there? Were you there?
Basically, what you're saying,
You
hold on,
had to sell them?
well,
Or you
I'm
just
just telling
thinking that
you. I'm just telling
because
you.
it makes you feel better.
No, I'm not trying to make myself feel better. I'm just saying that you
They
have
sold
people.
slaves, Colin.
You
They
guys make
do
it
it
seem like
again. They have
hold up,
to
there was
change.
Igbo selling Yoruba and whatnot. You know, it was look, West Africa was a state of chaos, and you know those stilts that you see in Benin where people living on stilts and whatnot. Those people were there. Whole tribes fled to the swamp and they built stilts to hide from the slave traders. That's how bad it was, bro.
Yeah, and who were the slave traders that were running?
Oh,
from?
yeah, look, the
It
bottom
wasn't
line.
the white man.
Who was bringing the people guns? Africans didn't make guns.
It doesn't matter.
Who was giving
It
guns and
doesn't matter.
gunpowder?
It
was a
doesn't
white
matter.
man. See, what you want to do is you're defending the white man.
I'm not. What I'm doing is that
hold on.
they
Let me
made a
ask you a
choice.
question.
I'm not treating them like they're
Let me ask you a question. Simple question, right? Do you believe in European exceptionalism, American exceptionalism?
No.
Okay, well, the white man does. The white man says his civilization is a light and stuff like that. They talk about this Western civilization. We brought so much light. We brought so much light to the world.
You believe
stuff like
it,
that. Hold on. Okay, now the question you need to ask yourself this question, right? If America, the reason why you're in America right now is because America was built off the wealth of the transatlantic slave trade, right? So there's got to be some truth in the fact that America became the world power, economic power because of slave trade, right? You're here in America, right? The question I want to ask is this, right? If Africans were equal in the slave trade, how come we don't have
it's not equal? They were equal. They were equal. You're mixing this up. They had agency, but it wasn't equal.
I believe Africans were victims.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Nobody can tell me.
Bullshit.
Like so let me ask you a question. So the 20 million people that died in Congo with King Leopold.
Don't ever say some shit like that.
Hold on.
If you're giving a speech, don't ever say some bullshit like that. You'll humiliate yourself.
Hold on. I know it's your pride's hurt.
Stupid
You know,
shit
your pride's
like
hurt. Check us out. Your pride's hurt, right? Check us out.
No, it's just
hold
stupid
on. 20
shit.
million, hold on. 10 million people died in the Congo, right? Were the Congolese complicit in that too?
Yeah. Who was doing the killing, Kala? Who was doing the
Oh,
killing?
okay. So it wasn't King Leopold, a derelict king who was fucking a moron,
Hold up.
and when that
King
used American
Leopold.
capital.
King
So it was
Leopold
King
never stepped
Leopold. So
foot.
hold on.
Kala,
So,
Kala,
but
listen,
what you're
Kala,
doing, what you're
Kala.
doing
King
is you're
Leopold never,
absolving the
King
white man.
Leopold
You're
never stepped
absolving the
foot
white.
in
It doesn't
Congo.
matter. It doesn't matter.
Foot in
It does
Africa.
not matter.
He never
It does
went
not
to
matter.
Africa.
His capital.
Who was doing the
he said,
killing?
man,
Who was doing the killing?
he
Kala,
became
is the
fucking
African
rich.
too stupid to make decisions for his own life? What are you saying?
You hate your.
You're
What
saying
I'm
that
saying
African
is,
is
I'm
subhuman.
saying
What you're
that
saying.
Africans were killed by
He
Europeans
can't make
because they were
decisions for
weak.
himself. What
I
you're
say
saying.
that Africans
So
are
I don't
fucking
like
weak.
that
That's all I'm
talking
saying. Look,
point
I'm
you're
saying
making.
Africans are weak. I don't think Africans are strong. So that's why I said it doesn't surprise me. Like, College, since you are arguing DK, softer than Africans'
I
complicity.
don't like that talking point. You're making it seem like Africans
So
are fucking
you are
subhuman.
Africans.
They can't make decisions on their own. They don't have any agency over their actions. That's what
No,
you're saying,
I don't
Kyle.
think. Look, the bottom line is this. I'm looking at the slave trade. I'm looking at how it happened. Right now, you would have a case if one thing. If
They made a bad decision. They fucked up.
If
They got
Africans
the raw end of the deal. That's that.
If Africans were making weapons themselves, right? And if Africans benefited by mutual trade, right? Trade usually brings mutual benefit, right? So tell me what mutual benefit Africans got out of slave trade.
Like I said, they made fucked up deals. They were too stupid to see the value
Okay,
in
but
humans.
they're stupid though.
They got fucked up deals. That's what
No.
it is.
I just
Hey,
think no. I just
Colin,
think no. I just think
that they did. So you have to try to make it something else. That's the hard truth, Kala.
No way in the world.
Kala, like you said, you can't handle the truth, Kala. You can't handle the truth.
Nothing, man. I already know what the truth is, bro. You know, and the bottom line is, I'm just looking at the evidence, man. I'm looking at the state of West Africa right now.
They sold slaves for mirrors, watered down whiskey, and brandy.
I'm saying to myself, I'm looking at West Africa right now, and I'm looking at Europe, right? I'm looking at what America became, London came, Amsterdam came, and Lisbon came, and all the other places came, right? I'm looking at West Africa. You're gonna tell me that was an equal trade, but no, I'm sorry, I don't believe that. You know,
it doesn't matter if they traded them for what they got.
Hold on. First of all,
Africans for muskets.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Rum
right?
and mirrors. That's what they wanted.
The slave body, human body, hard cargo, was the most valuable commodity in the world. 7,000% markup. Right. Okay. Now, what exactly? Let me ask you a question. What exactly did Africans buy that could match that? Any sort of way.
You're looking at Monday morning quarterback. Of course, we know now.
Okay.
The African didn't see it that way.
You tell me Africans didn't benefit. They didn't make any money, but they just willingly handed over people to Europeans to get rich.
That's what happened. They traded them for what? What did they trade them for? Mirrors.
That's what they say. But there's no evidence of that. You know, there's no evidence of that. There's no evidence of that.
You can't handle the truth.
No,
you can't handle the truth.
What I'm saying, you listen to
can't handle the truth.
You listen to something.
The truth hurts you. The truth hurts you, Kala.
You listen to something. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. What's the last book you read about slavery?
Kala.
No, seriously. Name me a book.
Oh, I studied this. It's
okay. Give me Give me one book.
I can't name a book. Any slavery book.
Okay, because I don't really believe you read. Look, I got tons of books on West Africa. I read them through and through. And what you're saying is a bunch of nonsense.
Kala, if you go to those coasts where those forts are, they'll tell you themselves they sold them.
Man,
of their own volition.
The bottom line is this. Everybody was like one step from getting on that slave ship their damn self. You know,
Colin, you can't handle the truth. You can't handle the truth. That's the problem. You can't handle the truth.
Hold on. 1 minute you were selling slaves, whatever. The next thing you know, you were put on a slave ship. You damn self. You know. So it was not no thing. Bottom line, a lot of slave people was doing slavery. They ended up on a damn slave ship themselves. So please stop with that. A lot of people lost it. The only tribe that was safe from the slave trade was the Crew tribe. They were the only, the Fancies and the Crews. They're the only ones that was safe from the slave trade. That was the only ones. Anybody else can be taken.
I don't even believe that. I don't even believe that.
Oh, hold on. The Crew tribe has special markings, right? All the European countries, white countries, said, you see these markings, right? Immediately return this person. They had a crewman that was taken by accident all the way to, I think, Panama, right? I think it was in Central America. Somebody recognized the markings. They put him back on the ship and found his village and sent them back to there. That right there gave the Crew tribe control over the coast. They were the main lookouts and scouts for the slave trade. That's the Crew tribe. Every other tribe in West Africa lived in fear of the slave trade. That's the truth. So I don't know what books you read, man, but
I think you need to be careful.
No. I think I know what I'm talking about.
Saying things like that.
What happens is this. What happens
and
is
it makes you look silly.
No. What happens is this: people are running around, right, and they keep repeating these talking points when
you take away agency from a people, that's very dangerous.
Let's say you were right. Let's say you were right, right? Say you were right. Let's say you're right. Africans participate in the slave trade, right? But there's no willing seller if there's no buyer. What were the Europeans doing? Why does a country that was born on a slave trade still exist? Why are you and me in a country that basically was born out of the slave trade? What does one have to do with the other?
The Europeans are devil. I get that.
But you voluntarily came to the so-called devil's country. See how hypocritical that is? I had no choice. I was born there, right? And any chance I get the hell out of there. I don't give a fuck if Liberia's shit all. Anywhere from being around my fucking enemy's land, I'm away from. Because I'm real about this shit. I'm not gonna live in comfort in America, talk about this, and then I'm not gonna even mention the fact that John C. Calhoun said the whole idea God ordained the white man to rule over the black man forever on these shores. What you call every southern state, when they said why they seceded from the Union, they said it was natural for the white man to rule over the black man forever. So what happened is on Africa's side, and what happened to us, it is very disrespectful to me as an African American, right? Because what you're doing is you're being dismissive of, okay, we were taken as slaves. That's one thing, right? But some people were taken as slaves in Brazil and stuff like that, and they made their way back to Africa. They bought their freedom. There were maroon communities in Central America, in Guyana, places like that. What happened to us, particularly here in North America, we lost our humanity. Africans basically in slavery and whatnot, even in Africa and whatnot, never lost their humanity. They never were stripped of their names. They never stripped everything about them. That's what we're talking about. We're not even having the same argument. What happened to black people?
We have a fake. I'm from a fake country called Nigger area.
Well, hold on.
There's no dignity in that, bro. What are you talking about?
It doesn't matter.
We didn't create any of these countries, Colin.
You can say what you want.
We didn't create any of these countries.
Hold on. You can say what you want. You go. I just bumped into some Nigerians tonight. They got their Nigerian garb on and stuff like that. They like they're proud of what themselves are. They knew who their history is and everything.
We can do all that.
All that was taken from me by America. My humanity was taken away from me. They didn't even say that I was a fucking human being. We were not even fighting for equal rights. We were just fighting to be a damn recognized as a fucking person.
Well, that goes across
talk
the
about
board. You don't think they look at
so
us the
given-
same way in Africa?
So hold on, look. So the bottom line is this: when I'm here in Africa right now, and I feel like a human being.
Oh, your feelings, Kala.
Well,
Get
it doesn't
over your
matter. It
feelings.
doesn't matter. I'm saying
Get
like,
over your
I'm
feelings.
respected as a human being
Honestly.
here.
Get over your
Okay,
feelings.
so I know, but I know
I'm
you're being
sorry.
disrespectful. But so you're not even like this because the bottom line is this: this argument is for Black Americans. You're not one of us.
I know.
So you
I
can't
never
talk.
said I was
You
a
know?
Black American.
All right, so you can't talk on this topic to me. And you like this.
But
my
when you say, when you say that, oh, this guy, he wasn't responsible that someone made him. I'm a totally.
Look, it doesn't
I have to
matter.
step in and just say something that's patently false,
one issue. Hold on,
and that's
one issue.
dangerous.
Right? Hold on. That's one issue, right? But what happened to Black people when they came to these shores of America was worse than what happened in the Caribbean.
Of course.
What happened in
Okay.
Central
I
America,
agree with
South
you there.
America.
I agree with you there. What happens once they got to
that is my argument. So what I'm saying is this: I don't give a fuck about what happened in the Caribbean. Yeah, that's what they seasoned us before they brought us here, whatever like that. I'm talking about what happened when by law there was a law, particularly in places like Louisiana, that said Black people were treated like animals. They were degraded like animals. No other place in the slavery, right, where people were treated like this. I studied Central America. I studied South America slavery, African slavery, whatnot, and I found that they were allowed to keep their humanity. Because, as a matter of fact, they were even picking Portuguese slavers who had married Black women and set their children free. But in America, the Black man in America was seen as subhuman. Out of which came the minstrel shows, all these things mocking Black people in America, right? That's the American slavery. That's unforgivable, So when people start coming about, the evil, look, Africans are selling each other slavery has been this for thousands of years. I get that. I'm talking about what the hell happened to my ancestors when we got to this country. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know much about what happened to people when they went to Jamaica. So I don't know anything like this. Who's this Jalen? Hey, Jalen Pick, you got something to say? Why don't you come up here and talk to me like a man? I'll put the link in the chat room, and I guarantee you, if you don't come up here, I'm blocking you. You got 3 minutes to come up here. I'm gonna block you. Can't stand fucking cowards. Just in my chat room talking shit,
Yeah, but
Jalen, you got 2 minutes to get up here, or you're getting blocked permanently. Marie says, Carl, if you feel humanity things, what the fuck is now hit it with off the wall shit, You can't just make a way, like it was lost. And whatever we were was lost. So I just got to go by what I am right now. None of you fucking people, nobody ever came to fucking, that's one thing I will say is this. I owe Africa nothing, to be honest with you. Not an allegiance, nothing, respect, nothing. So I hate when people tell me I gotta learn if Africa was all what it says it was, slavery would never happen in the first place. That's the part Africa, right? And also when slavery was over, we never was able to make our way back there and get land and everything. We got lost. So we got a lot going on. I'm not leaving Africa off the fucking hook, But I'm saying like this, the main thing is this, the main culprit in this is the white man.
yeah, I could agree with that, but
The main culprit, look, everybody, it's like when I look at this, the situation with Black females, stuff like that, and I'm saying to myself, okay, Black women out here acting stupid or not, And basically, I'm like, who's platforming like this whole thing with Jay-Z? Jay-Z's a piece of shit, whatever, like they do all shit like that. But who ultimately is he platform with? It's white men. We always look at the freaking low-hanging fruit. The Jay-Z is not he's a problem, but not the problem. Like me, I'm not afraid of dealing with the white man. We talk about what happened right here in the transatlantic slave trade and whatnot, America would not be America. This country would not exist. People don't understand.
No
Do you know
question,
America?
no question, no question, Kyle,
America,
no question.
America supplied the world with 2/3 of the world's cotton. America supplied the world with most of its tobacco. That's how productive America was. The whole entire global banking system. America dominated the globe, as far as like production. Cotton alone was brought America like 70% of its revenue in taxes.
No question.
So what the bottom line is this: so America would not be America if it was not for the free labor of Africans who were brought to these shores. So the bottom line, and then at the same time, the people went around the world telling everybody to justify it and say we weren't human, that we were some highly formed beast. That's unforgivable. So please, when I study this thing really deep, and I study what the white man did, what he tried to do, tried to use science and everything to justify slavery. He tried after slavery, he tried to exterminate us. We had the things like the devil.
Like I said, my problem is when that guy, I don't know his name, the president of Ghana, when he goes to the UN, he says all these nice words, and he says we should pay reparations to the African Union. He could have said you should pay reparations to the victims and the descendants of the slave.
Oh, I like that. That part. Hold up, that part right there. I don't agree with. I think basically, he should. You got a resolution, and that's just a suggestion, right? It wasn't part of the resolution. That's just his personal suggestion. I didn't go nowhere. My point, the fact that the resolution was passed and everything like that. Me personally, I don't think America's ever going to pay no reparations because America is unrepentant, and to do so, America will be committing suicide. America admit that it was wrong during slavery. What else? Okay, it might as well just pack up its bags and fold up its tent. Because the whole idea of America was built on the idea that the white man is God and he could rule over the black man forever. He could exploit you, kill you, enslave you, do whatever he wants to do with it, and you're going to still love him and respect him. Even go out there, he'll even have the nerve to put a flag in your hand and a gun that you go out there and kill his enemies. Like he wants us to go out there and kill Iran. I'm like, fuck you. I ain't fighting no Iran.
Trump's about to get humiliated for Iran, man. He wants to.
So the bottom line, whatever it is, the way I'm so far gone with this shit. When I'm like this, that's his war and white America MAGA's war. That's not my damn war. I don't care. Iran never did a damn thing to me. My enemies are right here, right there in America. It's a white American. That's what it is. It's not no Igbo. It's not no Ashanti. It's not no crew. It's not anybody in Africa. Whatnot. The person who basically everybody had their role in slavery. I'll slap the African brother on his head, and I check Africans all the time. But the people who said that you will be condemned to slavery just by the color of the skin on your back and whatnot, that right there, people, that's my enemy, right there. Africans never did that. Chinese never did that to me. That's what I'm talking about. So all this other stuff about who sold who, whatnot, that's irrelevant. It's what happened to our people in America. That's what I care about. Go ahead, Elvis.
What's up, Carla? What's up, DK?
What's up, Elvis?
Good, man. Yeah, that's a good point you just made, Carla. Although others would disagree with you, but that's a good point.
Yeah, it's not. Look, the bottom line, we could talk about, we can have a conversation about who did what in slavery. But when it really comes down to it, right, what the lasting effect of this is that what people, the racism we still suffer today is because a country in its very creed took the humanity, stripped the humanity away from our people. You know, you can give them civil rights, you can give them 14th Amendment, but you take somebody's humanity away from them. The only way you can do that and get that back is through war, through bloodshed. That's the only way you can get that back, you know? So bottom line, so this is what we have right here in America. This is why Black America, and I understand, that's why I'm not so hard on my people. I understand why they do what they do. And I tell my African brothers, right? You got to understand your brothers in America, what they're going through, you know, why they act a certain way, why they act violent. Even I'll give some grace to Tariq Nasheed because he's a victim too. You know, the FBA is a victim too. This thing that happened to us took a toll mentally on all of us. This is not something natural. How are you going to start hate? Why do we hate Africans? You know, why do we hate Africa all of a sudden? You know, it's how sick the white man has made our mind. You know, he's took our mind away from us. And that's why Black people are acting the way they do. They're lashing out at everybody.
Well, Carla, when you say yard Negro, what do you mean by that? What's the definition?
Okay. All right. Let me read Baruti's thing, man. He's so annoying. Elvis Morris, you have ever read The Elephant That I don't shut up. All right, whatever. You know, anyway. The yard Negro is somebody that was written out of history by a lot of Black historians because they don't want to be discovered, right? There was always three Negroes, right, in the plantation system. There was a house Negro and the field Negro. You know about that, right? But the other Negro was the yard Negro, you know, who tended the yard. This is about one who dressed a little nicer. There wasn't a house slave, right? Because he had too much
Like
pride.
the landscaper or the groundskeeper, that's what you mean?
The groundskeeper, the errand boy who ran errands and stuff like that, you know, and did chores and whatnot, you know, went to the corner. So he was trusted to do things like ride the horse and buggy and stuff like that, you know, the horses, tended the horses and stuff like that. That's the yard Negro, right? And the slave owner, he would somehow be able to carve out a little space for himself. Maybe he has a little cabin somewhere between the house and the field, you know, where he lived off by himself, you know, and he practiced the science of avoidance. But the white man knew he was there. But they had an uneasy relationship, you know, between the house, the yard Negro, and the slave master, right? It was not really confrontational. That sounds like a lot of FBA people, right? They're basically not in the house, they're not in the field, but they're somewhere in the cut somewhere, you know, scheming. And the house yard Negro is your first grifters because they're the ones like try to instigate stuff between house slaves and field slaves and whatnot, you know, getting information. They always run around grifting and spying and talking and stuff like that. And they're the ones that can go from plantation to plantation. And, you know, they were just out for themselves. And they lived a better life than the field slaves, you know. They dressed better, you know. Some of them even had an education, you know. And that's what you have right now. But the bottom line is this. They're not in the field because they don't deal with the thing. They're always in a grift, you know, in a grift and people like this. That's why I said the yard Negroes are mad because the bottom line is Ghana stepped up, you know. I don't agree with everything President Muhammad said, you know, I don't agree with everything he said. But the point of the fact of the matter is everything that I've felt my whole life about the injustice of the transatlantic slave, it's like a rape victim, right? I watched this thing where this girl said she was raped, but she had to listen to her attacker that raped her. I guess he was a famous person on TV, and everybody said, "Oh, he's a great man. He's a humanitarian," and she was seized because she knows what he did to her. You know, that's how Black America is with white America and slavery.
But you heard what happened with Cesar Chavez?
Yeah, that's happened. Yeah, But yeah, do you think it's credible?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the lady, she had the receipt. You know, he got her pregnant twice. He used to sexually abuse her. for all those years. He kept it
But that's
quiet.
what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
And the lady that he did it to was also like almost on his level because she was right beside him fighting for workers' rights. So she's well known in California. She's even close with Gavin Newsom and the government out there. So a lot of these heroes, man. We talk about black heroes who may have had some secret lifestyle, but most, the Mexican heroes now were abusive and sexually
whatever
abusive.
comes out, it eventually comes to light. The bottom line to me, just like the Cesar Chavez thing, this basically the fact that the UN did this, right, condemned slavery and stuff like that. The world's not going to look at America the same anymore. Now, Trump's response to that was he cut a whole bunch of UN programs that America's funding. GT Million says, "Isn't that who's that guy? Is that the what's that? That's not the guy from
I
the
think that's a
UK.
guy from South Africa. He's from South Africa.
Oh, yeah, he's from South Africa. I get what you mean. People who were not part of the actual colony, people from countries like can relate to certain behavior. Heritage America said we have to stop crying. Look, here's what I'm talking about. We got to start crying about slavery. These people can't stop crying about Drewski and Erica Kirk.
Heritage American is 1776. I wish you would let him back up. He's annoying, but he makes some arguments to counter your points. He sharpens your argument.
Yeah, anyway, the bottom line is this: when he said crying about slavery, we're not crying about slavery. We're saying that we're going to set the record straight, right? I have every right to reject America and stuff like that. I mean, I want to know, am I wrong?
And I would say to Heritage America's point, they didn't just get over the white slavery of the Ottoman Empire, the Barbary pirates. They defeated them in war.
Yeah, they got satisfaction.
Yeah, Ottoman Empire lost World War I, and the Barbary pirates. That was the first war the United States.
What you call the United States? Thomas Jefferson sent the Navy fleet.
Is that a Spanish-American war?
No, not the Spanish.
Well, no, basically the U.S. Navy destroyed the Barbary pirates. Barbary coast.
It's called the Barbary Wars.
Yeah. So the bottom line is, hold on, the black man in America never had his war. He never had his war, and he never actually. The Indians had Sitting Bull. They had a famous battle. What is it about this white man that we think, oh man, the white man like this? No other group of people, the Mexican fought them. They lost, but they fought them. So there's some little bit of respect. The black man in America.
Tyler, don't you think that in order to avenge the wrongs that your enemy did to you, you can't be living amongst them. You have to be separate from them, planning for your revenge.
That's why I say we need an Afghanistan. I say that. And I'm going to always say that. That's the first thing we need is our own nation. We need to be away from these people. And then we can decide how we're going to deal with them in the future. But these people like Tariq, these yard Negroes, don't want to give up the plantation. Do you see what I mean by the yard Negro now? They don't want to go nowhere. We're suffering over here in the field and whatnot, getting whipped and whatnot, and they keep telling us that they got some whatever grift they're doing, that we got everything's gonna be all right. They don't want to go up into the house and everything, but it is grifting around town, around the plantation.
I mean, but call it realistically, where can they go? Where can all Black Americans go?
Or we could, one is this, we could carve out a state on the African continent. It's easy. There's unoccupied territory. And the bottom line is this, you could have a country host the territory, right? I'll never see, in fact, each country in Africa should have territory that they're going to develop. And because if the African mind was there, they're saying, geez, these people could probably look. I said this on the last show. I said, if I got 2 million Black Americans, 2 million, right, to donate over a year, $1,000, right? That'd be $2 billion. $2 billion to start. That's just 2 million people, $1,000. Now you do the math. We got the money, and we could do this, And then basically, once you have access with other countries, established countries, you have access to credit and loan guarantees, stuff like that. And hell, if this National Committee really believes what they said, now it's on record, right? Now help us build our own nation. That's the next step we're going to do. You know, sitting here talking all this nonsense when you ain't gonna get no reparations check. You know, the only way you're gonna get reparations is if you have a nation of your own. You know, and you negotiate from an international body of governments. Even then, it's probably not gonna happen. You know, but the black man in America has no power. He has no government. He has no military. He has no
Well,
voice.
people always talk about the U.S. and a few other countries, but there was like 123 or 24 countries that agree with Ghana and agree with what they said. That's the majority of the United Nations.
Yeah, so the bottom line is this is what you're dealing with. The black man in America is so isolated, right? The world don't even know our story. They probably don't know what this side. Iran knows. Iran, some of these countries really study us, like North Korea and China. They really studied it, but they haven't really acted on it, you know? But they say, look, you got a black population in America, you know? And the bottom line is this. It's how do you think it looks with Tariq Nasheed looks like he's on the same side as Donald Trump with this Ghana thing. That's why, DK, I understand what you're saying, but there's I'm looking at the bigger picture in this. This is bigger than some reparations in Ghana. This is bigger than this. This is geopolitics. This is going to reshape the world, black America's position in the world. You know? Tariq, it looks like he's basically siding with America. That's what I get.
I don't listen to Tariq, but what is his argument on this whole thing? That they should have been the one going to the United Nations making the case because they can't make a case in that forum.
Yeah, no, hold up. I'll be right back. I'm gonna show you a video. I'm gonna play a video and let you say for yourself.
All right.
Had to get something to drink. Sorry, folks, it's hot over here. Let me find what Tariq was saying. Trying to find this Haven Bullets thing, you know. I'm trying to find a short clip. I don't know. I can't find it. Anyway, I come across, I'll find it.
Well,
Jalen,
what was his whole thing?
He was saying Al Sharpton was there, Ben Crump was there, and you see what he is. He's completely humiliated. You know, he's completely
Tyler,
humiliated.
he forgot to mention you disagree with them, but I agree with them actually, and I think they have some legitimacy. The Congressional Black Caucus was there. Those are elected officials who represent constituencies. So they were there and they gave the president of Ghana some legitimacy that they support, they was in solidarity with his actions. So for people to think that he had no legitimacy and no black prominent leaders was there were elected officials who was in that
Let
room.
me put it like this. Now, the Congressional Black Caucus, you could say that's like Essence Magazine. It does not represent Black America. The Congressional Black Caucus, the chairman is a freaking Jamaican lady. A lot of these people in the inner cities are Caribbean background, and their agenda is CARICOM and stuff like that, okay? What I'm saying is, right now, you really, on a national level, you don't really have Black American, what they call foundational Black Americans, direct political thing because all Black politics in America, right? And I hate this, right? That's why I say I can never be elected official. They're down there with the gays. They're down there with the lesbians, the feminists. They're down there with the trade unionists, all these crap like that. So do you really have a Black politician? Or do you have somebody that's basically Black, but they're going on, or they're Democrats? You know? So therefore, if that's the game that's played, you can't get up here and say, okay, we're talking about something like this. Well, it got legitimate. No, it doesn't. You know, these guys are speaking for themselves, whatever like that. We haven't heard what Black America say because there's no direct, Black people don't have any direct political power in America. There's no Black political party. So how do we know what Black people are thinking? Congressional Black Caucus does not speak for Black America. They don't. Congressional Black Caucus speaks for anybody that's paying them. That's the point. Tariq is angry that he's like all these people talking all this stuff. He goes, and Tariq is trying to frame it as Ghana's after their reparations money. Do you think that's true, Elvis?
I don't think that's true, but I would say this, right? So if you take somebody like a Hakeem Jeffries, who is the leader, the minority leader in the House, right? Say the Democrats win in November. He's going to be the Speaker of the House. I think the first African American Speaker of the House of the U.S. Congress. Right?
Well, hold on.
He's part of the Congressional Black Caucus.
What makes him an African American? What's his background?
You don't think Hakeem Jeffries is an African American?
I don't know what he is. He never said. What is he?
Yeah, he's an African American from New York.
Yeah, but they said Kamala Harris was too. What is his background?
I mean, for all I know, he's an African American. Maybe you have to look deeper. Or he's like a light-skinned brother from New York.
Until you have people in, like I said, there's a lot of people. Like we had Cory Booker. He came. He got all he did was get with Jay-Z. Oh, it's Cory Booker with it. This guy's the whitest guy you ever seen in your freaking life. And he's like Cory Booker. That was another clown.
Kyle, who do you want there? You want a DMX kind in the Senate or in the House? What do you really want?
What I'm saying is this, though, right? I would love to have a Black person who comes from our culture, right? Who knows our arguments, know everything like that. When you look at these people like Cory Booker, these people are part of the Democratic machine. The Democratic machine, we went along with it because, let me tell you something. I'm going to be honest with you, be frank with you. Black people, for the longest time, felt our job was to hold off the Republicans and the racists because we feared that for the longest time, some Black people really believed the Republicans will bring back slavery, stuff like that. We believe that shit, I think what happened is right now, because of social media, because more and more Black people are communicating with each other, you see what happened. Did you see that story about Mr. Tenderloin, Elvis?
Mr. Tenderism.
Mr. Tenderism. Tenderism. You seen that, right?
Yeah.
Well, they rescued Black people, pulled him from obscurity, right? The guy like using him, whatever like that. White people are mad. They pull him out and they say, "Oh, what's he gonna do now?" This guy's doing his own thing. He got a lawyer. He got that trademark, and that guy Destiny Bar had to shut down.
I actually looked into it, right,
My point I'm trying to make is, hold on. We're more unified, and we're finding out, the Black Americans finding out that they have a lot of strength, that we really don't need the political, the democratic political system. That's why a lot of Black people are just saying, screw it, we don't care anymore. So I don't know, until somebody comes and says, I don't think there is a collective destination for Black people anymore. It's like we come together. Let me
say this quickly, right? So the issue with Mr. Tenderism is that, I hate to say it because it sounds bad when I say it, but he has no real value in terms of a restaurant business because he admitted it himself that he doesn't cook the food. He's not like a cook, right? He's almost like a hype man. So he got popular because he was like really acting when somebody, get that neck bone and it falls off the bone and he's doing that little thing. He became popular online on TikTok. But he didn't cook. He wasn't the one that seasoned the food. He wasn't doing anything. He had an interview with Willie D and a few other podcasts where he says, yeah, I was not a cook, but I was out there hyping the food up. That's really what he was saying. So even now, where he should have his own restaurant and maybe other people helping him, they can because he's not a cook. He's not a professional chef. That's why he hasn't even opened his own restaurant yet. So all he was doing was being a hype man. So I think black people, while we support him, but they blew it out of proportion because he didn't have the skills to even compete with the place that he left. So that's the issue with that whole situation.
Yeah, but by the way, black people just didn't like the fact that there was a white guy and there was a black. I don't know.
Yeah,
We reacted emotionally to that. I don't know what the whole thing was. We reacted emotionally, but the bottom line, the message is black people will stand with each other in cases like that. But that's what they want to do. Same thing with the Target boycott. They basically said no, whatever like that. This Drewski thing, right? White people are like, what if we try to do black? Black people are like, so what? Do your damn blackface, And black people are like, with social media, like, if you guys, it's for yourself, Elvis, when it comes to roasting and stuff like that, do you think white people can deal with that shit? No, So black people feel like they're well armed, well prepared to fight, cyber wars, stuff like that, So that's where Black America is at right now. It's like, we don't care. We just don't give a damn about what people think anymore. When that Black America that was caring about the future and caring about healing America, that's what they always counted on. Like this guy this clown, white guy got up there and said, I think I support the white only town and whatnot, right? He says, I know black people get upset. And everybody starts saying, what the hell think we care if y'all build your own fucking town in fucking the Ozarks, Nobody black gives a damn about that shit. Nobody gives a damn about that. And the white people are shocked. Some white people are shocked, like, what? Black people don't care that they won't be allowed in the white area? Like, no. We don't give a shit, So the world's changing, and I think the world's changing, and we're basically making it seem like that we're still living in the same 20th century, the last century, where black people were trying to knock down doors and like this, and I'm like, no, Black America doesn't care anymore. But as far as like the Congressional Black Caucus, can you honestly think that represents Black America, Elvis, based on what I just told you how we did it?
I mean, you can't say it because Black America is not homogeneous, but most of those people, majority of the constituents are black, and that's why they got voted in.
We're homogeneous, but we're not a monolith.
Okay, that may be true, but what I'm saying is, when you see a person, let's take Jasmine Crockett, right? Even though she didn't lose her seat, but she advocated to run for the Senate, she comes from a predominantly black, district in Texas that's only been led by black, people in that district, right? So as a person who's in Congress, she's representing a lot of black people from Texas. So when you take her and you make her part of the Congressional Black Caucus, take Ilhan Omar. I know you don't like her, although they're not African American, but there are a lot of Somalis and even the African Americans that live in Minneapolis. They voted for her, so she represents a lot of black people from that's part of her constituencies. So again,
Ilhan Omar is in the Congressional Black Caucus.
Yeah, almost every black person in there are part of the black.
Are you fucking serious?
But it's not a congressional black it's not a congressional African American caucus. It's a congressional black caucus.
Shit, it's worse than I thought.
Every black person in Congress are eligible to be part of it.
What's worse than I thought?
But most of them are African Americans. So I mean, I don't know. I think they have some legitimacy. They were voted for by black people to represent their interests.
What is the point? Ilhan Omar was with a guy that actually said that we're trying to take over Black America's seats and Black Americans don't know who their fathers are. When these are the people you're caucusing with, these people that hate you. I don't get it, man. So I just don't get it. It's like anybody could be Black America. That's why I said, look, I'm proud that Ghana did what the hell it did, because Black America is all over the place. I'm glad Ghana did what it did because Ghana is a nation state, you know, and it's not even about the reparations money. It's about the fact that for the first time in our history, you know, where we had this debate about slavery and all that, the world has said the transatlantic slave trade, how we end up over here, was a crime against humanity. Simple, plain and simple. It's on record. Now it's up to us to take now the yard Negroes are gonna say, "Well, we want to represent." Look, other people like myself say, "Now it's time to talk about a serious contact about us having our own land and building our own nation."
Well, one last thing, Carla. Here's what the FBAs and the like of Tariq Nasheed should have done. The fact that Ghana got the word, because when you say the word, you're talking about sovereign nations that are recognized as such, and that's the forum for them, the United Nations. And 124 of them recognize that what happened to African Americans and those people who were brought through the transatlantic slave trade was a crime against humanity. Now, what they can do is to now work with Ghana or take the fight from there, because now the majority of the world have said it, that it was a crime against your humanity, and as such, you can now ask the United States government for
Where would they
reparations.
take the fight to?
That's what I'm saying. Now they can either take it to their state level if they want to take over the
No,
fight.
man. Come on, Evan, you smarter than that.
No,
You can't take it.
hold on, Sam. Let me just flesh it out. Let me flesh it out,
Yeah,
please.
it can't go nowhere.
So if they don't want to use, their local stuff, they can work with Ghana and say, well, you did the first part. We appreciate that, but we want to be more involved in terms of asking for tangible reparations. But to just poo-poo the whole thing and say, well, we're not aligned with it. You can't get into the United Nations as African Americans, as a community. You have to be a nation state to be part of the UN and have a voice in it. But you can go ahead, Sam. I'll pass you the mic. Are you there? I think you're breaking up. You're breaking up. We can't really hear you.
Yeah, Sip, you break it up, bro. Hey, Sip, you drop off and come back in. Drop off and come back in. You got a bad signal.
But you agree with that, right, Carla? Would you want to work with them to further the actual reparations?
My thing is, the problem I have is this. I do not agree, right, with Negroes sitting around waiting for a friggin' handout check. When they talk about reparation, look, the bottom line is this. There's too many black people sitting around waiting for a payday. They think they're going to get paid a reparations check. And you look at these people are all these black people in their 30s and 40s that haven't done anything with their lives, and they want a payout, Not saying that wouldn't be nice, but you cannot, in this late date and time, 2026, it's just too late, That should have happened before we decided to assimilate into American society. In 1945, post-World War II, we decided that we wanted to be Americans. So we pressured the world to become integrated. We had Brown versus Board of Education 10 years later. And 10 years later, after that, we had the Voting Rights Act. So in the span of 20 years, Black America was transformed to a de jure, second, third class entity, minority group in America, to a full citizenship. In 20 years. There's no going back from that. The time for reparations should have been when we lived in segregated communities, when we had redlining and stuff like that. That should have been there. We should have made that decision then, that we want reparations, we want to build our communities here, and then make a beeline to relocate out of America eventually, But we decided we wanted to be fully integrated into society. We wanted to move next to white people. We wanted a colorblind society, all this stuff. Even though our scholars should have said, we looked at history, never in history has this ever happened. Never in history has a group of slave descendants ever became the equal of the people that enslaved them. Never, it's never happened. You know? So therefore, the thing is, in history, Elvis, the proper response to anybody that's oppressed and marginalized is a nationalist movement. That's how America found. What did America say? Taxation without representation. Remember that? What was the battle cry? Give me liberty
Yeah,
or give
no,
me death.
yeah, no taxation without representation. That was
Or give me liberty or give me death. Those are all battle cries for what? Nationalism, right? Now, black people in America suffered even worse than white people suffered under the British colonialists. But why did that produce a nationalist movement? Because the problem is all our nationalist movements, right, have never been led by people in academia, with power. The white people deliberately co-opt the people that push the foolish integration on us and do academia and stuff like that. This foolish nonsense that does not work. If you look at history, that's why I said these people never debate me. Because I look at history, I said every history and per group of people in history has used nationalism to solve their problems. They say, okay, we're two different people. We're going to separate. Separatism and nationalism has always worked. That's what every group of people have done throughout history, except for the black man in America. We thought our saving grace was being written into the Constitution of 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment. And this is why we're going through what we're going through right now. Now, Ghana, their answer to everything was, we don't want to be the goalpost anymore. We want to be the independent nation of Ghana. And because Ghana did that 60-something years ago, they were able to go to the UN and argue on the behalf of those people in America who don't have a nation.
Ghana is in a different situation than African American, Kyla. They wasn't living amongst the majority of their population was in the
Well, I know that, but I'm saying, so
colonial.
what we do as Black Americans, we have to first acknowledge that we're in a fucked up situation. Most Black people in America think that, like I said, you see the King Good that comes on the show. He asked me, "Oh, Colin, why don't you like the Republic of New Africa people?" I said, "Because they're a bunch of clowns, Because they think they say they want 4 or 5 states in the Deep South. Man, they couldn't even manage 4 or 5 counties, 4 or 5 districts. You go all throughout the Deep South, right? You'll have majority Black counties, but all the administration, everything is controlled. The seat of power is in the white town. All throughout the South, Black people have no say so. So you don't have no power in the places you do have majority over, right? You still have Black counties, but you got white sheriffs coming in there and whatnot, policing you and whatnot. You don't have your own sheriff department, your fire department, and stuff like that, because you never issued your own your charter and show where you can have your own tax base and everything, municipality. You don't have any built your own municipalities in the South, but yet you're going to get 4 or 5 states that you're going to ask white people to up and root, and you're going to take 4 or 5 states. See how silly? This is why I will not refuse to entertain foolishness anymore. A lot of stuff that we've been doing in Black America has been foolishness. African Americans need to go to Korea, need to go do the Korea way after Japanese slavery, but sadly, led by people like the boy. Well, the bottom line is this: I think Black America. I really do think, if Liberia could take back some of that land that lost to the French or not, the surrounding area, that could be a perfect place to build a state, a new territory. But I do believe Black America, they need a geopolitical entity. And they need an entity that basically has political representation. That's what the problem with Black America has. You saw it on full display. Everything, Elvis, I've been talking about for years. I say, you don't have a nation. Oh, we don't need no damn nation. We're not, All right, Ghana did that on your behalf. You can't do nothing about it. Even going forward, if Ghana wants to collect reparations money, what are they going to do about it? Not a damn thing, because you ain't a nation. What if the UN said, you know something, man, we're going to raise so many billions of dollars for the victims of the transatlantic slave trade and whatnot. And also, to be honest with you, Elvis, right? A lot of the African Union, I read some of the stuff. They believe that they were victims of the transatlantic slave trade too. They said America. They look at Black America, and they say Black America has pension funds, right, in the trillions of dollars, right? Black America holds pensions and retirement funds, right? It's greater than the GDPs of all Africa combined. So they're saying, look at all this wealth in Black America, right? They figured that was a loss to Africa, and they believe that some of that wealth that America got from that made America. They know they stupid. They know it was slavery, Black America, Jim Crow, segregation that made America great and rich. That's what did it. Not the immigrants. It was Black America. All that years of free labor, and you got a group of people that's in the country that generates billions of dollars a year, trillions of dollars a year, that goes right back in your economy, right? Because Black America is not like other people. We don't take money out of America. All our money goes back into America. So bottom line is African Union is like, something, why should America have?
Somebody says African Americans does not need to be in any part of Africa. It is dangerous for them and their future generations.
Oh, knowledge, whatever your name is. I'm in Africa right now, and I never felt more fucking safe. I am in Africa right now. Oh no, here goes Kidola. Oh Lord. I'm in Africa right now, and I feel safe. I feel safer here than I ever was. And I'll be back in the States in almost a little over 2 weeks. And I'm not looking forward to coming back. I wish I could stay here. What if Africa? My mother's sister, my sister's holding the business down. They told me that if I need to take more time, maybe this one, mother's sister, my brother, and them, like, stay over there. Maybe this one, I think probably just want to get rid of me.
But this time around, Carl, I'm hearing you're more relaxed. You're not trying to do too much. I think you're just kind of really enjoying yourself rather than trying to be too busy.
I did a dynamite interview with no, we don't eat bush meat.
I saw part of it with Valentine's.
Valentine. Yeah, look, hold on. We don't eat bush meat over here, Mike Ooga Booga. We don't eat bush meat over here. But the bottom line, yeah, I'm relaxing this time. I was doing BAO stuff last time. I burnt myself out. I'm just relaxing this time. I'm really having a good time. It's the first time.
But that freedom of you got your own place there now is like you're killing your own castle.
Honestly, man, I'll be honest with you. I love my place. It's nice and everything. But look, when you come here, you got to be having money. Because
fuel for generator, all that shit. Yeah, gotta calculate that.
Man, the bottom line is this: all the time I came here, I was staying in a hotel. A whole different thing when you got your own place, man.
Mm-hmm.
You're responsible for everything. It's like
if something goes if your wife need to call the boys to come and fix it, like she would tell you, well, let me call the boy to come and fix this thing. You got to pay a little 20 on the side, a little 10 here, 15 there. Generator goes out, you need to pour like $30 or $40 fuel in the thing.
Generator, I had to fix the generator, the AC unit, a couple other things, electrical thing. I'm always fixing something around here, But it's all good though. We got a nice house, nice flat screen TV. I put my Fire Stick, watching on me, man. It's like heaven. All I needed was my Fire Stick and a big 53-inch TV on the wall. Fire Stick, and nice furniture, nice house, good food. I'm loving this place, man. Really. The only problem is sometimes the electricity goes down, and you got to put the generator on. The thing is, what's going on right now. The reason why we have electrical problems is because of Guinea. You heard about that?
Yeah, Guinea made a threat about stopping our electricity.
It's not that. Guinea has having problems on their side, their electrical grid. Instead of trying to invade Liberia, there's something's wrong with their grid. And so there have been power shortages coming across the line. Now, the area that I live in Painesville, we get our electricity from the power pool from Guinea. Now, the people who live in Balmy County, Brewerville, St. Paul, and Cape Mount, they're part of Sierra Leone power pool. They never have blackouts or anything, you know. So Mount Coffee Dam, this is dry season, is low, right? So that's why we're having these blackouts, you know, because the water level of Mount Coffee Dam is up. I'll be out of here before the rainy season starts. You know,
Yeah,
rainy season.
that's what our former government told the people: get your buckets, go, get some water and dump it into the dam. Bring the water, bring the water up so you get still electricity. I mean, he was joking, but
So the bottom line, so it is what it is. All right, kiddo, what's on your mind? Oh, good. No, we don't need to push.
Yeah, brother. Thank you, brother. I've been listening to your program since, even when I'm sleeping, half sleeping. But so okay, let me chop in a little bit. And how you doing, my brother Elvis?
I'm good, Kadola. What's up?
Oh, that's good, brother. You see, I give you this. Black Americans are like the Italians in the Dutch Italians. They call the Curaçaos. You know what the Black Americans are gaining from the United States government because they're citizens of the United States is too big to let it go. You feel me? It's too big to let it go. So all this so-called war crime against humanity, whatever they want to call it, it's just a sideshow. And even coming to the UN to them is a very big risk. What the Ghana did coming to the UN to present those things to majority of the Black Americans, that just too far.
Well,
What
let me
they
ask you a
complain
question,
about,
kiddo. I think it goes both ways. You know, it goes both
let me,
ways. Hold up. White America can't afford to part ways with us either. So it ain't like they hold it in the car.
you understand, Kala, you believe in the system that is very brutal, the even the new modern white Americans, they can also be as brutal as something else also. They can come out of the Congress and change laws and make all kind of aggressive moves that, that that might be very risky. And the second one is this. You put Black Americans are almost like the Venezuela type of looking people. That's why I say they look like the Curaçaos. They are tailors. The Dutch are tailors. Some of them look like Colombia, some of them look like Venezuela, some of them look like Negro. So you have the Smoke Robinson tribe, you have the other type of tribe, then you have the Negro tribe. And the Smoke Robinson tribe will tell the Negro tribe, doesn't because I'm Black American, you have to put me in your boss, you have way your limit. And the other one was said, hold on, let me finish. The other was said, you also have your limit. Now the Negro tribe was said, no man, fuck Africa. I follow the Smoke Robinson tribe. Don't stay there. My problem is just be localized, right? And that's not going to be. No matter
where's
how
Bantu?
so
You part of the Smokey Robinson tribe.
Yeah, no matter Smoke Robinson tribe have more voice. The Makujado tribe, which is the Negro tribe, have less voice.
I'm gonna say this, kilo. It's like this. Let me tell you something. Majority of Black people in America understand they came from Africa, right? But the bottom line is this: Africa has never been like a reality for most Black Americans. I mean, let me say this, right? Simple fact is, Black America is first world people. You like live on the grid, first world people, first world way of life. There hasn't been like an African country that really could duplicate lifestyle Black America.
Kala, just give me 2 seconds, Kala. And if you put a vote, let's say you bring a vote now. The Black Americans, Black Americans want to know, do you people want independence? You'll be shocked. 95% of Black Americans say no, they want to be part of the United States.
Let me say this, right? Do you know at the same time, you said if you took a poll in 1920, the Zionist movement, right? Less than 3% of the Jewish population in Europe said they supported a homeland, a Zionist state for Jews. But guess what?
Yeah,
When the state, hold up, when the state became a reality and people's minds and everything started changing, right?
yeah, because it become
The
a
reason why
reality.
most black people say that is because Africa is not a reality, right? It's not a reality to most black people. If you
Yeah,
did
Kala,
build a state, say it's like
Kala,
Kidola. I know my people better than you do. You know,
Kala, hold on.
if there
No,
was
Kala,
an
hold on.
idea,
Kala, hold on. You are not different from what I'm talking about. You give me 2 seconds. Why the Jewish people have a homeland state? It has something to do
because
with the
they were tired. Hold up, Jews were tired. Listen to Theodore Roosevelt. Learn the history. Jews were tired of being persecuted, hiding their religion, and living obscurity. They wanted a place where they could practice their religion and be among themselves and freedom. And they want to govern themselves, self-determination. Like anybody else, a natural response to anything is nationalism. You know,
the first of all.
Black America is no different than anybody else, right? The
Yeah,
Jewish
the
nationalist
first
movement,
of,
hold on. The Jewish nationalist movement was no different than the Kurds nationalist movement, the Palestinians, all these other people desire homeland and whatnot. Black America is no different. Just that we just don't have the wherewithal, the means. Is that going to be here? Is that going to be there in America, or that's
Kind of,
going to be in
kind of
Africa?
the Jews was providing services to the powerful, right? Like you take the Rothschilds for example, like Edmund the Rothschild, who are the bankers for the royal families in Europe. They had power. You take Lord Jacob Rothschild, who was the Grand Vizier to the Queen in England. They had power, so they could use the powerful to do their bidding. Now, if you just oppose that with African American, they have some power, but you have to know where to go. So, who can African Americans go to and ask for, because the Jews themselves, even though they were very rich, they needed funding to get that land of Israel, to start it.
One Jewish lady, I forgot her name. She raised $50 million at that time. That's probably like $1 billion today. $50 million for the Jewish state, even before reparations. For German reparations, Jews had people funding them.
Right.
It was just like that. So what I'm saying is this. But hold on, Kidola. Look, if we did have and you know what gets me is people don't know this, right? The original Jewish state, you know where it was supposed to be? In Uganda, in the border of Uganda and Kenya. That's where it was supposed to be originally.
Yeah,
And then what happened was people said, no, let's go to Palestine. And Jews back in as early as 1920s started migrating there, saying this is a great place to do it. People said, no, it's all desert. We don't want to go there. And then Jews said, okay, it might be. And then after World War II, Jews started flooding there, and that became the place to say, okay, this is where we're going to do this. And the Palestinians welcomed in. Then they formed the state.
Kala, yes. Why I make example of the Italians? Why I say if you put a poll that say, do you want to have your independence state? 95% will say, hey, no. Maybe 2% will said,
Kidola, you don't understand my people. I know my people. They're gonna say that, right? But if it became like the Jews, I was telling them how many Jews supported Israel, the state it was before. No.
Kala, what the Dutch,
Kidola, that is just the reality. No, black people in America are not going to do nothing right now because there's no alternative, right? But hold up. Most Jews, basically like this, lived really good in Europe. They had good lives, they went to good schools, everything like that. And then when the Holocaust happened, most of them changed their minds.
Kala, yes, but I'm talking about now. Even early 1900.
Hold on. The state of Israel still exists, man. They didn't pack up and leave.
Yeah, I got you, Kala. Kala, let me give me just 2 seconds. You see, why I said all these things is is this. What the government did, Toto was a power move to the black Americans. We just, even to their sharp that even sit there, we just too far. That they were like, wow. They don't want to miss the benefit of everything. You see, why I mentioned the Curacao? The Curacao ethnic makeup is almost like black American. When the Dutch people give the Curacao, vote for them to have fully independence. The Colombian ones that look like Colombian ones and Venezuela ones say, "Hey, no, you crazy, man! I made Dutch, man," and they give I think territory independence to be free.
That's not us. Black America is more unified.
They say
unified.
they say no. They say no.
Look, it's the same thing in Haiti. You got Haitians elite and you got Jamaican elite, but that's not Black America. That's not our culture.
Kala, you prefer different.
You keep putting these things. We're more unified on.
No.
Like that, we're more unified in Black America.
No. Kala, you far different from Haiti people. You not even as unified.
I tell you we're different because Black America is more homogeneous than these other people, culturally, So we don't have differences in, like that. Yeah, you got some people who are rich and some people are poor, but culturally, we're all the same. We're homogeneous culturally.
So, Carl, let me ask a question, right? So, with the Jews, they had the British in there after World War One. They took over from the Ottoman Turks, and the British was kind of governing that land that was Palestine.
The British were refusing them. The British were the ones holding them.
No, I hear you. Listen to what I'm saying. It's a bigger picture, right? So they went to a land that was already occupied by other people, and then they had the help of the Palestinians who were the British who was governing that land to settle them there, because even their initial settlement caused controversy, and there was confusion amongst the native who didn't want them to resettle the land. So I'm saying they had a lot of help and a lot of guardrails to help them settle into the land. With African Americans going into Africa, do you think they would need a bigger nation that would come on the land, almost like what the ACS was initially, to settle them there and make sure they're given the protection?
I would say like this. Right now, you don't need another nation because you have established African countries. Take a country like Angola for a minute. I talked to Angolan officials when they told me they got the means to actually do that, to provide the infrastructure and everything like that, security for something like that for an African. They told me that. They said, look, before you would have to have something like the ACS, but now you got people on the African continent, South Africa, all these countries that could pitch in and provide initial help. We don't have to use the white man. The things have changed now.
But the Jews, one second, the Jews was lobbying on multiple fronts. So you're part of this now, Carla. Are you lobbying on that front as well, and maybe also lobbying your people to go with you?
The first thing I had to do is, like I said, I did this show to basically put my message out there, right? Because I can't start lobbying unless I got a groundswell. And then what I'm gonna do in another year is I want to do a poll. Nothing but Black males in America. I want to pay for a poll. I don't care. I'm going to raise the money here. I'm going to pay for a poll, right? And it's going to go out throughout the internet when I hope it reaches a few million people. And I'm going to say, do you oppose the idea or support the idea of an African nation state? If we get a majority, which I think we will, then we're going to proceed to the next step.
They're going nowhere. Most of them that live in Africa continent, like in Ghana and all those places, they're getting the benefit from their retirement money from the military and all that.
You don't know, Kidola. You don't know a whole lot. You don't know a whole lot. Hold on, Kidola. We have the wealth here in America, Black America, to fund this state and sustain it. We got the money. We're not poor. We're not
Kidola might be right. Because I think you have to convince those people that their life will be better off. If you just tell them,
my whole thing is this, right? I know the average Black American is not going to do this, right? But there are people who travel, people who say they would like another thing like that, an adventure, whatnot, and they say they would like to do stuff like that. If you could get like 10% of the Black population on board, not to say 10%, the 10% supporting it, right? And out of that 10%, about another 10% of that to say, I'm actually going to do it. That's all you really need. And then eventually, the majority of Black people in America, whether they're the part of 10% that's there or 10% that's supported, 10% there, they're going to be like.
You also have to consider all of those who would probably dish the project and say, well, I can't make it here. I got some health issues. I don't think this is going to work. I'm going back to the United States.
You're only looking for the youngest, the strongest, the brightest. And I always say like this. I thought about this today, right? I said, if we do this, right, it's going to be a strict criteria. One of the things I would say, my point of thing is, you have to spend at least 1 year on the continent, right, before you make an entry here. 1 year in Ghana, 1 year in Nigeria, 1 year in Liberia, 1 year in South Africa before you're qualified to seek us out here. So we're not going to have people directly from the United States.
Okay.
So there's a lot of black people in America living on the continent right now, lots of them. You know, my guy Chris Fraser comes, he's in Tanzania. He's my BAO member in Tanzania. I got people in Tanzania, Botswana, all over the continent.
Kala, they're not there. When they're there, they have something of what called backup. Their source of income is coming from the United States.
Yeah, so hold on, Kidola. People are doing things, Kidola. They're doing business globally. They're trading globally. They're doing all kinds of stuff, you know. And some people are working on remote, you know. So it's like we're the global people. So it's like, so who cares?
Kala, the truth of the matter is, we can shout it now and there. What the government did, you could see the backlash that came from that. You prefer to be united than complain. Sorry to say, I don't blame. You'll be there for 400 years. How can you just move like that? It's not going to work. You people have too many honey on your bread. You know, too many things on your sandwich.
That's your opinion, right? That's your opinion. It's a bunch of nonsense.
So if you check, even to move, let's say even the one that even less enjoying, the one that's in the jungle or to of Colombia.
Kidola, we got people. Hold up, we got Black Americans that are living in China, living in Thailand. There are people living all over the world. Millions of us living all over the
different.
world.
You know.
All right, Kidola. Kidola. I don't want to talk about it more. All right, you don't agree with it. That's it. Let's move on. You know, I'm not gonna say it.
It's back Kala, you got pissed off.
I do not want to go.
No, Kala, just say Kala. Kala, just tell you the truth.
I do not want to go back and forth with it. I say this channel supports the idea of an Afghanistan. Period. Until you can give me something more conductive, whatever like that. Other than it just won't work. It won't work. You haven't told me how or why this just won't work. If you don't agree with it, that's fine. Let's move on. You know, you gotta talk to me intelligently. You know, other than that, it just won't work. You guys got too much butter on your bread or whatever. Stupidity. You know, you don't know us, man. You don't know Black America. You have no idea what the way we think and what we do. I look at this new group, the Zygas group, right? A Zygat group, right? These are young Gen Zs. These are freaking hardcore nationalists. These are Black nationalists. They want a nation. They don't care where it's at.
Well, they call themselves the Zeitgeist?
No, the Zamits.
Okay. They said Zeitgeist.
It's called Zamits. This young guy is brilliant. This young guy is brilliant. I told him I want to have him on my show. This kid is brilliant. His name's Comey. This kid is brilliant. Kid like he's no more than like 19 or 20, but he is brilliant. He knows history. He's very articulate. You know, he's somebody I would love to see debate Nick Fuentes. This kid is smart. And he's a young brother who's a Black nationalist. He said, it's time for us to have a nation on. I'm sick and tired of all this nonsense. See, young people ain't scared. They don't care. They say like this, we're not going to go through. Some people look at what we're going through right now. They say, that's not going to be me. They look at people pushing 60 and like, they going through all this shit. I saw a video the other day, man. It's today. This Black guy, and what is it about these brothers? They always like, yo, I'm going to make you famous. I'm putting you online. This lady called him a nigger in a gas station. I don't care if I'm going to go to jail. I'm going to hit that lady, you know? I hope you good.
That's what I was going to ask you, Carla. You can't go to jail for calling somebody the N-word, even somebody the C-word. You could go to jail for assault, for punching a lady in the face, or calling you the N-word.
Well, how about this? I'll kick a dent in the car.
You can go to jail also for that and pay.
Whatever.
Destroying her property.
My whole thing is this. If you gotta live in a place where somebody could call you a nigger and get away with it, you don't need to be living in there. And I just say like this, I just hope for the life of me saying, what the hell are we doing? There's just younger people who are saying they're just tired. They don't want it. They don't want that shit. They don't want that shit. There's one guy did the video. You probably seen it, right? He was getting arrested. The cop was like asking him a question. Oh, I just want to ask you a question. He go, "Why are you touching me?" He go, "I just want to find out. What's your ID?" And he just said, "I am fucking tired of being black in America." You saw that video. I'm fucking tired of being black in America. So kiddo don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Black people are tired.
Oh, Kala, we pass what to
You don't know what the hell you're talking about. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Or you don't know anything about Black America. All you do is know about you with some fucking rap videos. You don't know shit about what we're talking about over here. You know, how everybody loves white people.
You've been a bit rude to Godola lately. I don't know what he did to you, but come on now. Let's respect
No, because he
Godola.
says stupid shit.
No. You see, I'm not phased. I'm not phased. Look, you have to just say the truth. The truth might be very difficult, or it might be annoying to you.
Kidola, you are in Nigeria. I'm in America. I talk to my people. I know my people. You know, I can't tell you about Nigeria. I don't know a fucking thing about Nigeria. I'm not debating in Nigeria. But you don't know shit about
I got black Americans. I got black Americans.
Hold on. This is not what I'm talking about. This is the problem with the respect, Elvis, right? Everybody thinks they're gonna sit here and talk to me, a black American, right? About me, right? But yet when you talk to them, oh, it's guarded. Don't talk to me. You haven't been there, Carl. You don't like this. But everybody thinks they gotta be an expert on Black America. We're fucking sick and tired of it. You don't.
I got black Americans in my Kala, I got black Americans in my family. I got black Americans in my family.
That doesn't mean you're not one of us. You're not one of us. You know,
I got black American in my family that even when they want to measure.
I got a black America in my family, so that gives me the right to talk about shit I don't fucking know about.
Let me tell you, Kala, you can be annoyed as you want, Kala. Emotions is a lot of things. If you're not attached, even your stand, the land you want to create will be very, very difficult.
Hold on. First of all, when I say an African stand, I said, first of all, the first thing you got to do is acknowledge that you need one, right? Like the Zionist movement started before there was even a state of Israel. They basically had a government and all that stuff like that, and everything already worked out before they even hit the ground. That's where we're at right now. You know, we don't even have a good organization like the African National Congress. African Congress was formed with the idea that one day they're going to govern the country of South Africa. They had to know everything about mining, manufacturing, everything. They had to know about military, all that shit. Everything was like basically that they were capable of taking over a government on day one. Black America does not have that, you know, and that's what I'm going to build, you know. The idea of an actual African when it comes, that's the end result of it, you know? And African it's going to be definitely outside the United States. Who knows? It could be in Canada, for all we know, you know?
Let me give you this, Kala. If you say a lot of black Americans are going to South Africa, like that which is very, very few anyway. If
well, how do you know? Look at the impact they're doing. You got black American millionaires going to South Africa making money.
Kala, let me just tell you this. South Africa, black America, I hear a lot of black ones, oh, we're all the same. You people won't
Black Americans are welcomed in South Africa. Nigerians aren't. But that's the truth. Black Americans are welcomed in South Africa. The real South Africa. Look at Mark Blanton. So Black America are wanted there. Hold on. Nigerians do not want it there. They're not wanted there. They don't want black. Have you ever seen a black American attacked in South Africa?
Because you people are you people are very, very few in South Africa. And if I could count it,
I don't care how many you are. Hold on, we're different.
If I could count it, it's not developed to this. And when you people get there, I talked to one South African guy who said a lot of them are living illegally in America, in South Africa. They're built because some of them rent apartments and they stay there. They even wonder why they in South Africa.
Who's living there legally?
A lot of black Americans live there illegally in South Africa.
That's a friggin' lie.
Who tell you that?
You cannot hold it. You cannot get a U.S. passport, a visa, to go to a country and live there legally. You get arrested in the United States for doing that.
Kala,
So what are you talking
Kala,
about? You
do you know?
hold
Kala, do you?
on. Just because somebody comes from the United States, but you're a double black American, you know?
They just have a residence permit.
But what do you mean illegally, Kedona? What do you mean? Like they don't have
Okay,
the papers?
Yes, let me tell you this, because Kala can be, you see what, sometimes I don't really like when you try to put things through somebody, so you become irritated because I'm saying the truth. Look,
Elvis, have you in a million years heard about any black person in America leaving America and living illegally in South Africa? Are you stupid? You know?
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand it. Let him explain it. Maybe.
Hold on, let me finish. For you to live in South Africa, you need a residence permit, right?
Yeah, they get that.
Hold on. Why are you there? What do you want to do there? On what ground do you want to stay there? Right?
Yeah, most black people in America got education.
That is the basis. That's the basis why you need the residence permit in South Africa. If you buy a house and you stay there, they will give you kind of like a visa, because you have an investment. You have. Let me finish, man. Let me finish. You cutting me off, man. You know, I told you. You know, if you have a house,
listen to what he's saying now. He's saying that if you're a foreigner, right? If you have to have like an investor visa. If you go down as an investor class, you have to buy properly or make an investment in order to get that resident card. And maybe some South Africans don't. Some African Americans don't have it in South Africa, but they're still living there. Maybe that's what he's trying to say.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Them, so you come under the investment rules. You feel me? Then, if not that, for those that are staying there, not all of them is buying. Not all of them that is buying houses. Some of them, majority of them, they're renting. Some of them are come as a student visa, right? But they're not really going to school. So they always have ways they can use it to stay there. But the moment South Africa understand that you don't go to school, you just want to be staying there.
Unless a black American has money investment, what the hell are we going to South Africa for? We got money, we got way more opportunity in America, and we go to South Africa because we got an opportunity there. Ain't nobody going to South Africa because they got to. We're not desperate, you know.
You see, it's very difficult.
We're not desperate in America.
Very difficult. It's very difficult for me to explain this to you, because you already get. This is the high horse that is. Sometimes I just listen to you, Kala. You know, you get irritated, like, who dare me to say this, who dare me to say that. If you start thinking like that, even in Ghana, even for you to stay in Ghana, even for you to live in Ghana as a black American, you need a residence permit to live in Ghana. So majority of this, majority of these black Americans that you see in Ghana, majority of these black Americans you see in Ghana, they all live there illegally.
That awakens your soul. From Johannesburg's vibrant streets to Cape Town's breathtaking vistas, stand tall in Mandela Square, reflect at the Apartheid Museum, indulge in luxury hotels, and savor exquisite cuisine under starlit skies. This is the real South Africa, more than a vacation. It's the adventure of a lifetime. Book your dream trip at realsouthafrica.com and let your story take flight.
Imagine a place where your history comes alive and your future unfolds. Welcome to South Africa, where Black excellence meets natural wonder. From the vibrant streets of Johannesburg to the sun-kissed beaches of Durban, a journey of discovery awaits. The Real South Africa Travel and Tourism understands your journey, because it's our journey too. We've curated experiences that speak to the Black American soul, ensuring your trip is not just a vacation, but a homecoming. From safaris that bring you face-to-face with majestic wildlife to wine tours in the lush Cape wine, we offer adventures that cater to every taste and interest. So why are Black Americans flocking to South Africa? Because here we don't just visit, we belong. Book your unforgettable journey today with the Real South Africa Travel and Tourism. Discover your roots, embrace your future. The Real South Africa awaits.
All right, guys, this is Mark Edward Blanton from the Real South Africa, and guess what? our visa services is back. We're going to be helping you guys with visas because we all know that it can be problematic to get a visa here in the Republic of South Africa. So what we have done, we partnered with a big company that will assist us, and we've checked them out. We recommend that their services are very, very proper. Of course, we go with proper here in the Republic of South Africa, and they can assist you. So if you have questions about, do I qualify for a visa, then that's when we have our consult. You get a consult with these guys. They will literally go through everything with you. And my expectations is for you to ask all the questions that you need to ask so you will know exactly which way to proceed. So they work in every arena of immigrations. So it would definitely help us who are looking to migrate to the Republic of South Africa. And all I can say is first, come on a trip, of course.
He's bringing thousands of Black Americans to South Africa every year. So I don't know what Kid Old is talking about.
Is tourism?
Mark Blanton.
Hold on. Is tourism like permanent? Hold on.
It's not just tourism. Most of the people who go there on tour end up staying. They can get some residency.
Kala, I can understand, Kala.
So
you never really you leave Kala. Kala, let me tell you this. Kala, hold on. Kala, let me tell you this, Kala. You live in the United States and you come to this. I live over the whole Europe. Let me tell you one thing. You need a fucking residence permit. You need a fucking residence permit to live in a place.
South Africa is a first world country like the United States.
Oh, South Africa, you think you don't come with America? These people are selling you what called a trip. They're not selling you to a permanent stay in South Africa. Check what he said.
You understand what he's saying, Carla?
Hold on. Mark Blanton right here does real estate, right? You got people over in America. There's one Black lady sold her house for $700,000. She bought a bigger house in South Africa for $150,000. And pocket like $600,000.
She have what called investment. She have what called an investment visa.
Exactly, Carla. When you have a visa, it's for a set amount of time. It might be for 1 year, 6 months.
But they help you get permanent residency. That's what
they do. That's what Kadola is saying. Some people probably didn't get that permanent residency. They probably went initially.
Not everybody want to stay there. Some people love it, fall in love with the place, and they live
even those that have properties there, even those that even have properties there, they can give you can be coming to some amount of time to enjoy the property you have there. It's not permanent even. It's an investment something. Who told you that? Do you know the politicians? Kala, do you know our politicians? Kala, no understand. Kala, no understand. Kala, no understand. You view the way you see this, Kala. You're not talking to a bushman.
Nobody's coming to
Kala, you're not talking to a bushman. Be very careful, Kala. You're not talking to a bushman, Kala.
Nobody's coming to your country, man.
No, who give a damn? We don't even want it to be there. You only say those kind of shit, Kala.
Nobody's coming to your
country.
When
you talking about shit that you believe that you want to, or nobody come to your country. Kala, have you ever lived in Germany? Have you ever lived in Sweden? Have you ever lived in London? Where have you lived?
Mark Blanton.
Where have you lived, Kala?
My friend Mark Blanton's in South Africa with his lovely wife. I don't
understand. It's very difficult to talk to.
Neither one of us are coming to that shithole you call Nigeria. So don't worry about
it. Kala, you people are backward, Kala. Black Americans are backward. You people don't know much.
Well, we're here in Liberia.
If you want to take us, Kala, you to the
Black Americans.
Kala, to your certain extent, Kala, to your certain extent, Kala, you don't. Oh, this is what I don't hate. Oh, how can he be telling me that Black America live illegal in South Africa? Bring this South Africa guy. Let's say the truth here.
Hold on. The Mark Blanton, does he sound like he's doing anything illegal?
We don't talk about illegal. We just talk about some of them stay over there without not having the proper paper.
Okay, all right. Give me an example. Why don't you put the video up? You got proof? You can put the video up.
How many South Africa live? How many Black Americans live in South Africa?
Hold on. You said there were Black Americans. Like there got to be a video, some evidence.
Tell her, you might understand. You don't know much about immigration, Kala. Your immigration system, you know, is very limited, Kala. That's just the truth.
Hold on. First of all, Black
you check the immigration. We'll start arguing now, Kala. You check the immigration system. Check the immigration system. Oh, Elvis. Let me check the immigration system of South Africa. Check the immigration system of South Africa. Check the immigration system of South Africa. You see, I don't want to argue with you because you could Google this, Kala. You check the immigration system of South Africa. Elvis asked him to break down the immigration system of South Africa.
First of all, hold on. Why would anybody go to South Africa or any part of Africa legally? We're in the United States. We don't need to leave the United States. This is the United States, man.
Some of you people live illegal, even in Gambia, even in Ghana.
Most of those people living in Gambia, if they're living there, they're people who are freaking criminals or people like that, people on the edge of the margins. The majority of Black people who go to Africa that got money and educated on that, are doing things the right way,
Kala, your limit of immigration system is very limited, Kala.
I have no idea. Even like with the Bag family, they're there legally. All the people I know in Gambia.
Kala, I can travel over the whole world. Just the way you can travel with over the whole world, Kala. You feel me? I can travel over the whole world. So I know what's called the immigration system nearly over the whole world. Don't push me. Don't push me like, what you don't know nothing, Kala.
Here's an actual South African in the chat room. GT Million says, out of the thousands of African Americans who have come to South Africa, only 2 have been arrested and deported for overstaying visas.
The Black Americans even live in Liberia where you there for free.
Hold on. We got Black Americans who live in Liberia, right?
You need residence permit. You need a residence permit. You need a residence permit to live in Liberia.
Look. You can live. Of course, you live any place. You gotta have a residence.
You need a residence permit. You need a residence permit to live in Liberia.
If there's no problem, residence goes $50. Ain't no damn money.
So you need a residence permit to. So you need a residence permit to live in Liberia. If you want to live there permanently.
Liberia is an independent sovereign state. And I respect. I'm here.
You need a reason for me to live in Liberia.
Hold on. I'm here on a diplomatic visa.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That is not a permanent residence permit. That's not a permanent residence permit, Kala.
I am not trying to get permanent residency. I'm not trying to.
So you see, need a residence permit to any American. Any Black Americans that are coming to Liberia.
I personally am not trying to reside here. So what the hell I need a residency for?
So if you want to settle down there fully, you need a residence permit.
I'm not going to settle down here fully.
Or to become
I'm perfectly fine with
visiting. Most of your people that are running around everywhere.
Hold up. Next year, I might stay for 4 or 5 months. That's it. I am not trying to be a resident of Liberia, or Africa. It's not like the Africa's not there for me.
Kala, the fact, you see, you can point as you want to point it. I'll just tell you the fact. If you want to live in South Africa fully, for those that are going to buy a house, they need a residence permit of about a year to be there.
Let me find you real South Africa real estate. Let's see, real estate tour. Let's see what Mark Blanton is doing. Real estate opportunity in South Africa. Let's see.
Welcome back to the Real South Africa. We are announcing a big announcement. So check out this video, and hey, now that you're on the inside, these people here came on a tour with the Real South Africa some time ago, and we do this fairly regularly because we are a tourism company and we do so many different things here in South Africa. We're so glad that we can bring in so many different people from all around the world, all around the United States, to explore South Africa properly. As you see, there go me and Tasha. We're doing our thing, and of course exposing those who have never been to SA properly. And it really matters. You know, these people came and we remember them very well, and they had the most amazing time. Actually, if you look real closely at some of these people, because I know a lot of you guys watch our videos, they are on a real estate tour. And we are bringing you guys another real estate tour here in February 2026 here to Johannesburg. And this is where they are. And of course, they look, you know, obviously exploring, very excited. Some of these people have been with us before. And of course, they knew how well we do our tours. So they decided to come back on another tour to include this particular real estate tours. You are invited as well to do the same. All you have to do is go to our site, check it out, and go ahead and book your tour because it's going to fill up fast. So all I can say, like I always say, we will see you here in sunny South Africa. And by the way, check out the rest of this video, give you a little bit more details on what's going to happen. All right, guys, this is Mark Blanton from the Real South Africa Travel and Tourism. And I'm sure a lot of you guys know who we are, but if you are just now running into us, I know some people are saying, I just found your videos. Oh my God, they're life-changing. Yes, they are, simply because so many people have came to South Africa as tourists, enjoyed themselves, had the most amazing time, and over several visits going back and forth, they decided to say, you know what, I think South Africa might be our final destination. So people are looking for something special. Obviously, their whole life, they've been kind of like, you know, I want this type of property. I want this type of property, but it might take a long time or you might never get the opportunity. Well, here in South Africa, property is abundant. This is a great opportunity. And so what we've been doing over the last X amount of years, I think this would be our 6th real estate tour here in South Africa. And so we're doing one right here, another one right here in Johannesburg. Go to the website, therealsouthafrica.com, and check it out. We're also going to be going to Pretoria as well, because people have been missing out on all the gems that are in Pretoria as well. So between Johannesburg, between Pretoria, you're going to find what you're looking for. And if not, you're going to be dealing with the agents that we bring on board. Our agents that we vet and certify are the ones that are going to help you throughout your journey when it comes to real estate. So just suppose you come on the tour and you're like, hey, I'm not really interested in buying property. Chances are by the time you spend 5 days of just viewing property all day, you're going to be like, wow, this is amazing. But then here's the good part. You got the opportunity to have the contacts and the right resources once you leave to make that decision after you leave, or you can continue to contact the same agents and they'll be more than happy to help you simply because you're working with the Real South Africa. So it's a win-win. So that's why you need to come on the tour. I can tell you right now, there are people who have come on the tours in the past and said, I'm not here to, buy something. I just want to see. And they came here and they left with actual offers because they couldn't believe the type of property that they can get for the cost that they can get it at. So all I can say, guys, is come on the tour. It's absolutely stunning. You can also do some investments. So what does that mean? People are coming here. Some of our people are seeing that you can buy apartments, condos, and great locations that they do not have to manage, all sorted out for them for rock bottom prices. Let's just say that. And, that's an American term. For, affordable prices that they're like, wow, so you're telling me I can get a return? Yes. Now, owning property in South Africa is very simple. You purchase the property, you can either use financing, which we would have the finance people in the room that will assist you. And then, of course, you can have your own financing or you can have cash, however you want to do it. But it'll never happen if you don't come. So I would suggest that you come, and you'll be surprised of what you will be able to find. When I say they'll be in the room, I mean the bankers. They're going to be in the room as well. They're going to be able to let you know, hey, this is this is that. So all these questions that you may have had in the past, or you heard people from other countries talking about how property works. Well, here, once you purchase the property, it's yours. It's yours forever until you decide to sell it. But it's yours. You can pass it down to family and so forth. So again, it's a win-win. And if I was you, I would go with someone, a tourism company that's vested here in South Africa, because we actually are. Number 2, we actually live here. Number 3, we've actually bought property here as well. So we understand the process and so forth. And keep in mind, that we want you guys to have this opportunity as well. So at the same time, you're probably thinking, okay, I'm gonna have to insure my property and all this and all that. Or better yet, if you decide you want to be here part-time, because there are those that are saying, hey, all I want to do is come for a few months a year. I want to rent it out the rest of the year, but I want to have some insurance, like some health insurance, and have access to hospitals just in case. Those people are going to be in the room too. So everything that you're going to need is going to be in the room to make this process work smooth for you. Let me give you another example. There are going to be some, not all, that are going to be like, hey, you know, I really want to immigrate to South Africa. Listen, coming over here as a visitor, which you will be, isn't the same as immigrating. So you can still own the property. That's not a problem. We want you to own the property. They want you to own the property. But if you decide that you just hey, I just want to live in South Africa, that may happen because people are finding out how amazing it is beyond what they remember being told back in school. So with that being said, I would say to you this: we're going to have the immigrations people there. You can have a conversation with them. You can have your consuls ask all the questions, because there's enough people out there that are going to tell you things on the internet, videos, people who are not vetted, people who are not going to assist you in your process of immigrations. And I look at it like this: if you're going to court, there's a difference between going to court with a lawyer and without a lawyer. I'm gonna leave it there. Okay. So I would say have representation to assist you in something that's life-changing and so forth. But our tour is comprehensive. What I like about it is that you're going to meet like-minded people on this tour. There's going to be so many people that are doing the exact same thing you're doing, and you're going to meet them. And then so from our perspective, we hand you to the machine that we built, and we sit back and we watch you guys do very well, have the conversations and whatnot. For some of you guys, it's going to be your first experience in South Africa. And I would tell you right now, this is going to be a great first experience, because we're still going to have you in an amazing location. You're going to have the options after you finish seeing property, because that's what you came for, to see other parts of the city, do other things in South Africa, to get to know South Africa. And that's kind of what we do as well. So this is going to be like a 2 or 3 fold experience for you guys. The last part of it is you're going to be a little bit upset. I know, because at some point, the last day is going to come. You're going to have to get on the plane and you're going to have to go back. But that's okay. You've made your impression here in South Africa. You've got an opportunity to see it proper. Everything was sorted for you. You're going to have every contact that you're going to need to deal with property. So if it's something that you don't see while you're on this tour, that's not a problem. Because
I'll pause it right there. So Elvis, what do you think so far?
Yeah, I mean, South Africa.
And they basically, South Africa really wants Black Americans there. It's like the middle class Black Americans are going there, but we could look. When we go to America's getting so expensive.
You asked me a question. I didn't even say anything yet. Right. But I like, South Africa is really a beautiful country, right? And both of you guys could be right, because like what Kadola is saying, like, if somebody goes to South Africa and say, well, I like it here, you know what? I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna get a ticket. I'm gonna come back and try to live here for a year or 6 months. But in order to do that, because if you get a visa expires after 6 months, after a year. If you overstay the visa,
let me say this: like the guy Jude said, and all the thousands of Black Americans there, there's only been 2 incidents.
Okay, so that is it's on Kadola to tell you if there's more incidents than that. But I'm just saying,
he just running his mouth. You don't have any evidence. You don't have any evidence. So I get mad at Kadola because he runs his mouth all the time. You don't know what he's talking about. This right here, Mark Blanton, we're doing serious things. We're making Black America is making a transition. There's a lot of Black Americans who are moving to South Africa and stuff like that because like this. So the bottom line is this: the idea of moving out of America is burning in a lot of, and not just any Black people, middle class Black people, upper class Black people. These are people going there. These are people who got money in education. Mark Blanton, he used to be in the Secret Service. His wife is a doctor. She sold her practice to go to South Africa. She sold her practice. So the bottom line, these are the type of people you got going over there. So when Kilo said, oh, Black Americans are going there, he don't know shit about us. I know Black America. You give the opportunity and stuff like that. South Africa is someplace that definitely can compete. My goal is to have an African that can compete on the level of South Africa. Then you get people to come there. But some raggedy ass country, no, you ain't gonna get people to go there. South Africa is a first world country. That's what we got to build, you know. So it is what it is.
No, but respectfully to my South African brothers, it's a country that's built in collaboration with whites, and that's one of the things you're trying to leave behind in the United States.
The thing is, we black people in America, we don't care. You know,
Oh, really, Carla? You're running away from the white races. You think they're not white races in South Africa?
The difference is this: there's a huge black population there, right? And the bottom line is this: white people and white people as a minority is different than white people as a majority. You know, the whites in
They have the majority in other places in that society, Carla.
Yeah, no, but the thing is, though, black people in South Africa, black Americans in South Africa, have carved out their own space. They got their own networks, their own social clubs, they got their own businesses, neighborhoods, everything. So they're not really interacting with whites on that level, but they do business with some of them, obviously. But it's not like in America where you're dominated by white people, a majority or whatnot. You got to deal with a lot of bullshit. Trust me.
Carla, all the video you play, this Kumbaya type of video is nice. Tourism business. This guy is running tourism.
Well, how's it cool? He was
Carla, let me finish, Carla. Even Ghana, I heard that you have to pay 3,000 for a year for you to even live in Ghana for as a black American for residence permit. You start with Elvis. Elvis 3,000 to live in. I think they say about 2,000 plus, plus for residence permit.
It's like $2,000. It's like 10 years.
Okay,
like
okay, 2,000 to live in Ghana.
10
I
years.
think it's a year. One guy say you have to go and renew his visa every year. Ghana don't give you 10 years.
Okay,
Ghana don't give you 10 years. They don't do that.
Hold on,
you know?
It's like let's see. Let's look it up. You know, how much does visa cost?
You know, if you say check it.
How much is visa?
Talk about residence permit, permanent residence permit to live in Ghana.
Is resident.
How much they pay? Because I was checking what Black American girl was saying. It's costing her too much.
Okay, it says Ghana resident permit fees vary by type, ranging from $150 to $1,000 standard work residence and whatnot. You know, I don't know. Okay, it says work and residence permit $1,000, work and residence ECOWAS $647, dependent permit $190 to $388, non-citizen ID card $120, first timer $60, medical screening $250, penalties, expired permit penalties range from 37 cents to 50 cents. So in other words, basically, I don't know what you get this $1,000 for. You know, I don't know where you get that from Ginola. The residency, it starts at residency permit. If you're not working, it starts at is $150.
So in South Africa, what you get in South Africa, when you buy a property, you have what called an investment visa. You'll be coming there maybe a year. That's what the Gotos brothers were having.
Check us out.
Hold on.
People coming here. Mark Blanton.
That's what the Gotos. That's what those two Indians. Those two Indian billionaires that run away from South Africa that connected to Zuma. They will not even live. They will not even have a permanent visa. Residence permit.
They're called the Guptas. The Guptas in South Africa.
The Guptas run away because they were not even South African citizen until they will have what called an investment permit to even live in South Africa. South Africa is very strict. Whatever they're doing, they have almost like
European people. You got people moving there.
You understand? So if you want to live in a year, you buy a special health insurance. Even with your property you have there, you buy a special health insurance, and other. It might be cheap because
a lot of people have insurance. Some in South Africa, I sucked up South African insurance. You can bring your own insurance from the United States over there and use it. So that was the first
you cannot bring it for free. You plug into their own health insurance while you're paying them.
No. South Africa. Basically, a lot of American insurance companies have offices and businesses
You,
branches in
you
South
pay
Africa.
you stop paying your own country. You start paying to South
Yeah,
Africa
and also, yeah, I know that.
cost.
And the insurance in South Africa is cheaper than
Uh-huh.
America.
So that is the cost. That will even be a special health insurance for you because you do have a permanent residence there. And for those that are renting, for
But the
those
thing is, I
for
don't know what are you driving at? What
for
are you
no
driving?
no, I want to just tell you the truth. This is how it works there.
Yeah, hold
That's what
on. But what do you what's the point of you? What is your whole point?
you said people go to South Africa and they live in
Yeah,
there
people.
free. I
I'm
said no.
showing you. People are going to South Africa. Black people in America go
You
to South
know,
Africa.
you can go there. You can go there. You can go there on tourist. You can get your South Africa visa. You go
There's
there on
people
tourist.
going
Enjoy
there. There's
yourself.
people buying, like Mark Blanton does. He helps people
You
buy
know,
property and they move in there. What are you talking about? And get residency there and eventually
if you have
citizenship.
money, even if you have money, you can also buy Portuguese residence permit. If you
No,
have money,
it said GT Million says you don't need property to get a permit in South Africa. It's like moving to America. Yeah, no, it's a first world country. You know, it's not this third world bullshit. You know, you don't need to buy property to get a visa in South Africa, or investment visa. That's what third world countries do. They get you. You got to invest in
okay. How do
something.
you stay? How do you stay? Hold on. How do you stay in South Africa? There, just come and pack your bag and stay there.
Well, so yeah, it's
Is
a
that
first world country. Yes, it's like you could do in
is
Europe.
that the way you go and ask? Is that the way South Africans that go to United States live
Well,
there?
the difference is this. Black people in America are like Europeans.
Mhm.
We're expats. We don't sit there and we're not a burden on the country. We eventually gonna leave.
How
You guys,
the
you guys,
South Africa? How the South
come there. You
Africans?
guys
How
came
the
there. Hold
how
on,
the South Africans?
hold on. We don't come. Hold on, we don't come there as migrants. We're not migrants. You know.
How the South Africans? How the South Africans going to South Africa? Are they just going to stay also like that?
Well, the bottom line is this: Black people in America, you legally could go to South Africa. You're legally entitled to be there. You're there. That's how we do it legally. You know, and you're there.
Do you know the law, Carla? Do you know the laws is what you give to me, I give to you back? That's how it
No,
works.
that's Nigeria, bro. That's Nigeria.
No, in South Africa also.
It's called reciprocity.
Yeah, but
That's
there's
good.
but there's no. But when it comes to first world countries, like you could come to
That's
America,
good.
you don't have to give nothing to America.
No, no, no,
to
no,
get
no,
a
no, no, no,
permit.
no. It doesn't work. It does not work like that. When
Okay,
Namibia,
so let me ask you a question. We got millions of people in this country illegally. What do they give to America? Nothing.
some of them don't even have health insurance. They can't vote.
What
They,
insurance?
they,
Most people, hold on.
they can't,
People are collecting Medicaid and some of everything and never even paid into the system. What are you talking about?
are they not the one that ICE is catching and they deported them because they have
Well,
no
the
paper
bottom
to live
people
in
get
the
deported,
United
but there's
States?
people been living in America for years, ain't never paid taxes or nothing. You know?
Yeah, but
So
yeah, because the police or whatever they use it
No,
there is not right.
actually, Carlo, for illegal immigrants, they put more into the system than they get
well,
out.
that's a myth that's been busted.
Yeah,
That's
because usually they're working,
they
paying taxes, but they don't get
calculate
government
who pays taxes,
services.
but they're not. Hold
Because
on.
of,
In order for you to pay taxes, you gotta have
Every
in order for you to pay taxes, you gotta have a social security number.
every
You know,
when Ghana was promoting
you know, so
tourism
you're
in
not
Ghana,
paying taxes. You're not paying into
well,
Medicare. You're not paying into FICA and stuff like that. You got to have a
every
tax ID
when
number or
search it out, Carla. You see.
yeah, look, Elvis, I already did that research. It's been debunked. That's something that
when
floated around the internet. Just like the
when
whole
Ghana was
idea Black women in America are the most educated. Another nonsense they float on the internet and people believe it. Third world country depends on third world countries, natural resources. What the hell? First world and natural resources make it sense. Critical, no critical thing. I don't know what they're talking about. You know,
Kala, you can call it Kala,
Kala,
you can call it third world countries. We know even for you to live in anywhere, you must have to surround yourself with. If you want to live legally there, you must. Somebody want to make money. When Ghana was promoting himself, the year of return. Oh, if you want to stay, you stay. Will you believe that they need money from you? No.
Like
you
I
think,
said, yo, hold on.
just
First of all, there's only like around 700 Black Americans in Ghana. You know, that's about it.
How do you know, Kala? Why you cut it is? Why you
I
cut
know
it is
that.
down?
I know that. Most of the other people
How do you
there
know,
are
Kala?
coming from the Caribbean.
There's a 5,000, 10,000. Now you
No, ain't
700.
no 5,000, 10,000. No, ain't no 5,000 or 10,000. You know, a lot of those people that they count as African Americans were actually Ghanaians who got deported. America under the Biden administration deported like 7,000 Ghanaians, and they basically listed them as African Americans. Bootleg African Americans. There ain't no African Americans living in. No. Look, kiddo.
Hey, I wanna know about the Dudula, because that's what that guy is. The guy Lozi, I think Lozi the Dudula. What is a Dudula or GT Millen? Explain it to us, because he called them a loser.
What you call the doula is basically a safety.
They're nationalists, right? South African nationalists.
What they are is Black South Africans who are against Black immigrants. They say they're taking jobs and they're stealing their identity, whatever like that. I think they're a little too extreme because they don't target white illegal immigrants. They only target Black illegal immigrants. But
I don't go to where there's no human right. I don't go to whereby somebody will chase me. They finish my life as a juggle justice. I love my country. I'm the boss. If I want to leave, I go to Europe, where my wife's from. I enjoy myself heavily. I move back again. I want to go to anywhere. I can board and go to Australia without getting a visa. I can board and go to everywhere. But, I'm not going to some of these African countries that I put my life in the risk over there just because the way I look. No, man. So I don't see nothing there. What am I going to do?
Like I said, hold on. Like I said, Black people in America, for some reason, are not every country, but South Africa is one of those countries that really welcome Black America. I don't know what it is. They see maybe the whole Nelson Mandela thing. Maybe it's all music entertainment, but they really feeling Black America.
Which is good, which is very, very good.
Maybe because of the apartheid, they have a kinship. Really,
you people are not coming there to get into their market business.
What it is. So Black people in South Black Americans, they love.
The people go to South Africa for holiday to enjoy themselves.
He said the doula is.
They have money.
These aren't just any Black people. These are Kidola. This is Black middle America going to South Africa. Middle Black America, educated middle class Black America is going to South Africa. These aren't Pan-Africanists.
That's what I said. That's what I said. I said you people not going there like the Somalians, like the Zimbabweans. Those that come to South Africa, their money is coming directly from the United States. And that money is thousands of dollars.
It's like this. These are people, basically, Black America has pension funds and retirement savings and pension funds, right? Probably say altogether is bigger than the whole GDP of the entire African. That's what you're dealing with, home equity. They said they estimated that Black home equity in America was undervalued. Elvis knows this, by $500 billion. So that means you got trillions of dollars worth of home equity in Black America, right? That money could be transported. That's being transported to South Africa because people are basically selling a house in America and buying property and transferring the money to South Africa. So South Africa is getting a lot of Black Americans who are making Donald Trump and them upset about that. If you got a Black American,
how many Black Americans live in South Africa? Can you check it out?
I don't know. It's about a good 1,000 or 2,000, But that number right there is significant because at any time that number could grow, because South Africa is probably the only country in Africa that's capable of bringing even any significant number of Black Americans there, probably because it's a first world country, it's the only country that's like this, GTB says South Africa like Black Americans, South Africans, not for African origin fair. They target illegal Albanians.
I've never been there. I've never been there, Carl. It's my body. It's my body that been. It's my body that been to South Africa.
I saw. Look, even though the white people try to make it seem like Johannesburg is freaking beautiful. Holy shit! That place, the architecture and the buildings is so friggin' nice. Johannesburg is nice. Cape Town's nice. Cape Town's beautiful. Durban's beautiful. South Africa is a beautiful country. I'm sorry. That country is like heaven.
See, Kala, it's beautiful, but I've never been there. It's my boy that went there, and he left there too. He just went there for a visit. They left. I've never been there. But what I see in TV and the way they can just analyze people like that with
Well,
a
that's
very
in
big hammer.
that's in the townships in certain areas, stuff
I ain't
like
going
that.
there, man.
Where most of our people live, they ain't gotta worry about that.
You people live with the white people there. You people live in estates.
No, there's also hold on. There's also black people there in South Africa got money. You know,
you live in estate be controlled by
black
you live
South
you live
Africans and
you
African
live in
Americans.
an estate be controlled by heavy security. That's just the truth.
Yeah, so whatever, you know. But the bottom line is these neighborhoods.
Which is good. Which is good, you know. But that doesn't mean you have to put down like place like Ghana.
All I know is
You have to put that place like Ghana or any other place, you know.
I'm like that. That's not. I can see myself. South Africa is one country I can see myself relocating to. You know, South Africa, like America, because
why do you want to relocate? Why do you want to relocate to South Africa? Why?
Because it's developed. That's why.
Even the white people that ever brought the color.
I really don't care about that. All I care about
is you don't care, but
first of all, white South Africans never did anything to me. The Afrikaners, the Boers, they're not my problem. You know, my problem is the white American. You know, I said it at the top of the show. The white America is my problem. If I'm away from him, I'm fine. You know, I don't give a fuck. I can go to any place in the world. As long as I don't have the white American there, I'm good. You know, I could deal with white Afrikaners. I met a couple of them. I remember my first Afrikaner boy I met when I was 17. I was in high school, right? And so a guy that I used to work with at summer camp, he was I was a junior counselor. He was a counselor. He was older. He was in college, right? And he had a South African kid that was an exchange student that was staying with him and his family. And he had a farm. And he told the South African
they used to do that. What we call exchange. Some of them come to do nanny.
Hold on. The year was 1985, right? 1985. This is like.
So where you met a white? You met a white South Africa, right? A white one.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
A white.
White one. Let me finish what I'm saying. Yes. You know. Anyway, this guy said he was telling me about this South African kid that's staying with him, and he said, "Oh, we got to do some chores on the farm." He goes, "Oh, I don't do work. That's for the blacks." And he threw him a bale of hay. He said, "This is America. Everybody works." And he put him to work, but he didn't like it. He's like, okay. Anyway, when the summer was over, right before the summer was over, he brought this kid, Johans, whatever his name is, to my night job at Burger King, right? And introduced me, and we shook hands. And we sat there, just looking at each other. He says, "Yo, you know, I told him about you. I told you about him, whatever." We just sat there like, "How you doing?" You know. And he was an Afrikaner boy. We're about the same age, you know. And he was showing him that black people in America are not like you think. You know, he was like, "Yeah, well, they act different over here in America than over there," something like that, some of that effect. Anyway, but a year later, that's when the whole protest started in 1985 or something like that. That year, I never forget that. That's when they had the year they had "I Won't Play Sun City" song, you know, Sun City Resorts, whatever. And it was 1985. Never forget summer '85, you know. And I met my first Afrikaner, you know. And whatnot. And one time I met an Afrikaner guy in Virginia, and he goes, I go, "Where you from?" He goes, "South Africa." He saw a look on my face. He goes, "Oh, don't worry, we're getting better. You know, we completely changed the country around." Because he saw my face like drop, like, you know, it's before Nelson Mandela got elected. He said, "Oh yeah, I'm from South Africa." And he said, "Oh, don't worry, man, we're making a lot of changes. Things are getting better." You know, I was like, because he so looked at my face like I was like, "South Africa," you know, and so he was like expecting that, you know. So I was like, but the only times I met South Africans, I never really had a problem with South Africans, you know, the ones I met, whatever. Only one problem I had with South Africans was this one guy that trolls me all the time. He's from South Africa, but he's a fucking fat bore. He's been trolling me for years, bothering me for years, telling me I don't belong in Africa and that he has all these African girls that he's screwing in Angola and like that. Where does this guy at? I'm surprised he hasn't showed up here, Basically, he's a freaking, he says he tried to go to Liberia and they told him he couldn't have land and whatnot. I said, dude, man, stay out of Liberia, He says, you're a racist, Kala, Southern Africa belongs to white people. He goes, we're going to take Southern Africa back. The Portuguese are going to take Angola back. I said, okay, whatever. I haven't seen that guy in years, man. I wonder where the hell is he at? His name is Johans, John, he calls himself the Boer or whatever, I don't know. But for the most part, I meet South Africans and they're very, very laid back people, white people, South Africans. I mean, even though with their I think their racism is not so much as race as the culture, I don't think they understand African culture, black culture, and stuff like that. They pretty much get along with westernized American black people, It ain't like America. America, white and black people have the same culture, same religion, same standard.
Kala, I don't like Kala. No, you're not honest, Kala.
I am
those
being
white
honest.
Those white South Africans are more.
White South Africans have no reason to think they're superior to Black Americans, right? Because they're like, they have no reason. But their whole thing is that when they live in Africa, they really think they're superior because they think they built civilization. They think they built everything. And we come there, we're coming from a much more advanced civilization than they are. We have more inventions.
Who tell you that? Who tell you that, Kala? Who tell you that?
And that's just a matter of fact. Black America is a more advanced civilization.
Who tell you that, Kala? You see what the white man built in South Africa? You see Johannesburg? You see all those estates?
Hold on.
What do you think? You think they're joking?
America is a more advanced civilization.
Kala, no. Kala, don't say something like that.
It's the truth.
You see what they built? You see what they built? You see what they build? You see what they build like the ancestors? Where they're coming from?
Hold on. Right now,
you think you're far advanced than them? What the hell is that?
America's probing Mars right now. What are you talking about?
Drop the link, Kala.
What are you talking about? America is a more advanced civilization, bro.
Evis, is Black Americans advanced than white South Africans?
Yeah,
well, Kala, when you say that, you're tethering yourself to what the white man accomplished here with your help.
Let me ask you a question. Right now, white South Africans, right? They have an advantage where it is. But let's list all the inventions that South Africa.
What are you talking about, bro? You see the buildings, you see the architect, you see the design.
Hold on. A fair question, right? Name me like 5 inventions of white South Africans.
God,
no, really.
He's talking about the society, the architecture, the city planning.
Okay, I know that, but right, like this. But you understand something? When they put the master plan down, right? They brought engineers, scientists, everything from all over the world.
From where? From where?
From Europe and all over the world.
No, these people are the one that built. These people are the one that built the society themselves.
The average Afrikaner has like a 4th grade education.
No. Don't say that, Kala.
Hold on.
Don't say that. Don't say that. No. These are powerful engineers.
Hold. Let me tell you about this idiot.
No, Kala, no, man. Kala, stop doubting you right now, man.
Adola, let him speak, Adola.
Hold on. Not even a year. We brought a whole bunch of them here, like a few hundred of them here. Mary, now what are they doing? They can't make it in America. It's too hard. They're going packing their bags and going back to South Africa to the easy life. Their white South Africans are nothing without the black labor that they exploit. Take away that black labor and they got nothing.
Kala, you see, you are just like your Africa.
Hold on. That is the truth.
Oh, man.
Oh,
God.
Let me ask you a question. Why are all these white South Africans leaving America? They're down. Why they go
Kala,
back?
they don't like United States.
Oh,
They,
no,
first
because
of all, hold on.
it ain't because they don't like the United States. They
first
said
of all,
life
the way they
is
live,
hard.
first of all, the way they
They
live,
said life is
Condola,
difficult.
you can't deny the fact that the white South African had a leg up because they had the black population as a labor force to help them achieve most of the things that they achieved there.
Exactly.
Just
We
as the
did them
white
violence.
Americans had the slave, labor force here that they utilized to achieve the things they achieved. So that's a
but
factor.
we have to be honest that if you see South Africa, you see Australia, you will see Europe in them, and they build it,
They
and this
always
is
had
their
the underclass, the Aborigines in Australia was the black folks that helped, build that country.
You know,
worse
if
than
you
Europe.
if
And
you see if you see New Zealand,
one time, one time,
if
The
you see
only
New Zealand,
civilization that didn't use black people's help, white civilization in Europe and even in
if,
Africa, was the Russians.
if you
The
see
Russians built their civilization without the black helps, But the
if
Europeans, the
you see
British,
New
they all
Zealand,
brought slaves to help them build up their
same thing with
countries.
Japan.
if you see New Zealand,
Check
you
this
see
out. The
Australia,
British, the
you start
Australians,
reading who they are.
Australians used to capture people from Fiji and Shanghai them. You know what Shanghai means?
You
You
know,
put
we
somebody
just
on a
have
ship under false
to.
pretenses.
We
Like
don't.
this. So
We
the bottom, they used to get
where these
free
people are
labor from the
40.
people on the Fiji
Where these
island one
people are.
day.
Look, Kala, when
Please
these people
don't
are
tell me
40,
about
they're
Australia.
Kala, when these people are 40, they're 40. But you cannot don't challenge their advanced architectural development in organized way they stay. All this estate your black Americans are going to chip into is being built by them. They own all this estate. Is this all their properties? You know, go they
I don't know.
run
I really don't know what you're talking about.
they run everywhere in South Africa. Look at what they give. Look at the short time. Look at the short time they will give. Look at the short time they will give to the Negroes. Look at the short time they will give to the Negroes. They even know light is not even on in there.
There's a lot of black Americans going
Come to a place where you don't even
property, real estate, and that's the one thing that like South Africa has that Liberia doesn't have. Liberia does not have a modern real estate market system. If it did, it would go someplace. But Liberia,
the system is different, Carla. You cannot compare Liberia with their system is different.
The problem is Liberia could have got to that point, right? But now Liberians, I asked a lot of people. I got a lot of people that own property in Liberia. It's sitting there dilapidated, right? And he's saying, "Why don't you guys sell it?" No, they want to hold on to it. They hold on to property that they can't rebuild, whatever like that. Instead of basically tearing down some of these old buildings and rebuilding them, selling them to developers and developing all that, they just hold on to property, for dear life and try to collect rent. So that's the African way, man. Instead of basically getting into modern real estate, if you can't just sell a place and somebody else develop it, let's rebuild a neighborhood, let's beautify the neighborhood and move on. That's what I say.
Elvis, Africans, why we build society homes in Africa that look even close to the Spanish type of housing style is because of the simplicity of the architectural design. You understand? There are some design that Africa, we don't use bricks. We use big blocks, 6 inches, 9 inches blocks. You understand me? Similar kind of building the Spanish people are using, maybe Portuguese a little bit. You understand me? But we can't compare ourselves with these white South Africans or the desks doing their thing, designing their thing. Look at Oranian, they're building now. Only where the white people stay. Go and look there, what they're doing there now. They have architects, they have every people there. They're doing it. They're just like their ancestors. These people work collectively. They don't live on pseudo type of lifestyle. They go on reality and check in on it. You understand me? Even these studios, a lot even come from the United States. Dreams upon dreams that never really work. We just have to be honest. Look at the white in Zimbabwe. They can't even go back to even Europe to even stay because of the weather. They're used to Africa because their mindset is African type of mindset is African way, but not on the way that they think and the way they develop a lot of things. They're just like the ancestors. You can't change it. Why do you think Zimbabwe is asking them to come back to give them money?
All right.
Why do you think so?
Put the link in the chat one more time. folks, you want to call in? You got 5 minutes, so I'm gonna say, go ahead. Let's
You
put
know,
it on.
so Carla, we just have to, we just have to agree, and other states. South Africans, they're not friendly people. They're not friendly at all.
Hold on. And get over it. That's your experience, right? That's not our experience.
That's my experience, and
Yeah,
you go experience. You two go experience it too. Because
we have a different reality.
And even you Black Americans also not friendly also, because look at Ghana. That ask you to come in, you put flip on Ghana and attack them. You understand me?
No, I don't think so.
You think we Nigerians will invite you people? Hell no, God forbid. Invite people to do what? Look at Ghana. They even invite people. You put flip on them. That's what this so-called diaspora war. Everybody's seeing it now. With this Ghana man that wants to win.
Look, there is no diaspora war. It's just a bunch of people always taking shots at Black America, and Black people hit America hit back. I don't know why people are obsessed with us.
No.
Hold on. Why is it a diaspora war? It's like everybody in Africa against Black America. That a diaspora war, or does everybody just basically got a problem with Black America? That's all. That's all. It ain't a war. That people just
the insult that Ghana president gets from internet from Black Americans is heavy there.
Elvis, tell the fool those dudes that were talking shit. Does that represent Black America?
Paula, did you hear that dude that was talking to Passport King? Dude has a Caribbean accent, but he steady claiming to be an FBI. I called him out on it. He got a clear accent and talking about, I'm an FBA. I'm like, bro, you have an accent. What are you talking about? You're not FBA. These are the people that be cosplaying that Tariq and them be talking about. You gotta go listen. You gotta go listen to Dynasty's show from earlier today. It's called Passport King. Has a heavy Caribbean accent.
I know what Passport King is.
No.
I'm trying to say is Kiddo said something. The people who talk that FBA stuff do not speak. What part of Kiddo understand?
So who speaks for Black people, Carla? Who speaks for you guys?
Well, it's like this. Why don't you people just look around, right? On my show, who talks that stuff? One person, Banty Mandinka.
Hey, Jonathan's FBA.
No, hold up. But Jonathan
and Yusuf.
Hold up. Jonathan goes to Africa. He's married to African women and stuff like that. Now, look, some of the things that the FBA say, I agree with. So I just happen to agree with, right? But this idea that that we're going to hold Africans to the same level as Europeans slave trade is ridiculous. This idea that what you call that you want to talk about FBA.
That might be regretted.
Hold on. Every FBA I hear that talks, right? They start off good, then they start saying stuff like, see, we're aboriginals to America. And no, we're not. We're not aboriginals to America. If we were aboriginals to America, we would not need the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. If we were aboriginals to America, we would not need civil rights. Let me let Steve on. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, Bakala, well, shout out to everybody on the panel. But I mean, that's one of the stars. One of the FBA, the flag, one of the stars represents the indigenous Black people that was already here. So I mean, it's already a bunch of nonsense. But yeah, I seen that those FBAs outside, and the crazy thing about it is like
show up. But hold up. But the thing is, though, here's the thing that kills it all, right? They tried to, like this, Muhammad made a speech, Al Sharpton, all those people when I hitched. Now, people are going to remember this day in history, right?
Right.
And then basically, if they look at some clips of those people shouting 10 years from now after FDA dies off, these people are going to like stupid fools. What was that? It's going to be like some cult like the Charles Manson people, something like Tariq Nasheed, And so
that man will never forget. That man will never forget how the NBA people insult him, and Ghana people will never forget.
Hold on. First of all, all the top Black leaders, from Hakeem Jeffries to Al Sharpton, Ben Crump, all the people that matter in Black America, right? Not just internet people, right?
Internet, we can see.
This I tell you, you don't know nothing about us, right? Look, get over, right? It went through the UN, right? That those protests didn't do anything; it was futile, right? The resolution got passed. This day was historic, right? End of story. Now the FBA tried to frame it as Ghana's here to steal our reparations money. That's the biggest
Exactly. Exactly.
Ghana people will be regretting why the Ghana people will be regretting why inviting people to Ghana as well. Like, huh?
So what it is like you get off on talking about these ignorant black people. Intelligent black people, I've been listening to intelligent black people.
People flip on them.
And the crazy thing about it, a lot of Black Americans actually mad at FBAs. You know, right now. I've been seeing a lot of videos.
Man, they're embarrassed. Everybody's been embarrassed by these people, you know?
There's one guy that said, I don't have a fitted African blood in him. You know, he said, I don't have a fitted African blood in me.
The guy that was on Amazing Lucas, bro. That dude, I mean, you did, but did you see the comments though?
Man, invite people like inviting trouble. Stay there, man. We stay there, far away.
Hold on. Look, I was talking to Val Thomas, right? Me and him had a good laugh about this. He said, "What's going on with this FBA stuff, Colin? You know, you're in the States." I said, "Yeah, man. We've been working down. We started cracking up. We were just cracking. Say, yeah, we always knew these. I'm Native American. We're not black. It's always been there. But the only thing we got now is the social media. That's it.
Simply saying nobody speaks for black people, right? Is that a good thing or a bad thing that nobody speaks for black people?
Well, I think actually, to tell you the truth, it's a good thing, right?
You think it's a good thing?
Yeah, it's a good thing because before people would say, "I speak for black people," and they never did. It'll be a perfect example of what I'm talking about. I used to know for a fact, right, that even when we at the height of everything that was going on, like Public Enemy, Fight the Power, and all these slogans, Yusuf Hawkins, Central Park, there was a large number of black people, right? And the proof of what I'm talking about is this. There was this one episode of the TV show, Morton Downey, as a talk show guy, right? He was a loudmouth talk show guy in the late 80s, right? He went to Detroit, right, to talk about the crime, the job loss and the thing, whatnot, and the gang violence, whatnot, because of loss of manufacturing. He brought Al Sharpton, C. Vernon Mason, and Ultimatics there, right? And to be perfectly honest, Al Sharpton's up there making a fool out of himself. Yeah, the white man, I called for this one night, And the people, some people always were riling up, whatever like that. But then this one OG gangster got up there, right? He was like, "Look, let me tell you something." He goes, "I heard a lot of talk tonight, and whatever these so-called leaders." He goes, "But let me tell you something. Mother F, they can bleep it, bleep, mother F, bleep." And then he said, "I'm gonna conclude by saying this. I only got one motherfucking and I'm not gonna be sitting here going through all this. If you got something to talk about, how we could get out of this, I'll do it. Other than that, I think you need to carry your ass back to New York. You could take that to the bank." And also, first of all, we didn't know who he was talking about, right? Then we said you can carry your ass back to New York. In other words, the whole time Al Sharpton giving all that babble, black leadership babble of we need this, the white man this, but not. The motherfucker was like, "Yo, man, we're living in the trenches here. We need jobs, we need like that. We don't want to hear the fuck you got to say." Then it dawned on me back then. Up until that time, I really thought these guys spoke for us, right? I really thought it was like these guys like, "Yo, you ain't telling me nothing I want to hear. You just telling me a bunch of nonsense and we're not to." And then
so do you think there's a problem? That's one of the problems why you're not getting a lot of traction, because black people are just not, wired to follow people, since there's not a national leader for black people.
Well, the bottom
so it's
line
harder
is
to get them to follow.
It's hard because the leadership came, the people who had the momentum. Farrakhan, he brought almost 2 million black men to DC in 1995, right? After that happened, right, and nothing came of it, right? Everybody tell me, all my black nationalist friends back then said, I'm just done with the movement. Because people ran around making names for themselves, right? And we realized these guys weren't serious. We realized Khalid Muhammad wasn't serious. We realized that Farrakhan wasn't serious. None of these people were serious. They were just all showboating and grifting and grandstanding. And people just say, I fucking gave up. And people start turning to hip hop in the streets. So therefore, that's what it is. And the only time after that where you had black leaders had a crowd is when there's a police shooting. Then people are like, oh, a police shooting? Oh, we're back in business. Call the press. I'm gonna make it.
Elvis,
Hold on, Let me finish. You understand what I just said, Elvis? I said after the Million Man March and all stuff like that died out we thought the Million Man March was going to build us a nation. We thought we were going to have all these banks. We thought we were going to finally come together. We're going to
So what are you saying, that black Americans are stiff-necked people? They're hard to turn.
We believed at one time, right? Because at the time, it seemed, let me tell you something how it worked, right? In the late 80s and the 90s, right? There was a growing number of black people after the Central Park case, right, in New York, and the Yusuf Hawkins case, that were basically saying there's a resurgence of racism. We saw people like David Duke, stuff like that. So black people were ready for
Trump was one of those people calling for the death penalty for the Central Park Five, Colin, and you voted for him.
It was like this. That was basically when people thought those guys were guilty. Donald Trump did a red thing talking about the death penalty and whatnot. But it wasn't even so much as that. It was the fallout in New York where black people in general were targeted after the Central Park. Young black men were targeted. And then you had the Willie Horton ads of the 88 campaign. You had David Duke, who almost ran for governor in 91 and almost won in the state of Louisiana, almost won. And then he got 10% of the Republican vote on the ticket in 92. And then then you had what saved the day was Bill Clinton winning and whatnot. And then the racial tension started simmering down a little bit. But there was still an undercurrent of black men that were out there that wanted to unify and national. We had nothing left. This is before there was a Barack Obama. This is before there was an internet. This is before there was a Jay-Z. This is before there was a P. Diddy. See, they got all these rappers and they got all these rappers to say, your life ain't that bad. And we start living vicariously through rappers and entertainers. Rappers and entertainers have more power than any black leader because the white man created them to look successful, and that's what we basically emulate. Up until the Million Man March, it was all about Farrakhan, the Nation of Islam, stuff like that. After that, right, as soon as what changed it was when Tupac was killed and then Biggie Smalls was killed, right? The attention came off the black activists to these black entertainers, right? And then when people start discovering that while we're talking about trying to build in the community, they'll post that Bad Boy sold $100 million worth of records. And then you had the same year, you had a young designer named Carl Kanai, hip hop designer named Carl Kanai, who did 45 million in sales. You had Master P making millions of dollars, these moguls. So black people start looking at people sipping Cristal, stuff like that, as what they want to emulate. Sin took over black America. That's what it is. And we're like that to this day. To this day, what fools black America is sin. Materialism. Get your money. That's all that rules black America. We're not a righteous spiritual people anymore. And that's what you have. So when Hudson said nobody speaks for black people, he's absolutely right. Because most black people, their minds are in the streets.
But that's not a good thing.
No, it's not a good thing, but it's reality. The bottom line is this. If you have a situation, and like I said, where you keep turning on the TV and the people who so-called speaking for you, a Touré, who the fuck is a Touré? Amanda Seals, you know, the same people that no one likes, you know, no one can relate to, right? You got all these people that's kind of like the Jason Whitlock, Anton Daniels, all these other people that's out there in the thing. Black people are friggin' so what do we call, what's the word? Distant or so detached from the political and social dialogue in the world that we just basically say, stay to ourselves, don't say nothing. Black people have a lot in their mind. That's why on social media, TikTok, you hear people saying what they really feel, but you don't see that same talk in the mainstream. The mainstream Black people would say what they know white liberals and all these other people or conservatives want to hear. You got to talk the Candace Owens talk, Jason Whitlock talk, or what's that guy that Officer Tatum talk, or you got to talk the liberal leftist talk. There's nobody that talks for Black America, none, you know, and that's why we say nobody speaks for Black America, you know. The Black America is somewhere out there, but the bottom line is this: the politics that's popular in the atmosphere does not connect with Black America. It doesn't.
Okay, Kala, let me tell you one thing. What you should understand. Africans have mostly their leaders, neither the elders or the chiefs or the kings. We don't just stand up and start as insulting people or leaders or of other places just because we disagree with whatever they're doing or whatever they're saying. So nobody speak for Black Americans. It can obviously be general terms. How do we see you people?
Because hold on. Black leaders in America have no power.
Hold on. By insulting the president of Ghana heavily, rubbishly in internet, that's the way generally Ghana pronounce it Black American. Wow. This people do actually have respect against everybody.
Ghana is not paid. Ghana has been, look, Ghana and all these people in Ghana are well aware right now of the so-called FBA Tariq Nasheed type. They know all about it. They know it does not speak for Black America. They know that.
All the secrets.
They were expecting it, you know.
They were not expecting it. They don't know much. They don't know much about FBA. Understand?
Hold on. Oh, Kidola, are you stupid? Yeah, they
know
all
not in their kitchen.
Hold on. They know all about it. Tariq Nasheed's everywhere. They know all about it because
who are you talking about? Like, as far as like, are you talking about like people in the government or like everyday common citizens?
Everybody. Look, the government people know this stuff exists. They know it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they know. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They know it all exists. You know, they know. They would expect. Matter of fact, they were told that there was going to be protests and whatnot, and who the protests were. Expect these people we call FBA, ADOS, whatever like that. And that's why I said the FBA people showed their hand. The FBA would have been more effective had they not shown up. Had they stood back and be like, and say, okay, let it play out or not, and then afterwards give their commentary. Them trying to disrupt who's talking and stuff like that made them look real.
The secret African people never really come to Africa to tell about their experience with Black Americans is not out in the open. You know, everybody's not questioning what's going on there. That's just the truth.
Kidola, that's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, Kidola crazy as hell.
Most Africans come in America, they don't get harassed by Black America. That's bullshit. That's white people putting that stuff up there. Most Black Africans come to America unless Kidola, they're one of the elitist, snobbish Africans, and basically Black people in America can sense whether you're good or bad. You can't fool us, right? If Africans come and just be cool, down to earth, Black people accept you. You know, we'll get along with you. But when you come with that arrogant attitude and whatnot, and it rubs people the wrong way, Black people are gonna they're gonna make your life hell. You know,
most Africans, that working people that ain't on it, I have not heard one African person even talk about, mention. Even when I mentioned it, they had no idea what I was talking about.
Yeah, so they're very good. What? What's the FBA? That's what I'm saying.
Man,
People like to do it,
no,
thinking like
I,
we're over
not,
here.
not on. I ain't talking about the LBA shit. Of course, they don't know nothing about them niggas. They don't know nothing about what just happened at the UN.
Oh yeah.
They're not watching that. Like most people. Well, I only can speak for Nigeria, so that's what I know. Most of the people that I know in Nigeria, Collar, don't even have a TV. Most people in
Most people over here,
Nigeria.
like, you know, most people over here in Liberia don't even know what happened. You know, don't know nothing
I
about
mean,
it.
I haven't heard nothing from Black Americans either talk about what happened.
That's what I'm saying.
Nobody
That's
even
what I'm
knows
saying.
what happened.
This is some internet stuff related to FBA because we know about FBA, but I talked to my daughter and her and her friends was over here. They had no idea, no clue what's so going on. And I asked them, hey, people y'all work with, you know what I'm saying, you went to school. They said, we have no idea what you're talking about.
Right.
Nobody knows what FBA is.
We think it's bigger than what it is because, like I said, FBA and the whole Pan African space. If you in this space, you hear about it, but most Black people are not in these spaces, so they're not, you know, they're not going to hear about it. So.
Steve, me and Colin had this conversation because he was, you know, so he was thinking that the FBA is gonna trickle over its catches. No, and I'm like, no, this is some late 30s and older type people. Like all this shit is gonna die out in the next 2 or 3 years because these young.
After that, right. I saw that how weak that thing was, man. It was futile, man. They went off without a hit. They out there bullhorning. You got to take it. These people make themselves look like a complete fool.
Yeah, they made themselves like clowns.
I mean, it was only like 5 of them out there with some corduroy jeans on. But this is the thing, though.
Act like it was like a massive number of Black Americans. Like,
Steve, you see
that's a good point. That's a good point.
Steve, you see the East European man that speak. You see the East European man that speak for United States with that big asset. You know, is that the white American? No, but this FBA. I'm not talking about who is that man that have a Polish accent or East European accent. You know, that just keep the whole thing about. Look, what that guy did in UN, he just killed Tariq Rashid and his cohort dreams of money. But the guy said no, he was
let me explain something to you real quick. Let me explain something to you real nice. Before even that white dude know, real FBA people know that there ain't no reparation coming. It just give them the format to go over there and talk shit. I'm gonna explain it. I'm gonna say it one more time. Black people are just like yard. They're like a bunch of dogs in the yard. You get what I'm saying? You can have 6 different yards with a bunch of Black people, like a bunch of Black people are like dogs. You put 6 groups in 6 different areas. They just gonna sit up there and complain about it. So they're gonna complain because the UN tried something. You get what I'm saying? But in the Black America, we're used to not doing that. We're used to running. That's why they call it the Negro hamster wheel. We used to running in one place. It looked like we going somewhere. It looked like we're gonna do something. We got some fancy slogans. See, now look at the new slogan: FBA all day. Kidola, 5 years ago, it was up with hope, down with dope. And then 14 years ago, it's yes we can.
Hey, Colin, I got a question for you and Hustle Smart, and maybe even Steve. So, what's more offensive, right? Colin, 1 second,
by the
please.
block. 8 years ago, by the block.
Are you guys hearing me?
Yeah,
what's more offensive? The Africans saying that African Americans should get reparation, or first generation immigrants telling you that Donald Trump has done more for you than any other president in history, even the one that freed the slaves? What's more offensive?
Neither one is offensive. Neither one of them offensive because
that's a matter of conjecture, right?
Yeah.
I'm like this, right? I hate when people look. Black America, right? Our condition in Black America doesn't change no matter who's in office. Obama, or like that. If we get something, it's because the luck of the draw. Black America has benefited from. Let me tell you something how it works, Elvis. Right? Anytime you have a system, right, that oppresses people, whatever tries to oppress people, red line. There's always, I noticed from studying martial arts, right? There's always inherent weaknesses and breaches in every system. Black people have known how to exploit breaches. For example, white man says, we want to segregate from the Negro, right? And then we said, okay. I saw a video, how smart, of the black people in the Negro Leagues. They were in a real stadium. People
Real
that dressed
stadium.
shirt and tie, everything. And these are black vendors and everybody making millions of dollars off tickets and food sales and whatnot. They were sitting there all dignified and everything like that. They said, okay, you don't want us in your state, we built our own. Do you know at one time in this country, even during slavery times, there was a black shadow parallel government in America? That black communities and whatnot used to govern themselves and whatnot from plantation to plantation, free black communities. They had meetings, solve disputes and stuff like that.
Yes, it's playing like the Green Book.
Yeah. And we had our own places where we go to, that we mapped out that, you know, this is a safe place where you can go to and fellowship with other black people and stuff like that. We learned about towns where black people are welcome and stuff like that. We had all that in Black America, right? They said, damn, we got a people here that's internal. Now, if these people turn on us, they could kill us because they got their own hideout spots, everything. They didn't even know at one time how many of us were here because a lot of us didn't have paperwork and documentation. They said, we got to get these motherfuckers, we got to get them social security cards. We got to pull them into the society. Because at first they said, just leave the Negroes over there. Don't give them no education. Don't give them a social security number. Don't give them nothing. Y'all just sharecroppers. They did die with that. But they realized, man, black people can move from coast to coast undetected. We don't have their fingerprints. We don't know who they are. We don't know what they doing and whatnot. They said, no, this is dangerous. So this is so they said, man, we gotta get rid of this segregation stuff. We gotta basically get control over these people, you know? So every inherent situation, not only that, during the so-called Jim Crow, you know how many black people own 20 million acres of land in America. And we lost all that. They said, okay, we will segregate. So we bought huge tracts of land on the East Coast of America, Southeast, whatever. And black people built their own towns and some everything. We had beachfront properties in own beaches in South Carolina, you know, own beaches, you know.
But the only thing I'm gonna say about that is, Carla, is that in that instant right there, white people didn't trick black people to sell the Negro leaves. It was it was black people that was in those stands that even though they had all the good food cooking and everything, they wanted to do some popcorn. You get what I'm saying? They wanted the cameras out there. So it was no cameras at the Negro League stadium, but it was cameras at the other leagues. So they started picking them off. They started coming to the players and started offering them an extra $100. From what I read, Carla, it was an extra $100 a week. You get what I'm saying? To go over there, to be on the practice squad.
Yeah, of course. Because the whole idea of bringing Jackie Robinson in was to undermine the Negro Leagues, you know, and destroy it because it's what it symbolized, you know? It's what it symbolized, you know, because remember at one time, not just the Negro Leagues, black people had control over sporting and gaming, you know, what you call horse racing, boxing, all the stuff
basically
like that.
number running. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
And number running and stuff like that.
And now we got the lottery ran by white people.
Right, Bill. So the bottom line, they systematically, we said, okay, you didn't want us, so we said we didn't want us in their gambling houses and whatnot, whatever that they got. So we created our own what they call policy banks, you know. And the mob came in Chicago, Sam Giancana, and killed top black numbers runners, killed them because they wouldn't cooperate. Literally, that's how much money it was. Harlem was a gold mine, millions of dollars circulating every day. It was a gold mine. They're like, damn, man, we let these niggas up in Harlem. They're generating millions of dollars a day in revenue, in numbers. What the hell is going on?
But see, Colin, that was a see, that's the thing about people that live up north. It was a up north thing. It was the same way how y'all think that Al Sharpton spoke, but Al Sharpton didn't get no play down. We didn't even know who Al Sharpton was down here in the South. He got nothing. That's the weird thing. So when I don't hear Elvis ask that question a lot of times, and I don't understand. Either you don't understand the answer or you just keep asking it just to ask. When you ask, do the black people have a leader? And know the black people don't have a leader because we're amalgamation of a tribe, even though we're far removed from Africa, but we still like the stuff that go on in the North, we don't tolerate in the South. And some things we do in the South they don't tolerate a lot. Like you go in Mississippi and Alabama, they over there fucking cousins fucking each other at the family reunion. Like it ain't, if you third or fourth cousin, you fair play. They don't.
You said one story I told about, I never forget that, with Al Sharpton and C. Vernon Mason's partner, lawyer, diplomatics. They went to Detroit, right? And they were
that thug went out there and cussed their ass out.
Yeah, look. I did not know where he was going to. He was like, mother,
right.
Still bleeping it up. Bleep, the bleep, bleep, bleep. In other words, it was at the end. You know, where he was listening to Al Sharpton babble for like a whole hour, talking all this, blah, blah, blah.
All that rhyming and with the religion. We weren't with that shit in the South.
He said, man, what the hell they got to do with it? We ain't got no job, no nothing. So you can take that shit back to New York. Yeah. I was like, oh, shit. That's what it dawned on me, that these motherfuckers ain't really saying shit. They just saying a bunch of rhetoric and stuff like that because it sounds good, sound bites.
Sound bites. But Carla, this is the thing too, though. See, in the South, we knew that most of the black so-called black leaders was cozying up under the Democrats. That's if you want to know why, Elvis, that's the problem. Because the black leaders trying to tell you about the Democrats and then always talk about racism, but the black community has a problem when black people get killed and black people rob and steal from each other. We don't say nothing. Ain't no marches, ain't no community organization at all. But when a white person get killed, even though you still get black people come out there and do it, because white people love black people, because why? Black people are the loudest yard dogs. So they love to get us riled up around election time. It's been happening for every 2 years for the last 60 years. So when you got it like that, and we see that these leaders are 100% like 100%, the Democrats can't do no wrong. That people kind of shy away from that, and we know that black people are more conservative than what we think. So just sit up there, just like, okay, somebody racist, but then when you ask the question of blood, what about what's going on in the black community? Because back then the crack epidemic was big, so you can blame the CIA and all that, but now the crack ain't even strong no more. The crack is not the number one drug in the black community no more.
And also, first of all, the thing is, black people are so beyond somebody saying somebody's racist. We don't want to care. We just came to the conclusion all white people are racist, right? What can we do? We put a thing, like I said, people.
But that's why I don't understand when Elvis come up here and do that Trump racist shit. Most black conservatives think all white people are racist. So some type of way Elvis think that black people think the Democrat Party, they ain't racist either, just the Republicans. Like we think all of them are racist. We just think some of them are more racist than others. And the reason why we'll deal with the Republicans racist because they up front of you. The goddamn let me tell you something. I've been to Boston. I've been to Connecticut. Them white liberals up there are Elvis. They are racist as fuck.
Boston's the most racist city in the country. And not only that, check this out. I remember
Northern Connecticut too. That part up there they are racist as fuck. And they swear they got Democrats all on their stickers and on their billboards all over. They racist as fuck.
A Republican can't get elected in Connecticut, but they're all racist stuff. Let me give you another example.
Go ahead.
In New York in the late 80s, right? I'll never forget this. When there was a war going on between Al Sharpton and liberal governor Cuomo, and then Mayor Koch and all that. It was black community up against the Democratic machine in New York who didn't want to yield. Black people like, we want to control MTA with most of the transit workers, with most of the sanitation workers, but yet all the board members are white. Democrats were firstly fine with that. Y'all, we're black and whatnot, but the bottom line is this: it's okay to have white people live in Jersey, sit on these boards. They don't even live in the damn city and whatnot,
Right.
But they were all Democrats, So it was like this. Then when you call around it, they're saying, "Oh man," the white people in New York were saying, way out there. Imagine if y'all was in Mississippi, how this would be. They always use that veiled threat of at least y'all not down south Mississippi. So that means they can get away with anything up north, police brutality, police shootings, and everything like that. And they're like this. They'll be the first to tell you, oh yeah, man, the South, man, the rebel flags, the Confederate, the racist, conservative, Republicans, blah, blah, blah. But yet they put us through hell in New York. Liberal white people, they put us through hell in New York, So like I said, I don't get
and another thing, Colin, your phone going in, your service going in and out, Colin.
Black people.
You going in and out, Colin. I don't even think you hear me.
Speak pain. They used to speak for it. Now he's out there with the LGBTQ and the Democrats and whatnot, eating with Biden and whatnot, flying on jets with Obama. I don't, so basically people like, so we're on our own, man. These people living their life. I guess they're making their millions of dollars or whatever like that. Black people have no political aim. The only thing they need you for, Elvis, is every 4 years, bring your black ass.
It's to start barking like a dog. What else do they need black people for, Colin, every 2 years but to start barking?
Nothing. Okay, I got a chick on here, right? Hope she can call in. Here's an FBA chick. Oh, Lord, man. She goes, y'all people are not us. You have no clue what you're talking about. Yeah, okay. I've been Black American my whole life, lady, little girl.
I want them to do a percentage one day and see what the percentage of FBA. They're just some old goddamn, I'm telling you, it's over 35 people. But Eva, let me ask you a question. You still here?
I can tell most of the people aren't politically educated. They like this. Look, let me get.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just driving. Go ahead.
And let me ask Eva a question real quick, Colin. Let me ask Eva a question real quick. Do you think that the rebel flag that they fly in Georgia is like the people that have it as racist?
You mean that Confederate flag, man?
The Confederate flag. They call it the rebel flag. That's what I'm saying. Do you think that symbolizes racism in the South?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, for me, it's just about policy. Like a person could be racist, and you couldn't tell just by looking at them. It's about their actions. So politically, when you look at the two parties and the ones that wants to put forward policy that disenfranchise black people, most likely it's the Republicans that's going to be doing that.
Name me one or two policies that disenfranchise black people.
I mean, I don't know how long the show is going to go for, but I'm in the store right now, so I probably got to be on mute for a little bit.
Oh, you don't know the policy offhand.
No, I do. I can enumerate it, but I'm just trying to pick up some real quick. And then I'll be back on. So I don't know if you guys will be on for a little bit.
First of all, there's no the one thing that black people are tired of. We tired of the Roland Martins and all these Democratic clowns try to make black people like we helpless and we poor. We can go to goddamn Houston, we can go to goddamn Bermuda, we can go to everywhere else, but we can't go get no license. We can't go get no ID. You get what I'm saying? Like, Colin, you can't even goddamn go buy cigarettes out the store if you ain't got ID. You know what I'm saying? But they just make
the bottom line is this. They want a voter roll where look, you know how many people voted in elections that weren't even citizens?
Especially with the mail-in
in New York City, you got people who voted Bogamian that they have an election voted that they weren't even citizens.
Yeah.
So you came up from Venezuela and you're a legal alien and you got to vote on who's going to be mayor. Of course, you're going to vote for somebody that's going to keep you there, whatever like that. If that's democracy, man, I don't know what it is. And like I said, Black America basically is just done. One thing Black America did have was our strength in the fact that we thought that our citizenship meant something.
That's a good one.
Yeah, we really thought, well, I'm a citizen of the United States of America. Man, that means absolutely nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
So why does the FBA walk around like this so high and mighty because they can't get deported? That's like they citizenship means something. Why they act like?
Tyler, it's the same way that Cynthia G chick. You got them chicks over there that they in their little echo chamber. It's an echo chamber. You know what I'm saying? That's why when me and you was talking and you was like, man, I'm gonna block this person. I'm like, bro, just let them talk. I like you smart enough that you can combat almost anything somebody say. You get what I'm saying? Just beat them with the knowledge. But when you got these echo chambers over there, they just in there, they're in there, that's their safe space. So just like them women that's over there on the Cynthia G channel, Tyler, even though they talking shit, all that shit about black men, those same women go right out there and chase some thug that's hanging on the corner at the store. You get what I'm saying? But they got a safe space to talk shit. And I always tell it, my sisters.
They hate the fact that, like I said, when they come across this channel,
right?
They're like, damn, this ain't a safe space, and they get angry and triggered. Like I saw this one video. I don't know if I sent it to you. Well, actually, this chick, she was all right. Like this light skinned chicks, like she was ran through or some shit. She was like she was ran through, but she was like she still look all right. Like in her 30s, whatever. She was like, oh man, let me tell you something. I hate this nigga right here, but he just gives me stuff. He buys shit for me. I ask for money. He goes, I ain't trying to be no, but I just want to chase a nigga that ain't no good and whatnot. I'm addicted to that shit, ain't no good. And I'm saying, why would you get on TikTok and say that shit? This nigga's a fool. He gives me everything and whatnot. And I said to myself, I hope more people see this and say, yeah, is that you? And so my lady, she was listening to me. She started cracking up laughing. I think she was like, I was sitting on the bed the other day. She hears the TikTok and she starts dying laughing. I said, that's how these females are.
That's exactly how they are. They'll sit up there and complain about the dude, and then as soon as they get online, they'll be over there chasing them, stalking them, coming up to their job. You get what I'm saying? All type of shit. It's just crazy how it is, man. But I think that this FBA thing it's a good moment, for them to embarrass themselves, but it's not gonna stop what they doing because if you go over there and listen to it, Carla, it's not about making any moves. Like, I'm gonna tell you something, Carla. You said something the other day. You said something the other day, and you was talking about you didn't take it further, but you asked somebody what movements, what groundbreaking, which congressmen are they lobbying, which state representative that they talking to. What are they doing besides getting online and just talking shit and being aggressive? Like, listen, I'm passionate when I talk. So all you do is hear people over there passionate. And in the worst misconception about them, they don't hate Africans. You get what I'm saying? They just don't want to be told that shit that they need to go to Africa. You ain't fulfilled unless you touch the motherland. And I don't agree with that either. You get what I'm saying? Because if your mind ain't ready to go to Africa, it's gonna be the same way them people went over there and they found one thing was wrong. They got overcharged an extra quarter for a mango, and they came back and they just talking shit. Africa don't need those type of people anyway. So let them just sit over there and talk their shit, and nothing is not gonna happen because it's like you said.
My only part about FBA, let me get Dave on. My only part with the FBA is this. Okay, the main thing I'm looking at them is they say we're not African. Okay, what does that mean? They say, well, they just make up their own history. That's what I said. They don't say, where is this written down in the book? It's not. There's no scientific logic saying there was a black people in America with kinky hair and big lips and everything like that. That was here before Europeans, right? So therefore, that doesn't exist, right? Okay, what's your end game, right? The end game, what I'm saying is to take the whole African out of our identity and call ourselves a foundational Black American, whatever like that, and be American. Okay, you're gonna say you're an American, right? Okay, now, Okay, can you, because that foundational Black American, who is that tethered to, right? Now, you know what should have happened for this thing right here? The white American MAGA people should have been the government Republicans, in power, right? Should have been the ones lobbying for the FBA as far as like reparations and stuff like that, because that's who is in power, right? Because they are a government, they're a nation state, right? If you're a foundational Black American, right, then your allegiance and your backbone is America, right? If you're down there, if America is your backbone, your foundation, but why are you down there by yourself? I can even say if you brought some MAGA people with you, or you brought a MAGA congressman down there. Ghana came there as a geopolitical entity, a recognized nation state that has a treaty or diplomatic channels with the United States. It has membership in the UN. Black people in America, the FBA has nothing,
Yeah.
They have nothing, no deal. You ask them, what do you got? Nothing. So why should we listen to you? And going forward, right? See, I think they overstepped their bounds. When they was basically thought they were so big that they could challenge a nation state, a geopolitical process, right? 100-something nations in the world, right? They thought they were going to shut that down. A little ragtag internet-based organization. They made fools out of themselves. Go ahead, Dave.
Yo, good evening, Carla. Yo, good evening, man. Yo, how y'all doing, panel?
What's going on, Dave?
Yeah, man, they overstep, man. They're leaning into fascism, Carla. These guys are becoming a little fascist, man. I don't like how they.
But Dave, how did they overstep with just 5 people out there? You know what? I get what you're saying.
It made them look bad, though.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is what I'm saying is that if 5 people go out there, that ain't overstepping. That just clown shit.
I thought it was more people than that. It was just 5.
It made their movement look bad. Even those 5 people, it just be like, oh, these are the kind of people that's out here. The image, the perception of it. You know how it is.
It made it seem like a bunch of people showed up. It was just 5 people
that you see out there. I counted about 5.
I didn't watch it.
Yeah, 5. Because there was a couple aunties out there.
So that's the point that I'm making, Colin. Is I get what y'all saying about the overstepping, but 5 people out there, how they were gonna do anything with 5 people? 5 people. What I'm saying is, hey Dave, if 5 people is in the line,
it made them look bad. It made them look
but
bad.
it don't make them. It's just 5 people. What I'm saying is 5 people is not gonna make an organization with maybe 100,000 people look bad. You get what I'm saying? I think Ghana is reaching and we reaching on the LBA thing. They just went out there. They know they have no power. So what I'm saying is that you can't make. What I'm saying is, all I'm saying is this, Dave. You can't make a bum look worse than a bum. The LBA had no power. The only time they get together is at Tyreek's place when he doing a comedy event. Name another place where LBA came together. We talk about a cookout, basketball game, softball game, any type of organization. Just name me one time where they have came together in person. Just name me one time.
No, I don't know, Hustle Smart. I can't answer.
So
only on TikTok and Twitter space.
I don't.
So what I'm saying, them going out there in public with 5 people don't make them look bad because they have nothing to look bad about. They just on the internet. Like if I saw them somewhere, man, listen, if it was the Hebrew Israelites, I would have said, okay, yeah, that make them look bad because you see them marching around and shit, but you don't see LBA marching around doing like, bro. You ain't even see LBA got them selling lemonade on the corner. What?
Like I never met an FBA in real life. You right?
Nope.
That's my point.
Never.
That's my point. But I see the Hebrew Israelites all the time. They be handing out Bibles and talking, but I have never seen a dude that say FBA in real life. Not a shirt, not a jersey,
Right? Yeah.
not a hat.
You tell me you don't see Benjamin Dick out there NBA all day.
No, like personally, like at work or in the streets, I don't see them.
Never. Nothing.
I thought it was just me, man. You know.
No,
the Hebrew Israelites got a real presence outside.
They have a real presence.
No, you see the Hebrew Israelites every Saturday.
Yeah.
Out there, you know, maybe 125th Street.
I mean, you don't even see them that wear what those things they wear on their head, Steve? Them look like cloths with.
Oh, I'm sure. I don't know
Be
about
wearing
that.
their little what's the name, like skirts or whatever with the
You'll see something to identify them and make you say, "Hey, maybe that's a Hebrew Israelite." But you don't see absolutely, bro. I go all over the United States, and then one of the blackest cities in America, I don't see nobody with no LBA sign, no LBA shirt, not even a bootleg, nothing, no spray paint, no stickers, no flyers, no nothing. I just think they're a paper tiger, man. You get what I'm saying? And we let those five people that came out there and started barking, just like I just looked at them like homeless goats. That's what they look
I
like.
follow a few FBA channels, right? I never watched the actual video. I thought it was like more than 5 people showed up the way they was talking about it. They made it seem like they was really out there doing something.
They're thinking they got a Roman triumph. They're like, oh, we showed out, we showed like this, man. These people are clowns.
But gentlemen, what's the end game for FBA?
It's no end game.
What's the end game?
First of all, you got to be known to have something to even put out. They ain't doing nothing. They ain't saying we're gonna goddamn lobby this person, we're gonna lobby this mayor, we're gonna lobby this council.
Yo, I keep hearing y'all call it FBA all day. We got hitters on the way. Y'all better watch what y'all say. Nigga, what's up?
Rhyming and designing with your girl.
FBA all day, man.
Hey, Benjamin, you put that flag outside on a flagpole.
Now you
Good,
We don't doing no good inside the house.
Hey, I'm disappointed in you, Hustle, man. You FBA all day. I hear you up here saying, "Hey,
listen,
man.
bro. It's just like Colin. It's some things that I agree with, but Bantu Mandingo,
You can't
got
be up
to,
here agreeing with Colin like that,
hold
man.
on, but you got to agree with. You have to agree with outside of the internet. Can you walk up to anybody and point them out and say they FBA?
But that's the point why I came, because you kept saying that. Oh, you're not gonna meet an FBA in person, but you know that's a lie. You see FBAs every day.
Nah,
Ain't
you talking
nobody
about
gonna
the
come
thought.
up to you talking about, "Hey, bro, I'm an FBA, nigga. What's up? What the fuck you think this is? This ain't no goddamn game, nigga. We're a bunch of civilized people. We don't roll like that."
I will give everybody that could show me a picture of an FBA with an FBA shirt outside in public, right, around people. You know what I'm saying? I'll give you $50.
I just showed you my FBA flag on my
You're in your
motherfucking
house,
door.
man.
Everybody that ride by.
You're an individual.
Listen, Bantu, that flag gonna be outside.
What you want me to do? You want to see me run outside with my flag? I'll do it right now.
Just like every other political movement, just like the Black Panthers, just like the Nation of Islam, just like any other organization, Bantu, you can tell that even the Most High niggas is out there with they got they shirts and.
But you know the way they explain it's not like that. It's just, you know what I'm saying?
But Bantu, that's my point. It's not like that. You know what I'm saying? It's a way for people to. It's just like an open topic forum where people can go over there. They like-minded thinkers. I put the LPA movement the same way with Cynthia G movement over there with the hating black men and calling them black men trash bag bandits.
I never met no Cynthia G followers in real life either. So
never, because they chasing dick. They get online and talk about the debt.
Well, how do you put that in the same? I don't even know nothing about Cynthia G, so
Well,
I don't
that
know.
exactly,
Exactly.
LBA.
I didn't know nothing about Eddie West until I got to the Pan African space, and that's been out for a while. I mean,
But you got to admit, FBA is more mainstream than anything because
no.
no.
FBA get mentioned, but what I'm saying, what we're saying, Bantu, is that for it to grow, you have to organize, and you got to organize in person. You can't organize just on the internet. Nobody's gonna.
Yeah, but you gotta. Yeah, you said something earlier that was interesting.
Nobody ain't gonna take you
Yeah,
serious.
if these young motherfuckers get a hold of that shit, forget about it.
But that's what I'm saying. How you gonna reach the young people when you're not organizing? Like, what? How about go to one of these basketball? You got these popular basketball courts where the young people hang out and play ball on the weekend. Cause that's what the Hebrew Israelites do. They sit out there, the people, but I see them in Atlanta, Bantu. They sit out there playing basketball. The Hebrew
All
Israelites
right,
come out there
who
and
get
bring them
more
water,
play,
talk to
Israelites
them.
or FBA? Who get more
Israelite.
play?
Israelites.
Israelites.
I personally know people in my family or friends that are actually
That's
subscribed to
what
that.
y'all say. That's what y'all say. Okay.
What I'm saying is the Israelites make themselves known in the public. You get what I'm saying? What I'm saying is that this is all I'm saying, Bantu, for the organization to grow. So what I'm saying, I got a 15-year-old and a 23-year-old. And if I talk
But
to
the way it's explained, it's not an organization.
I get it, but if it's not an organization, then how do you get mad at an organization that go up there and talk for you then?
Because they don't represent.
But who do
They can't represent you.
But how do FBA represent anything and they're not an organization?
Well, don't you have the right to represent yourself?
No, but that's what I'm saying. Then it becomes individual. It becomes a group of individualists, and you can't get. Bro, I'm on your side for real. But I'm just
No,
saying
I'm not here to cause no problems.
No. I'm trying to get you to
I'm just
understand
listening,
how
man. I'm tired.
I'm trying to get you to understand if you want to get something like this is why I say they ain't trying to get nothing done. Because in order to get something done, far as legislative, far as lobbying with a candidate, a mayor candidate, or state, whatever, you have to have some type of organization. So if you come to these people and say, well, we ain't an organization, we just a bunch of individuals that we proud, they're not going to pay attention to you. So right there, you're turning into place. So now you go back to the internet, talk loud and proud, but nothing is getting moved. Nothing is getting moved from the spot that it was originally at. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
so
what got moved? What Ghana up there with the UN?
Hold on. Now let me be. This is where I'm on your side. That Ghana shit did up there was some goddamn fuck shit that ain't going nowhere either. But it's good. Hold on, but it's good for symbolism. So that's the thing
symbolism.
that. So
That's what I
that's
was
the
gonna
thing
say.
that the
Symbolism.
UN and the FBA is got some in common. The UN shit is some symbolism stuff that will get people talking, and FBA is symbolism where it's forum where y'all come up here, y'all can chant, y'all can talk, y'all all speak in one mind. So they're similar, but they polar opposites at the same time. Meaning neither one has any power. If anybody tell you, if anybody tell you what happened at the UN is gonna make some goddamn cornbread muffins, you
Hey, if you listen to Colin, if you listen to
that's the
Colin,
biggest political capital for black people, hustle smart. It's the symbolism. That's the biggest
it's
capital,
symbolism, man.
So,
Everybody talking about money and getting reparation. Ain't nobody getting no daggone reparation.
nobody getting no money, bro.
Because it was non-binary. You know what I'm saying? It was like a symbolism vote.
hey, that's why I said Ghana checkmated themselves with that move. It was really stupid.
Nah, it was smart. It really helped you. It helped the FBA.
No, listen. I said it was bad for Ghana. I didn't say it was good. Not bad for the. It was great for the FBA.
Yeah.
Wow, why is it great for FBA?
Because it gave them more attention.
Number one, it brought more attention, like he said. But number two, why I say Ghana checkmated themselves, because now they got a resolution that's going nowhere, and they can't say anything else.
Yeah. So okay, I get what he's saying, Dave. What he's saying is that so after this resolution, then people gonna be like, what's the next step? So eventually they're gonna see, okay, so it's no other step. This just a vote, that's it.
The only step, yeah.
Because it can't be
all it was ever gonna be. But hustle smart, that's all it ever was gonna be.
Well, what I'm saying, but that's not how. What I'm saying is that's not how people paint it. People thinking that this is a foot in the door, and it's not a foot in the door. It's like you outside the gate.
It's just symbolic.
And then you screamed at the door. You get what I'm saying? But this is the thing, though. This is why it's bad for Ghana, because you still had some FBA people that let me tell you how stupid black people is. Black people still love a good party. So if Ghana was doing was gonna do another, type of turn up thing, bring celebrities, you had black people come over there. Now that part is gonna turn black people off. You know what I'm saying? For maybe a year or two. So it's gonna take a year or two for black people to stop getting mad. For black people to stop getting mad about this. Because black people are mad about this, Dave. I ain't gonna lie about that.
What aspect of it are they mad about?
They mad one day. Okay,
Go ahead, Hustle.
This is the crazy part. They mad because they didn't do it. Two, they can't explain it to their people why they couldn't do it. You get what I'm saying? And three, the tethers that they talk about with the hairline all the time with the cheetah piss, they're the ones that did something. And it gives them a reason to be mad because they didn't say FBA. Now
that's so stupid.
Hey, have you ever heard? Hey, Dave, have you ever heard of Shouted? Have you ever heard of Shouted Low, the dude from Atlanta, the rapper that died?
Hey, Dave, they gonna say.
You remember he had this song called? Hold on for a second, Batu. Hold on. You remember he had this song called "Done It All" where he was beefing with T.I. and it was a big beef. He was only mad because T.I. didn't mention his name when he went over there in his hood.
He was beefing
the
with
whole
who?
song.
He was beefing with who?
Give him his credit.
He didn't give him his credit. That's how the LBA feels like. They already was mad. Cause think about it, Dave. They was already talking shit. They was already talking shit about immigrants coming over here and not paying $100.
Shirley Low, man. He was a real one.
Yeah, he was a real geek monster. You know what I'm saying? He's a real potterhead. You know what I'm saying? That's why them chicks was in the car with him when he crashed, stole all his money and left the drugs on him at the scene.
Oh,
two strippers. Left him dead.
They're supposed to leave his ass.
Yeah.
Hey, fella, let me play this one clip for 1 second.
Stick around.
Hold on. Let me play this. This is your typical FBA. This is an argument going on right now.
Well, yeah.
Now, this is happening on the street. Let's play this. Hold up.
The hell?
We play. Hold on. Let me find. What the hell's going on with this goddamn speaker box? Let me say that. Play another speaker box.
Holly, you saying hold up and you can't even play it. you telling yourself hold up? Holly crazy, man.
Oh, in case we.
I'm just fucking with you, man. I'm just fucking with you now.
God dang! I just charged this damn thing up.
All right, while Colin trying to get that together, Dave, do you get what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? Like they want it the same way when they talking about.
How you gonna be the slave seller and come back and say you need reparations? Like
I don't think they said they needed reparations. They said reparations for the descendants of slaves, though, right?
Nah, he didn't say that. He did not say that.
Where did they do that?
He did not. He said something about the UN.
But
he said the money need to go to the UN.
You can't be mad.
I'm not mad. I'm just like, you
hold
could
on.
just look
You
at
said,
it and it's just so clear, bro.
Hold up.
Like,
You said, listen, FBA said they not worried about anybody else getting their reparations.
okay.
Everybody else should worry about getting their reparations. FBA worry about FBA reparations. So Ghana
Yeah.
going to go get their
But
reparations.
Ghana is talking about the
It
transatlantic
don't matter.
slave
They still
trade.
connected to it.
What reparations do the
Whether you like
seller
it or
get
not,
from selling
whether
slaves?
you like it or not, they still connected to it.
Ghana suffered a lot from transatlantic slave trade.
Listen
They
at
still
this.
connected to
Hold
it,
on,
Bantu.
Bantu,
They still got rights to talk
They
about
said,
it.
Back me, man. These
they said
niggas.
loss
Acting
of
like you the only one
loss
that
of their
got
black
rights to
ass.
talk about it. They got
Yeah,
rights
hold on. They
to talk
said
about
they
it.
lost a lot of manpower. They lost a lot of manpower, like you.
They lost a lot of
AKA,
manpower because they sold a lot of
Hold on.
manpower.
they lost a lot of
Bantu,
manpower.
hold on. You know the argument Ghana making? Ghana
What?
basically, hold on. Let me explain it real quick.
All
Ghana
right.
saying the manpower that they lost to build America, that manpower could have been helped to make
Right.
Yeah,
Ghana
it
a
sure could have
superpower.
if you wouldn't have
You
sold the
understand? That's
motherfuckers.
the argument.
How about that?
Yeah, but Ghana sold their manpower, Dave.
I wouldn't say Ghana sold
Maybe
their
not
We
willing
manpower,
to
supposed
but
suffer
to forget
wars
about that
and
part, huh?
sort of violence.
We supposed to
the
forget
Khan
about
groups
all that, right?
Let's you know the thing
While they
that
standing up there arguing for transatlantic slave reparation, but we
They
forgot they was
still
the one that sold the
arguing.
motherfuckers.
the thing about it, because I heard Colin talking
Man,
earlier,
please.
and Colin position is because they got a bad deal, then they some type of way they got
Yeah,
done wrong.
Kyla come around every once in a
But
while,
this is the thing though. This is the thing though. Like it just like how the analogy that I always use about if you got a tree in your backyard. If you got a tree in your backyard, Dave, and you say, man, this tree in my backyard, this tree ain't doing me no favors. This shit just in the way. And I go take that tree, then I find some medicine, make $1 billion. Then you start talking about, man, that was a
Yeah,
bad
now you want
deal.
your motherfucking tree back.
Yeah, that
Come
was a
here.
bad deal,
Come
man.
here,
You
nigga.
got
You
over
took
on
my
me,
tree,
man.
nigga.
That
Come
wasn't
here.
fair. You get what I'm saying?
What you doing,
That wasn't a
Hutch? Get
fair
my
deal.
tree back.
You made $100 billion off of it, and you gave me
Fuck out of here, nigga.
$1,000.
Kill
But
your ass.
here's the problem
That's
though.
the problem.
Here's the problem, right? That's why I believe we're not gonna get no reparations because
Oh no, it's not happening.
from every book I read, a lot of them slaves, a lot of those Negroes that were selling slaves also got trafficked in the slave trade.
Right.
It's like this is actually this is documented. So like, how could we?
I'll try to tell DK that, you know.
But
You 1
Steve,
million
we
sucker
already
slaves, they can make
Well,
more
a
than
lot of the traders was getting traded. So
Yeah, they
what?
just
Fuck them.
got
That's what the
tricked.
fuck they get.
Exactly.
That's what
So
they
like, how
get.
we
You
gonna?
know what I'm saying? Like, Colin, think about it like this. Colin, thinking about this. Like
a
you
descendant from a slave trader. You might
think,
have the slave trader gene.
Exactly.
yeah.
So like,
You know
their
what I
argument
mean?
could be, why do you deserve reparations when some of your ancestors doing the same thing?
Yeah,
So I mean,
that's what I'm saying though. But this is the argument. That's the flaw argument is saying that okay. So say for instance, it was 50 people from this tribe that was marching us to the coast to sell us, and right when they got to the coast, it might have been
tricked
another
they
boat said,
dumb
okay,
ass too.
give
So
us the 50 people that brought them over here too. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not a bad deal. That's just that if you was dumb enough to sell your people, then you get what you deserve. That's the way I see it. You get what I'm saying? Like
right.
if they couldn't go into
That's the way I see
if they
it.
couldn't go in the interior, like they always talk about the thing.
So you might be a descendant from a slave trader.
We could. Let me tell you something, Dave. That's the part.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna tell you right now.
You sound like you got the slave trader gene.
Dave, that's the one thing that hunts us. That's the one thing that hunts Black America.
And then and hustle. And that
Yes, sir.
slave trader gene might still be going on today in Black
Hey,
America.
Dave,
Dave,
I got some colonizer.
Look, we might have to show Bantu for reparations for selling our ancestors, man.
Exactly. Like, that's the whole point.
This nigga's selling
That's the
motherfuckers in
whole
Africa
point.
right now to this day. Don't start that bullshit.
Hold on,
with
hold
me.
on.
Yeah,
That's
your
the whole.
ancestor was slave catcher, man. You seen the Boondocks, right? You know Catcher Freeman.
Yeah,
Your
right.
ancestor was
Of
a Catcher
course, my
Freeman, man.
ancestor was a slave catcher if they was selling slaves. No
You
shit.
was descendant of Catcher Freeman.
If they got caught, yeah. Shit.
Because like I said, I keep reading books. Like I was reading a book. I forgot what the book. I gotta look it up. But even like, and a
Yeah,
lot of
no
these slaves,
sugarcoat
man, they were
shit.
snitching on themselves, man. They just, oh yeah, I was selling Negroes in Africa, and then I got caught. I was like, why are these? I mean,
I'm
ain't
talking
nobody
like
getting
we're in the
that.
after show. Did you get the
Bantu might be a descendant from a
Exactly.
Mandingo
Like they
warrior
not.
selling slave on the Guinea Coast.
And
You never
not
know.
only did he say that slave traders got
Here
sold,
we
he said it
go.
happens all the time.
FBA hate is
But
real.
you know what? Yeah, they even got those letters from the king's sons that was taken, and you get what I'm saying. And the king was writing the letters though. They're like, man, you took my son. You know, the son was helped marching the slave down there, and they took the slave. White
Yeah,
people
they
were just
didn't.
diabolical. It wasn't no goddamn love. Like this is the one thing that I know
That's
about
what I'm
white
trying to tell
people.
DK. Man, you 1 minute you're selling slaves, next thing you're on a slave ship, you damn.
Yeah, white people is like that. So you might have a ship. It might be 3 of them are dignified, but the rest of them are a goddamn caveman. So if they could jump off the ship and go grab them a couple of furnaces, like that's yeah.
So they exonerated because they got captured too now. Is that what you're trying
No,
to
they
tell me?
ain't. No. They did that's the bad deal that Colin be talking about. That's the one thing I don't agree with.
Well then, fuck your bad deal.
But hold on, but that's what I'm saying. Fuck the bad deal. Because whatever when they say, hey, you give me these
Yeah,
amount of
you made
slaves,
a fucking dirty ass deal and now you crying
hold
because they
on,
snaked you.
that too. I'm with you. So what I'm saying is, if the white people told the slave traders or the people in Africa said, "Hey, point to what you want," if they pointed to bags of rice and whatever, and they said, "This is what I want," you can have a human being. That's what they thought that a human being was worth. It's not that if they was worth like Colin said. This is why two things to be right. Colin said, "Hey, the slave was the most important thing." 10 times worth,
They still
10
doing
times
it
worth,
to
but it
this day.
doesn't matter because at the time when the people were selling them, they didn't care about nothing but those trinkets. They never seen an umbrella. They never seen an umbrella. They never seen a gun. They never seen a mirror.
All that.
So
Hey, Dave, you might be right because I have a violent reaction when I hear motherfuckers talking about slave trade.
Oh my
So
God.
I don't know.
hey, y'all! I gotta tell the truth though. Hey, on my mom's side is Sierra Leone, right? On my dad's side is Portugal. People from Spain. It's the colonizer. So I got all colonizer and some white people from Spain. Well, they don't pulled up the goddamn the pictures, man. We got the Spaniard people with my last name that had the business over there that was part of the slave people. So on my dad's side, it's definitely people from Spain.
FBA, you gotta get your reparations from Hustle Smart.
Because your reparations were simply, man.
It is what it is, man. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Hey, maybe that's why I think 85% of black people should die. You know what I'm saying?
But no, like I'm gonna be real with you. If I found out that one of my ancestors was a slave trader, right, and somebody asked me for reparations, they ain't getting nothing. I'm not even.
I'm just gonna laugh about it, man. But you know, and you know what? My family always tell me. They said that's why you look at. They say that's why when you was out there in the street, you didn't look at black people like they was humans. You looked at them like they was animal. Because I always say I looked at them like they was ants. And anybody will tell you
that shit.
anybody will tell you I never changed my story. It was one day I was somewhere and I was watching these ants in these colonies. They was this big thing, and I just watched how they was moving. And one day I was just sitting on the block and I was just watching all the people get it just remind me of ants. It was everybody just moving and going. It was people over there buying drugs, or people over there prostitution. There's a dude over there selling cars, fixing on cars. It just had this, it was like the Sims, but in the most demean way to Sims. You get what I'm saying? And that's just the way I saw black people. And it was just so easy to get in there and take their money. But what I'm saying is that But what I'm saying is that I just see the black race. I see people as a business, and I see them the same way that the U.S. government. We always talk about our Social Security is connected to the Treasury, all that shit. We always say those things, and then we turn around and start talking about how powerful, how great we are. So are we a commodity to the U.S. Treasury? Are we strong and powerful? Because the government sees us as a commodity. We can see ourselves however we want to see ourselves. You get what I'm saying? But it's just like a fat chick looking in the mirror and talking about, I still got it. Then when she walk outside and everybody like, man, where your fine ass sister at, man? You ain't look like this 5 years ago. So what I'm saying is that if we don't look at ourselves the way that the people in power look at us, then we're not doing ourselves we're doing ourselves a disservice. Because no matter how highly we think of ourselves, how do we look on paper as a business? Do we look better than the Latinos?
People that listen, hustle. Only
Yes,
people
sir.
that think like us and you can see that. Everybody ain't gonna see that.
That's
You
why
can't
I'm the
expect
number.
everybody. Yeah.
I'm the number. That's why people always think I'm doom and gloom. I'm like, I'm not doom and gloom. I'm just looking at us as a business. If somebody was gonna
If you
invest
don't
in a
have if you don't have a mathematical mind, you can't even see
yeah.
it. Most
And
people
I
don't even
believe me,
know what
I
you're
have
talking
no idea
about.
how I got that
Hustle.
brain. Maybe that's
You hear me?
the people from Spain in my DNA. You get what I'm saying? Because I can see the
Hey,
black people.
don't be shitting on our Africans, man.
I can see the black people as a business. I see the Latinos as a business. I see the Asians as a business. I see how all of them work together. I see how the Asians got their own grocery store. Hell, I see the way the Caribbeans got their own food service. You got all these black restaurants, and who they buying their food from? They buying it from U.S. Foods. They buying it from Cisco. They buying it from white organizations. The Caribbeans buy from each other. The Asians buy from each other. The Greeks buy from each other. The Israelites buy. I'm not the Israelites. The people from Israel. The people they buy from themselves. We're the only ones that talk shit about white people and buy everything from white people.
Yeah, that's what Colin was saying earlier about the Farrakhan shit. That's when
Oh
everybody was
man, it was a
excited, you
letdown.
know?
Now I
Yeah.
gotta agree with Colin when Elvis, you was talking about leaders. If anybody had a chance to be the de facto
Farrakhan
black
had a
leader, it would have been
chance,
Farrakhan.
man. He had a chance,
He
bro.
had a chance and he started goddamn sputtering. He started bullshitting.
But what did he do to lose that chance? What did he do?
He didn't take the chance. He didn't take the chance when Gaddafi offered him.
Yeah, he didn't get to take the
offered him
money.
No,
land
you
to go
can't.
get
You
his
can't
land.
take money from a
saying
foreign
America was
government. You
gonna
got to
block it,
register as a
blah, blah,
foreign
blah.
agent.
But no,
So you would have got in trouble
right?
for it.
But he didn't want to
that,
take no.
that was the
He didn't
biggest
want that
bullshit.
motherfucking smoke. Period.
No. This is what could have happened, right? He
He
could
could
have
have
taken
sent
the
that
money.
shit on a fucking jet.
Hold up. They could have put the money in a Swiss account, right?
Yep.
Like two different 1,000 parties unknown, and when the money could have sat there and gained interest for years, you know. And he could have used any one of these African governments to siphon the money through there, you know.
He didn't want that smoke,
There was
right,
no money
Colin?
coming. It was bullshit.
And if Farrakhan could have got, if he could have got 1 million, 2 million black people over there where Gaddafi was at, then that shit wouldn't have happened over there. Because then black people would
I
have been.
think he got scared when all those 2 million niggas showed up. He was like, "Oh shit."
Yeah, I think he.
I think he was scared of the responsibility.
Yeah, he was like, "Oh shit is real."
You hear me?
Yeah. Because he
I
saw
think he was
all
scared
those
of the
black men out there ready to hear something, and he got out there and did a "I have a dream" speech. I was shocked.
Like, oh shit, these niggas
Colin,
ready to
that's when
come
you
for
knew it was.
real.
Is that when you knew it was over after that Million Man march?
No. It was actually, to tell you the truth, right? Now, I was going through some shit at the time. I'll tell you my story. Million Man March, I was on high for like about a couple of weeks, right?
Oh, they got you too.
Hold up. Let me tell my story, right? And then for that first, I would say,
I was too
year,
young, man, but
everything was
high.
going good. When I felt like I was in charge, right? I think I was in charge. And then what happened was that the record Only Built for Cuban Links came out, Raekwon, right?
Yeah.
Then that was out. That was really height of the drug era. The Only Built for Cuban Links came out. But it was okay. There was a sharp decline in consciousness, right? and the growth of the thing. Because remember that time before that, right? It was all put together. You had 5% stuff like Poor Righteous Teachers.
Yeah.
Then right when Nas came out with that album, what was it? Affirmative Action. Remember that?
Yeah.
Oh, it was in. There was a complete split. Do you remember that Nas song "Black Girls Lost"?
Right.
Remember that song? Remember they made a crack about the conscious community. Oh yeah, this motherfucker talking that back to Africa shit, whatever like that. And then let's get some Cristal. So in other words, basically they split the community.
They start calling them they start calling them incent niggas.
Yeah,
down south.
Conscious niggas, that conscious shit was bullshit back in the day.
Oh, yeah, no. So I felt like I was clowned, right? The Million Man March sort of took us up a little bit, right? No, actually, that Nas song album came out in '96. That's when I sort of declined, right? That was '96. Anyway, then Tupac Shakur gets killed, right? Hip hop starts making a headline in another direction. Before it was Fight the Power, Ice Cube, America's Most Wanted, and all this shit like that. Then now it's gangster shit, Yeah. Then Biggie gets killed, right? Conscious community completely gone.
I mean, they booted up
because Tupac was conscious,
Well, Tupac was conscious, but he was sort of street conscious.
Word.
Tupac was like,
I think Tupac was bipolar, man.
Oh, he definitely bipolar. Oh yeah. Oh, he definitely bipolar. That nigga switched up so goddamn. That nigga got shot and came out that hospital. And he was like, "Fuck everybody, fuck y'all. Give me my gold chain." Then he got out of prison.
Let me finish.
But see, that's. No, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Finish. Anyway, like around 98, right? 98, right? 97, 90. It was like 97, 98, right? One of my boys told me that, he bumped into, and this really broke my heart, right? He bumped into a Nation of Islam. He had a final call, right? I said, "What'd you get a final call?" Nation of Islam, brother, right there. And he goes, "I thank you for buying because nobody's really listening to this no more." 2-3 years after the Million Man March, he said, "We can't have paper because nobody want to hear this no more." I was like, damn. So anyway, I said like this, okay, that's how that was. And then, by 98, everything, it was just all gone, And then what happened was still the debate was this. Remember how Farrakhan got popular in the 80s, late 80s, because the Nation of Islam had cleaned up some drug areas in DC. Remember that?
Yeah.
The Fruit of Islam there. Anyway, Farrakhan did a thing where he said, in one housing project, they lost a contract, right? And Farrakhan said, well, those were independent companies. We had nothing to do with that, blah, 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 because somebody from Nation had hurt somebody, Farrakhan basically threw these guys under the bus. He said, well, that's not us. Blah, blah. I never gave authorization to do that. I said, all this time we supported Nation of Islam because they thought they were going to handle the community and do all stuff like that. Now you telling us that they weren't really with y'all and stuff like that.
Nah, it's a smart move, Carla, because that's indemnifying himself.
No. We have supported Farrakhan. We thought he had some army. We're gonna clean the hood up and all the shit like that. And we like, man.
Yeah, they just had one. Was it like a few years ago? The What Else or Not or some shit they was talking.
Oh yeah, no, it was like Justice or Else, some shit.
Yeah, some shit like that.
And then even make it worse.
Raise up 10,000 men. Where's the 10,000 men?
Well, and then what make it even worse, how you thought it was a smart move, it wasn't, because then everybody stopped fucking with them, and all their businesses went under. You know what I'm saying? They had all the bean pies and all that stuff, all this shit lost because he sold it, and on top of that, he could have stood up because he's a religious organization, so that he couldn't get sued. You can't sue a church. You can sue an organization, but you get what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, what he was doing and how he get his money, they couldn't touch his money. He just started being an apologist. You get what I'm saying? And we didn't understand.
He wasn't ready for that smoke. He thought he was.
Yeah. I think he sat down one day and his heart might have skipped the beat, and he just like, man, this ain't it. And he just wasn't even with it no more.
He just said, y'all niggas ain't worth it. You know?
Yeah. But that, you know what, me and Colin had this conversation, Bantu, and we had this conversation that when you want to be loyal to the black community, like you're gonna get to that point where you're gonna be like, fuck them niggas.
Oh yeah, I've
You
been
get to
there,
that
done
point,
that,
man.
bro.
It's the craziest thing. You get what I'm saying? Like I'm just, maybe I'm just more because I see it early because I see it as a business. So it ain't no
Oh, that
love. It
nigga
just
Dex was asking me about the community.
yeah,
Nigga, if you
all that
don't get
commune.
the
What about your
fuck,
people? I'm like, what about the bottom line? And then it always
nigga, get
kills me
out
when
my
we talk
fucking
about that.
face about the community,
And we talk
man.
about the 39 trillion. And then every time I hear us talk about 39 trillion, I see, you know what? I'm telling you, my brain is weird like that. I'm gonna tell you, I'm a weird nigga, right? When I hear black people talk about we 39 trillion, y'all know that little goddamn emoji with the smiley face with the tongue stick out with the dollar in it. I picture white people faces with that on it. Every time we say that, all I think about is white people with the. They look at
black
Hell
people like
yeah,
an
you
easy lick,
crazy
huh?
as
They got it
fuck.
right in front of their
what the fuck you talking about $39 trillion when it leaves the black community? How many seconds, caller? How many seconds?
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
10 seconds, god damn.
So
Again, they
don't,
give you just to look at it. All you need to look at it and say, here. Hey,
so
look at
don't
the
call that your money. Might as well call it white. The same white people you claim to hate is the same white people you give your money to. The same white people you claim to hate is the same white people you work for.
Hey, that's
See, before you get that money, before you get that paycheck, that card note got to be deducted. That rent got to be deducted. You know, the insurance money got to be deducted. So it's going right back into the hands of the white people.
So therefore the complaint. So therefore us
Hey,
talking about we
listen,
have
you
39
gonna render
trillion.
unto Caesar what is Caesar. That's it.
It just is what it is. That's why I can't listen. That's why I can't listen to black people talk about the money that we have. The only thing that makes sense, even though it might be far fetched and hard to get people to go by, is what Colin's talking about. If we can get 2 million people, put something in a bun or a trust or something like that, can't even get black people.
That right there is doable. You know why?
It is doable.
It's doable because we did that back in the Garvey time. We raised millions. Now we can raise billions. But the whole thing is that this is what it is because it's smart, right?
The thing is, Carla, it's too many disingenuous people out there. Don't nobody want to get involved with this bullshit.
You know what it is? You know what it is? Because of social media, like this is what I'm saying. Like, let me give you an example. My good brother King Good Justice, right? Love the brother right here, but that brother should be on my side, shouldn't he? Shouldn't he be on my side? But these guys get in their feelings and they got their own thing going on.
Nah, he on your side.
I know, but I'm saying no. When I say on my side, man, I really mean.
Did he say he want to get an Afghanistan here, or was he with the idea of going to Africa or somewhere else?
He's flirting with the idea of these. Look, I'm gonna say it right now. The Republic of New Africa Negroes are clowns. Hold on, hear me out.
You talking about the new era? What they call them?
No, the Republic of New
Africa.
Africa.
Republic of New Africa is old, man.
It's old. They've been around since the 1960s, early 60s, in the mid 60s. Anyway, check this out.
I didn't even know who you were talking about.
Okay, the Republic of New Africa, it's a joke. It's a joke. It's always been a joke, right? And in fact, check this out. They always say they want 5 states in the South. They say Louisiana, Mississippi, Florida, blah, blah, blah. This is going to be New Africa or something like that.
Oh, yeah, I heard of them. Now, go ahead.
All right, but guess
I know you had to heard of them.
But get this. This is what I was saying earlier in the show. If you guys missed it, let me recap. Those same areas, you can go to every last single state. Every state got about 100 counties, right? Some of the counties are majority black. Throughout the South, majority black. But all
white people run it.
I know.
Okay, my fault. I'm jumping ahead. Go ahead.
The seats of power in every city, because the people that decide to get a charter, to have a municipal center, have the fire station, the police department, the district court, the magistrate, and everything, are in the white areas, even though the blacks are the majority. There's not one area where black people control. Even Edenton, Florida, we always, it's a black town here. They say 60% of the population are on welfare. There's no jobs, no industry. I don't know that. Anyway, they buy the water. The water is supplied to them by another town, and it's okay. It looks good on the outside, Edenton, Florida. Welcome to Edenton and all like that. But when you peel the surface, it's really bad. I mean, it sounds quaint, right? But I'm not going to go no place where the crime is so high because there's so much poverty. We tried to build these small towns, but the bottom line, and also anyone, if you want a job, all the black people got to work in the industrial zones when they come to these areas and they build a warehouse. Where do you think that? They're in the white area. So how's a Republic of New Africa going to get all these white people to uplift and move out of the area and hand you over 5 or 6 states? So this is why I said I'm serious about an Afghanistan. We can do that. We can do that. And that's why I said the only thing standing in our way would be other black people, Africans or whoever else, right? Because the bottom line is, when you take the power away from white people, right? One white guy came to me and David hit years ago.
But Colin, I got a question for you, right? You think more black people should work in, I mean they do already, but perhaps more specialized municipality jobs where it really teaches you how to run a city or run a city corporation?
I did my research. We got enough black people who do
like working at the power plant, working at the
right.
The water,
everybody
filtration system place.
Everybody that wants to come to an Afghanistan got to have a special skill. And also, sometimes people come to us as an inquiry. What do you do? Okay, this is what we need. We're gonna have it all mapped out. What do we need? People say, okay, let me go get my certificate in this. We're gonna need this. We're gonna need this many technicians. We're gonna need all this many stuff like this, right? Everyone's gonna have a trade or a skill, a special skill, whatever like that, to bring to the table. That's mandatory. Ain't gonna be a bunch of deadbeats and everything like that. You get your skills right here in the United States. You got everybody, all the skills. You're gonna have to go into skills that you never. Look, let me tell you something. My little nephew Avery, right, is love him to death, right? Guy's brilliant, kid's brilliant, right? He got his own business now and everything like that, right? Anyway, one of his friends is a white kid, right? One of his friends, right? He was and he told me what he did, right? I couldn't even understand what he did. But this guy was only 23 years old. He's making $130,000 a year. One of his friends. I said, what do you do? I'm a blah, 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 blah. We do. I'm like, what? I
Describe what he did, Colin. Maybe we'll...
It's something to do. I don't even know. Something to do with some technology.
What, computer, like data analyst or data science or something like that?
He works on some, I don't know where he works at. These white boys be having jobs that we don't even know. Some fat facility that God knows where it's hidden.
They create jobs for themselves.
They got jobs that you don't even know about. You exist. That's
they
what I'm talking
create jobs for themselves.
And they create jobs that
they'll fuck around and make a job for
make a job. Bro. That's that analogy that I always talk about. The spoon, the spoon in this. You find a spoon that say GW in a parking lot. These white people go get a grant from the government and start studying that parking lot and start putting seismic things in the ground. Come up with a whole bunch of goddamn job that a grant that gonna last for 10 or 15 years.
Yeah, they got grants studying fucking a goddamn woolly mammoth for millions of dollars and shit. You hear me?
Different type of roaches. Come on, bro. Like that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying about us. We don't want to get smart. See, when Colin was up here talking, when Dave was up talking about all them government them contracts, yeah, that's a contract. But we talk about those little intricate part, that boring shit, just sitting up in the lab looking at roaches.
And that's what it is. Hold on. This kid was a nerd, right? My nephew was a nerd, and the guy was a genius in math, whatever like that. And he said he just took a new job. He was making like $70,000, but he got a new job. And this guy just basically keeps getting more education, more this, I forgot what he does. I forgot what he told me he does, but $130,000 a year at the age of 23. I'm like, holy shit, but he's a specialist in what he's doing, and he doesn't even have that. Like, shit, man. So, but they have jobs. He told me He did. I completely forgot because you know how you always hear things, engineer, architect, whatever like that. You know, you some of that. But he told me a system something. He said he does. I forgot what he does. You know, but I was like, you know,
It's probably a system engineer.
I have no idea what he does, but the bottom line is whatever the hell it is, I know I said to myself, I know. Now when I was down in Texas earlier last year, right? I was at the Integrity's headquarters, right? Was down there for a couple of days, went in Dallas, where they invited us down there. I was in the cyber thing. They said we do cybersecurity for companies, the Pentagon, all over the world. And I was in there, I looked at the cyber room, and there was a lot of young black guys there, you know, doing cybersecurity. They monitor threats all over the world. The map, there was a world map there, right? And they had all these little dots and whatnot where cyber 30 or where there's concerns of cybersecurity breaches and whatnot. And I was so happy to see black kids in there, young black guys in there, you know? That was like, these are cybersecurity experts and whatnot, you know? And they were doing their analysis and whatnot of cyber threats and whatnot. They said any sort of threat to the system, marketing, money, and stuff like that, which we deal with, you know, is averted. You know, we can see cyber threats and malware threats all over the goddamn globe. Whether they start in Japan, whether they start in the Netherlands, everything like that.
They're gonna need them people now too, because Iran.
So
bombs
anytime you try to hack in a business, they stop hacking and stuff like that, you know. So
Hold on, I'm glad Betu said that. The craziest thing, man, when I be on Dinah Show, and you got all these goddamn foreign niggas that think that Iran is some type of way doing something like they. Like these motherfuckers don't took out they hold on. This is the funny part. And then you got these curry goat commanders. You know what I'm saying? Like Delroy and they stood up here talking about they in the how you in the perfect position when your whole Navy fleet is underwater. Do you know how many years? Do you know how many years it take to build a warship?
Yeah, bro, it's
and
crazy.
Every last one. Hold on, this is the funny part, Bantu. Every last one of your warships is underwater. All your airplanes are destroyed. All of them.
They putting out AI videos now, Hustle.
They have no. Listen, this is the thing. I thought that they were just joking. They have the only people the only people that flying planes in Iran is the United States and Israel.
I don't believe that shit, Hustle.
They have destroyed. They have destroyed every plane and every ship. And they got one lonely ship that's out there somewhere hiding in some type of international water, but the other one they destroyed. And they over there talking about they don't hit over 8,000 targets, and then you hear black people, that let a missile go through and hit a hotel in Abu Dhabi or wherever the fuck, and they like, oh shit, they over there. Iran put in their work.
Thing, though, Iran ain't gonna stop till it ain't nothing left, though. That's
that's what people think. No, listen,
but ain't nothing left, right?
It ain't nothing left.
There you go.
Hold on, they just blew up. Where all they missiles get made at. All they shit get made. So what they gonna do is they just gonna run out. You know what the crazy part is? The point that when people say they're gonna fight to the last death, that's even crazier because then your whole country is left. Like they just shut down. They just blew up the goddamn nuclear plant.
Bomber class, so whoever with that shit, you know they're gonna go to the end. But yeah, they done.
They're done. And people sit up here talking about, man, we want to stand proud like Iran.
They expect us to rock with. Yeah, they expect us to rock with Iran. I can't be an American and fucking rock with Iran. Fuck them. You know I don't agree with the government, but I'm not going to say.
It's not even rocking with
Elvis. They've been shouting death to America for the last 50 years.
That's
what do you expect?
That I know that. But what I'm saying is that this even if I hated America, it's nowhere in the world that if they got them hitting they don't hit 8,000 targets in 4 weeks, and all you did is hit 6.
That's shameful.
6. And you now you just shooting missiles randomly in places.
Destroying innocent people and shit. Not even hitting military
Not
bases.
even hitting shit. You hitting hotels. You hitting a barbershop. You get what I'm saying? These motherfuckers are taking your water supply, everything. And now what they're doing now is that they figure like, okay, well, we're going to make the people mad. You get what I'm saying? We're going to make the people mad so when they come out. And this is the funny part. The funny part is just maybe a week or two ago or before this whole war, they had just killed 30,000 of their own people.
Yeah, so a lot of them people would be happy and shit, you know.
Hey, but what I'm saying is when you hear them talk and people talk about, well, Iran ain't did nothing wrong. They just killed 30,000 of their own people.
Yeah, Iran ain't did nothing wrong.
And I don't know who doing the messaging. I don't know who doing the messaging with the
tens of thousands.
I don't know who doing the messaging with the Republican Party, but every time when they sit up there and say that goddamn Iran ain't did nothing wrong, I would say, like, what did those 30,000 people did wrong?
They're using that shit as a political.
I have no idea who do the messaging. Because that would be the first thing I say. Because they always talk about the innocent citizen. They talk about the motherfucking, the 150, the 200. Hell, I even heard Elvis talk about it one time. When they was talking about the 150, 250 students that got killed. What about the 30,000 people just got killed 6 weeks ago? Why we comparing about 240 kids?
They don't want to say nothing.
So we care more about the 240 kids because there was our bombs that hit it, but we don't care about the 30,000 people that was just protesting, you know what I'm saying, they got killed. How the fuck do these kids get more attention than 30,000 people? Man, I'm telling you, man, this is where it confuses me.
Because people are confused. They don't know the facts.
Oh, this is what I'm gonna do for you guys, right? There's this white guy that wants to get up here, right? I'm gonna end the live stream. I'm gonna let him up here, and you guys can talk.
No, bro.
I'm leaving when everybody
don't put white boy magic on us. Don't put Hitler on us. I'm gone.
Nice seeing y'all. See you
Hey, yo, dude, I tried, man. They said,
no, man, stick to your guns, bro.
Well, Kyler, what you got that bring these white boys behind you everywhere you go, man? They steady trying to join your panel. You barely see them on Dynasty shit, but they're always on your shit.
If Hustle could arrange it, right? What I like to do is get like a 1-800 number or some shit like that, and they can call it on
They can call it on the what?
The line. We have a call line, a call line.
I don't even like white, even though I'm good at stuff like that. I don't even like white people enough to even get them a voice.
Yeah, man,
I think the only voice that black people need to hear is black people.
Let them go over there
good or bad.
With your boy. What's his name?
The Afro think tank with his guy. That nigga had on that nigga had on a motherfucking bonnet. I saw a video. This clown had on a bonnet. A bonnet. A bonnet.
Nah, the one that you destroyed that day, Kyler. What was it?
K.I. Truth.
K.I. Truth.
Oh yeah.
Oh
but
man, God, I destroyed him. Man.
Send him to both of the clowns. But that's what the clown blocked.
Over there, man.
Hey, Bantu, the clown blocked me because I told him, okay, I see your play.
He got a bonnet on his head. Man.
He had a bonnet on there. I said, I see what you're doing over here. I said, so you playing the liberal role. You claim you're independent like Roland Martin, but all you talk about is Democrat.
Hey, man, let me tell y'all, if you see a man with a bonnet, go the other way.
Go the other way. Hey, Bantu, I told him, I said, so you trying to get the liberal, so you want the liberal white people to build up your subs, but you want to sell this bush meat, goddamn jungle bush living out here in the Ekiti state. You want to sell that to black people. That's what you said. That you getting your donations from the from the bush living, but you getting your subs off of the white people. I said, okay, I see your game, but don't sit up there and act like goddamn black women do everything right. This motherfucker said something about, man, black women, they make the best decisions. You know what I'm saying? They make best decisions over everybody. I'm like, what the?
Wait, who said that?
That's what he said. He
The
said
Bonnie
black.
dude.
He
Oh,
said
man.
he have no
I
problem
mean,
with
what do you
black women
expect
being.
with a nigga wearing a bonnet? What do you expect?
He said that he would
Of
love to
course
see
he gonna
black.
say that.
He said he would love to see more black women in power because they make better decisions than anybody in the world. That came out. I'm talking about he looked in the camera with a straight face and said it. And that's what I'm saying. He doesn't talk. I mean, I know y'all like him or whatever, but I don't trust nobody. I don't trust nobody that don't have a conversation with nobody that sit up there and talk in
Oh yeah,
exact.
well, yeah. Look, hold on. For the longest time, I said, yo, he used to call. Didn't he have a show where he used to call in show or he used to go on dance show and
no, he's jealous of Dynas because Dynas
I
wouldn't.
think he used to go on Dynas, right?
He would be in the chat. You get what I'm saying? But he would come on the show. He was more cool with Brandon. He was more cool with Brandon than he was Dynas. Yeah, about the Democrat Party, and that was the funny thing I ain't understanding. And me and Brandon talked about that too, and I was like, Brandon, that he's not he tells you he's one of them fake niggas that claim to be an independent, but all he talk about is Democrat, like they can't do no wrong. And this clown still think that Jasmine Crockett was a better candidate, like that sassy shit, like telling.
Kamala Harris.
But I don't, Paula, can you please explain to me when black people is telling somebody off and get smart mouth, like that's type of way, like that's fighting for, how is that fighting for black people?
The whole thing is
how's that work?
Fighting for black people.
A spectacle, right? It's like, okay, we got the sassy black woman out there, okay?
Right.
And she's like, I'm gonna be the sassy black woman. Blah 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 blah. You know, I'm gonna tell her, look, we know that you could say stuff and cuss and all stuff like that, but you didn't grow up in the hood, you know.
Right.
That you know, I mean, it's like when Elvis asked.
We are talking about Crockett.
Elvis, let me ask you a serious question.
One of them bitches.
Elvis, let me ask you a serious question. Do you think Al Green speaks for anybody that you hear online, smart me, anybody like that? You see that fool with his cane, his slick back hair, on the
Colin, he has his constituents in Texas that he represents. Colin,
I bet you any amount of money, Elvis. I bet you any amount of money. His voter turnout is smart. What do you think his voter turnout is?
Okay, hold on for a second. Hey, Elvis, if he got that supporter, then how did he lose this race then?
Did he lose his race? I think they put him in a different district. They are gerrymandered.
Yeah, he had to get outside his comfort zone. You know?
Yeah, what they did was they got two black people who was in separate district, but they gerrymandered them into one district. So now you got two sitting Democrats who are going to be running against each other for the new district that they put both of them in. So there's some bullshit that's going on in Texas. That's all. He hasn't lost yet, but I think they still got to run this race on.
Man,
because he ain't doing shit.
Like this, man. I'm like, okay, look, this guy is out of the thing. Look, like what you call he's in front of the president of the United States last year, and he was basically don't touch Medicaid. When okay, that's not what it is. But the thing is, there was a lot of people who were getting Medicaid who was not. I work in this where you living, right? There's a lot of people that was making Medicaid insolvent that were billing Medicaid for stuff that's not medically necessary.
Yeah, they were.
And stuff like that, that's doing stuff like that. So if you're going to basically say, look, we're going to checks and balances in the system like that, they turn like, oh, he's trying to cut Medicaid. No, we're trying to basically like this.
Trying to cut out the fraud.
A lot of people still going to get the Medicaid, right? But the things like that's not medically necessary and stuff like that, and the criteria for getting Medicaid is going to change.
Yeah, Medicaid is a gold mine for fucking foreign fraud, motherfucker.
They make it seem like everybody that's on Medicaid that rely on Medicaid was going to get cut, and that's going to be people going to fucking die. You know, that's what they did. And so therefore, okay, Al Green, you said don't cut Medicaid. What about all the people, millions of people that's not citizens of America, that's getting an entitlement to Medicaid? We should keep it like that. What about the people who are collecting?
All
you
them
think
damn
illegal immigrants are
Somalians
getting
that committed
Medicare?
all that Medicaid fraud. Shit. The fuck?
You think illegal immigrants are getting Medicare,
It's
Colin?
not that they see. This is where they try to get technical at, Colin. It's not that they don't get Medicaid. It's that the hospital do not turn them away, and Medicaid still have to cover that.
Yeah.
That is not that they get a card. They just have this thing. Elvis, the thing. I don't. You probably never been to Texas, right? So when you go down to Texas, they got all these people that set up there to teach these Latinos what to say, what to do when they come to the United States. They down there coaching them, and they know when they go into the hospital, all they have to do is don't go in like you can't go to a primary care. You have to
There's a
go to
whole
the
culture
emergency
built
room.
around that shit,
Like, hold on, this is the trick part. They go to
room
the
as their primary care.
They go to the emergency room as a primary care. And in the United States, nobody can be denied service
pay for that
at the emergency.
shit.
And that's that's the loophole. So this is the thing that when I like, because that's why you can tell what Elvis was saying, that's a liberal talking point. But if you don't know how it works, then you don't know that's how they doing it. They're not getting a Medicaid card. They just going in there saying it's a medical emergency. They acting like something hurt, and then the doctor say, "Oh, you ain't got a goddamn dildo in your asshole. You got a neck contusion." And then they like, "Okay, we got to treat that." See, that's how they get over. And that stuff still have to get paid for because they goddamn doctor ain't doing that shit for free. He ain't sit up there saying that, man, I'm looking out for the Latinos. I'm going to do this pro bono. He still put that bill out, and then the state have to pick it up, and the state passed that shit right on to Medicaid. That's how it ends up getting paid by Medicaid.
That's a lot of money fraud in that system.
It is, man. But what I'm saying, they got lawyers down there.
Hold on, you know what the thing is? Right now, the Medicaid billing, like what you call, I do some services, I bill Medicaid and stuff like that, legit stuff like that. I bill Medicaid.
I was telling
check this out. The Somalis was setting up phony ass clinics and stuff like that, Medicaid money, and so therefore all this is going on. They're looking at all this money being wasted in Medicaid, and they don't see the outcomes. Usually, Elvis, when they spend a certain amount of money in Medicare or Medicaid, right, wellness plan, the government has to see some sort of cost going down, and they got to see health improvements. If they don't see those things over a 10-year marker period, right, and they see more expenditure and health outcomes are worse, they know there's a breakdown in the system. Then they go look at the system, audit it, and then that's when they find what they call fraud, waste, and abuse. So when you tackle fraud, waste, and abuse, right, the people who like fraud, waste, and abuse will politicize it and say, "Oh, they're trying to cut Medicaid because they're racist." No, we're trying to get rid of fraud, waste, and abuse.
Most of the people doing the fraud collar are the legal citizens or residents who have these businesses and they overcharge Medicare and they overcharge Medicaid.
No, let me
for
tell you
services
something.
that they're not providing.
That's just another way to hustle. It's so many ways.
Let me tell you something about Medicare.
That's
different
just
than
one
Medicaid,
way.
right? Hold on, let me tell you something about Medicare and Medicaid, right? Everybody who sells Medicare or do anything Medicare, no, that's one institution you do not fuck with. Medicaid has a little more leeway, blah, 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 like that. Medicare, you mess around with Medicare and you will look at a kickback or anything like that, any sort of discrepancy in Medicare, if you're doing something wrong, because Medicare thinks everything is wrong, right? You're looking at 25 years to start. Medicare, they don't play.
Yeah, they investigate more in Medicare.
Medicare, they do not play. They will investigate. They will investigate.
Medicaid, they ain't gonna really do that.
Yeah, because Medicare is for the old folks. It's for the senior citizens. Medicare is for the poor people.
Hold on. People who get Medicare are people with 65 and have Part A and Part B, or people who have a disability or for 2 or more years, they qualify for Medicare. And they can have Medicare and Medicaid at the same time, which they call dual eligible. They have Medicare and Medicaid plans.
Hey
And
man, I knew a Nigerian. I think he got busted doing Medicare.
there was a Nigerian in Baltimore. They got busted doing Medicare. He was going to people's house telling black people they got to sign up.
Nah, he had a business and he was ordering shit off of Medicare, but he was just getting the money. Nobody was really getting the
People
equipment.
do that with dealers, and they will catch you and whatnot. They will.
I don't know if he got busted or not.
Medicaid will take a little while, right? Whatever.
Yeah,
like
they gonna catch you.
But Medicare, I tell you right now, and that's why I say only people who will ever defraud Medicare has to be foreigners because they have no fear of the law. American citizen, when you take your AHIP exam every year, they put the living fear of God in you. About what they so it's like you even think about friggin' doing some discrepancy in Medicare, you just shiver because they know that's your ass. That's how they have you in Medicare because they don't want no mistakes. They don't even want you thinking about defrauding Medicare.
Hey Elvis, I will say this one thing though. Since you fought part of the Democratic plantation, I mean that's what he says he is. So you get what I'm saying? He says
part of the Democratic plantation.
He is. That's what he said, man. He voting blue no matter who. I'll give you this one advice. If you need to talk to whoever you talk to, if you go to any rally, you ought to get them to stop saying. This is one thing that black don't listen to them politicians, them Democrat shields like Roland Martin, all them. Tell you, black people do not like that word, black and brown coalition. We do not like that shit at all. The real black people know that don't fuck.
We hate that term POC. God, we hate it. You know who says that a lot? You know who's another Afro think tank? That dude Haven Bullets. The Haven Banana. You know what I'm saying?
I never seen him.
Okay, he's on.
I heard of him before, but I never paid attention.
He always comes
to
at Tariq or not. He comes at the FBA a lot. He's from the Caribbean and everything like that. But he sounds like a leftist. He came at me years ago because I was coming at what year was this? This was back in when Trump was first running, right? and he did a video when I was on Dynasty Show. I was saying something about I forgot what it was, right? Then he was like, see, you got College Genesis over here. I think he's a secret Trump supporter. When I said something, right? He goes, but in other words, I gotta be in law. I said something. I thought it was I forgot it was about what the issue was, right? But I said I like Trump's policy on this. I like the Republicans' part on that. And he was like, man, you call yourself a black Pan-Africans and you like blah blah blah. That's what I knew back then, man. So in other words, basically, he was an open borders type of guy. I said, yeah, you need to control the borders. And something like that. I forgot I can't remember what the issue was. That was back in 2016, right? But he's still on YouTube now. Now he does lives. I guess he graduated now, and he got his up now, StreamYard. So I guess I don't know if he's taking guests and like that, but he got a StreamYard now. Before he just made short videos, But anyway, he's talking about this. All the leftist shit, as he's a Pan-Africanist, but he talks all this leftist stuff, right? He's talking about, the Somali community is under attack. What the hell do we care about fucking Somalis, And then I said on his channel, he was mad because black people said something about Shabuzi, showed up at the Oscars, right? And I said, for the most part, Black America don't like Shabuzi because he disrespected us with his immigrants built America shit, But yet these guys are here to compete with Black America. But when Black America's shining, like on the night of the Oscar, that should have been for us. He shows up, and then
he should have said that.
I said, my whole thing is, there's a time and place for everything, right? That freaking he added nothing to that song, when they did the time travel song on the at the Oscars. He shows up, and I'm like, that's not your limelight. Let us have this shine right here, Let us have our shine, And so that's why I said I think black people justify saying, we don't. This guy's not with us. You know, he's not with us. He basically.
Kyler, you think he came in there and imposed himself on them, or you think they invited him?
I'm like this. Black people in America, Elvis, right? Black Americans, right?
That point is irrelevant.
We are so trusting, open. That's how we lost Essence Magazine. And I'll tell you something right now.
And this when I tell Colin, it's our fault. Go ahead, Colin.
Check this out. Now, I was talking to Val Thomas, right? And I was basically saying, we was talking a lot off the record, right? Off the record. I don't like talking that stuff I say off the record. But we was talking about Essence Magazine. And I told him, I said, yeah, you know, Richard Love Dennis is Liberian, right? And he's like this. He said, yeah, man. We said, Essence Magazine was founded by black men, right? For black women. So they can have their issues, women that were in America, our sisters in America, and everything. And so therefore, now basically that magazine no longer represents them. You know, I said, look, told him about International Focus Magazine and the Focus Media that you're gonna eventually do, television, whatever, global television. I said it has to be in our hands, you know, because unfortunately, although we love our African brothers and sisters, we're the ones who are chartering this. How's smart? You remember when John Johnson retired and he gave Ebony Magazine over to his adopted daughter?
Right.
What happened? What did she do to it?
She didn't do shit with it, did she?
She ran it into the freaking ground.
Yeah, she didn't do nothing with it.
The whole
Kyle, I got a question, right? So, do you think Shabuzi, as a child of immigrants, do you think he has a story to tell in this country?
Yeah,
do you think he has a place in this country?
But Evan, this is what you do sometimes, man.
That's what I'm saying. He didn't go there as an African American. He wasn't taking anything as an African American. He was an African immigrant.
What I'm saying is he should have knew better to go. It just like if I was over there on the African award show, I would never go up here and say, "Man, you know what? This is how Afrobeats got on popular because of Black America."
The Oscar is not an African American award show.
What I'm saying is that saying that line that immigrants,
because there are people like him that look up to him. Like to me, I'm an African immigrant, and I look at him and I feel proud. If a Michael B. Jordan go up there, African American can look at him and feel proud also.
All I'm trying to tell you is that if you don't know when there's a place and a time that he shouldn't have said that, then you really don't know black people.
Yeah, he shouldn't have
Well,
said
that's what I'm
that.
saying. He's black, but he also has a constituency.
Really don't know.
No, listen. He has a group of people who are also similar to him, right? Who are immigrants, who feel like they contributed to this country, and he's representing those people. Then you have African Americans who also represent the African Americans as well.
If anything, he should have put that on his Instagram page or made some type of interview or something like that. What I'm saying is that he, if he didn't know and you don't understand why he should have said it, then you don't know black people the way you think you know black people.
No, I'm not saying it's not even about black people. Listen to what I'm saying. We're black. I'm black. You're black, but we're different kinds of black, right? I'm an immigrant black. You're an African American black. So, although he's a black guy with a black face, but he represents a different kind of black people in this country who are the immigrants type. Like
but we don't. But who told you that, Elvis? Because we don't consider you black. We consider you African.
If you want to say that, but as a race, we're both black.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm telling you in the nuances in between the thin line, the thin line between the nuances that even though you say that, I'm telling you, any person, you can even walk up to a child and you say, "Hey, I'm from Liberia." They're gonna be like, "Okay, he's black just like us, but he's not black. He's not."
That's what I said. We're black, but we're different.
Yeah, but
that's my point.
And on that
point, don't you think that the Africans who are here, who may be citizens, who may even be permanent residents who are watching the Oscars, if they see an African immigrant performing on the stage, don't you think that brings pride to them?
But see, now you're conflating. You're conflating. He can get up there and sing and dance.
So the Africans can have representation on that Oscar stage.
But what I'm saying is that him getting up there making that statement, those few words, he could have kept that. He could everything else was fine except for those words.
Everybody already knew he was African anyway, so he didn't have to.
You think so, Steve?
Everybody already knows he's African.
Let me get in here. Let me get in here. Hold on. My point I'm trying to make is this. My point I'm trying to make it is. Before he went in the Grammys, that was like a month ago. before he went up there, right? He probably thought about what he's going to say if he got an award or not. And it was a height of ICE raids and stuff like that, right? And yeah, Mandani took it off. He said the same thing. Immigrants supposed to. If you know anything about America, right? New York City was 300 years old before immigrants arrived. You know, before the Italians, Poles, all that arrived. You know who built New York City? The roads, the everything, the buildings you see, and the canals, all stuff like that. It was black people. You know, black slaves. You know, same thing with most of the people. Country in this country was built. The infrastructure of America for hundreds of years, right? Now, when they say immigrants built America, that's a lie. You know, America was built off of slave labor. You know, slave labor initially. It was 400 slaves who built the White House. It's skilled carpenters. Do you know in 1850, black African American slaves made up 75% of all skilled labor in America?
Mm-hmm.
The bricklayers, everything you see in America was built by
That's an amen. That's an LBA amen right there.
Can we get an amen?
That's an LBA amen.
So when people come to this idea that that's a really
yeah, that's a bad move. But Colin,
that's a blasphemous statement.
It's a blasphemous statement. Colin, do you know, I just found this out. You know, I know you're way smarter than me, but do you know who around that same time who built the railroad from
black people,
No. It's the Chinese.
Yeah, but
the Chinese is on the West Coast.
They right here. Listen, I just found out, man. They got the pictures. I just saw the pictures and everything.
Down south too.
They got the pictures that started. And goddamn, and
also Smart just proved the point I was going to make next.
I thought it was.
So the appropriate thing to say is that immigrants contributed to the building of this country. Black people laid the foundation.
Back in with this shit.
No, he's right. Black people laid the foundation certainly because they were here. But immigrants came and did other parts of the work too.
Hold up. First of all, America was built before they got here. You know?
Nah, not true, Carla. America wasn't in its final stage before the immigrants got here.
Bring them back to reality.
You see what New York City looked like in 1700? It was a.
You think it looks? You think that's how it looks like now, Carla?
Well, no, but you go to New York and Manhattan, right?
Elvis crazy, man. Of course,
Colin is saying that it was already built and the immigrants came and did nothing. They added to what was already built, Colin.
Elvis, you got buildings here in Norfolk, Virginia, right? That if you got, matter of fact, you got black buildings, right? Black areas in Norfolk, Virginia, and Petersburg, Virginia. When you got this one church in Washington Street where J.J. Robbins used to go to, that thing was built in the 1700s. There's a stone church.
I hear you, Carla, but there was a lot of development that happened in the 1800s too. When the Irish, the Italians, the Chinese, they all contributed, Carla.
But all of that is after the fact. We talking about the foundation.
We're gonna play semantics now.
No, but you know, development is not static, right? It's dynamic. It's changing over time, and people are adding and building more bigger things.
Elvis. In New York City, Manhattan, right? Check this out. You go to parts of Manhattan, Lower Manhattan. There's still cobblestone streets that are 300 years old. Cobblestone streets that still exist. You know.
Yeah, but Carla, all of New York streets are not built of cobblestone, right? You got bridges, you have highways.
But Irish and Italians, America was already freaking developed.
No, it was developed, but they added to it, Carla.
Y'all talking about Irish and Italians. Where's the African Elvis? Where is the?
So what's the argument? Are we saying that?
No. My point. Hold on. My argument is this. Hold on. My argument is this. This is the argument, right?
He should have made that statement.
Hold on. You had European immigrants that came here. You had Chinese immigrants that came in the West Coast, built the railways, right? That's
Africa's too busy selling us.
Now you got people coming all over the world, right? You got this guy Mogami, he's an Indian, never contribute anything. Talking about immigrants. So in other words, they're riding on the whole immigrant wave. Now, some immigrants, yes, I would say Irish contributed to America, right? The Chinese contributed. The Germans did, you know.
Italians did.
But hold on. Every last single immigrant is just because you call yourself an immigrant that you're part of this. You know, no, it don't work like that. You know.
Yeah.
Carla, you just want to make us the other, right?
No, I'm saying
You are the other when it comes to building America.
Elvis. Let me
Technically,
say
you are the other.
hold up. When you go to
But see,
We'll accept that.
that's why the Ghana president feels slighted, you know, because he gave up all
Let me
the.
say this. Let me say this. If I go to Nigeria, right? How would Kidola and everybody else there that owned everything, how would I feel? Like an outsider, right? Forever, right? Because I'm not Nigerian. The reality is, something has. I have no problem with immigrants coming here and carving out a life for yourself in America. I have no problem with that, right? The problem I have is when they come into our spaces in our institutions and want to redefine who we are. That's the problem I have. You know, immigrants come here and you look on your own thing, right? On your own merit, right? I would love to see a Nollywood film get an Oscar and Shabuzi.
Oh, that shit would never happen. That bullshit.
No,
Hey,
a Nollywood
did you touch
film
on
has been.
the
Hold on,
King's
baby. Let
Day
me say it.
parade shit?
A
Did you touch
Nollywood
on that?
film has been nominated for an Oscar. I think she probably won. It was a film by Genevieve Naja. You know, she's a famous Igbo Nigerian actress. She made a film.
Man,
It was nominated for an
I got to
Oscar.
see that. I got
Yeah,
to
you
look
know they
that
have
up.
the international film section that once
Oh,
ago was
okay.
like these different films from around the world.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Nollywood is getting better, you know.
Man, you know, you should go over there. That Netflix is all Nollywood. Boy, that shit is horrible. You would ask for your money back.
I said getting better. I didn't say they was there yet.
Oh, okay. My fault.
Look, the other day,
They far away.
Other
They
day, my wife
trying.
was sitting. Hold up, let me say this, man. Let me talk, man. Damn, you never shut up. Yo, let me talk. Goddamn, my wife was sitting there watching a Nollywood movie, right? And I told her about this yesterday. She got mad at me, right? I said I went outside, right, in the front porch, right, had water, sit outside on the front porch, right. I come back in an hour later, and the people were still on the same damn scene. I said 2 hours later, they're still on the same couch talking to each other. She goes, "Oh no, they changed. They had different outfit on." I said, "No, that was the same damn scene." She goes, "No, they was two different days."
Oh,
No, Carter, that's not how it works.
Probably just
No,
change
you probably missed the same. They probably went out and they came back in, and the girlfriends came in and was talking in the same living room.
Nollywood is equivalent to what's that thing everybody making them
Tubi is worse than some Nollywood films, bro. Tubi is worse than some Nollywood films. Tubi is terrible, Colin. You say the black actors on Tubi.
Tubi's terrible. Bottom line is, Nollywood looks like they're people holding a camcorder.
No, there's quality. There's different levels of quality to Nollywood
They look
film.
like they holding the goddamn iPhone when they filming it, man.
Go look at like I said, Tubi is the American version of Nollywood. I ain't gonna lie.
But hold on though. But it's still Tubi is better than Nollywood.
Nah, bro.
Let me tell you something, bro.
Tubi, you ain't got no big studio behind them.
That shit is, bro.
Because out of 100 Nollywood movies, you might have like one good one.
Boy, that shit is. But let me tell you something. The Netflix. Hey, Colin, do you got the Netflix subscription?
No, I did, but I don't really get into Netflix.
But let me tell you something. If you got Netflix in America,
I got like 500. I got like 1,000 channels.
On your thing, on your Fire Stick. If you got Netflix in America, you can sign on to the Netflix in Nigeria. But when you sign into it, you ain't gonna it ain't gonna look nothing like America. That whole shit gonna be Nollywood. And I'm telling, all you saw was wig, wee, wham, wild hyena hood rats from the gutters of Makoko.
This one people like a transvestite.
Dry wigs. All you saw was dry wigs.
Oh Lord,
it was horrible.
We seen some of the Tubi clips, man. Dudes bending bullet behind the trees and shit.
That's true.
You know,
that's true. It is some horrible Tubi films.
I mean,
man, I watched a Tubi compilation, man. I said, man, what are they doing?
Check this out. Tubi. I only watch Tubi because they got a lot of classic movies up there.
Yeah, they do.
Watch the
It's
homemade
still better
movie.
than
You gotta watch the Black American baby movies, called the hood movies,
I
a lot of
watch
dramas.
that. I watch that nonsense. You know.
Nah.
I don't watch. I don't watch.
Cause I was, hey, caller, I was watching one. The dude told the chick, he was like, "Hey, let me check you out one more time. Turn around, do a circle." Soon as she turned around and did a circle, he punched her right in the eye. I said, "What the type of shit is this?"
Making the most ignorant shit. You know.
Chewy got some creative kind of movies on there, Colin. You gotta watch that shit. And it's not that those people, black people, are not creative and can't create great things. It's just the budget isn't there, and it's something. It's similar to what Africans have with the Nollywood.
Quality movies or not. If you can't make a quality movie, I ain't gonna watch it. You know. I ain't gonna watch it.
And one thing about the Nollywood movies, Colin, it's more like it be that sensationalized. It's kind of like minstrel. They with the extra and the oh my God, and God I beg on. They with that shit. It look like some old mammy.
Yeah, the sound system, the sound, the dubbing in the movies are terrible in Nollywood movies.
Yeah,
they don't have a consistent volume. They don't control the sound stage.
No,
you know, because most of the time they're filming in crowded Lagos. They're going through traffic. You're hearing other cars passing by. Whereas in American movies, you have a sound lot. You have a whole studio that you can film on and control everything. So it's different.
Bad too. When you watch a Nollywood movie, you have to. Sometimes you got to turn the volume up. Sometimes you got to turn the volume
that
down.
shit on mute.
Yeah. That's
Don't forget, Beto got a Nigerian girlfriend. I don't know if he still got her, but he's accustomed to Nigerian
got
culture.
a couple of Nigerian girlfriends.
But what I'm saying is this right here. Well, I'm gonna go back to the Chibuzi thing, whatever the fuck his name is. What I'm saying is that if a black American, if Michael B. Jordan who said that same thing, it would have been okay. It just wasn't good for him to say that. That's what that's what he's saying.
Especially in today's climate.
Especially in today's climate. He should have said that.
Why is it because it's against Donald Trump and you guys are for Trump?
No, because he's because we see him as African.
Hold up, that's all. Hold up, that's also.
You also see them as immigrants.
Hold up. As which we call Michael B. Jordan said, my father's flying in from Ghana. All over social media, Michael B. Jordan's half Ghanaian. He's a Ghanaian.
But why do you think you mentioned that, Carla?
What?
Why do you think he mentioned that?
Hey, yo, his father is African, Black American.
We know that.
Why do you think he mentioned that he's flying in from Ghana?
His father's flying from Ghana. That's all he said.
That's probably where he was flying in from.
Well, I'm saying, why do you think he mentioned that?
What the heck is that a big deal?
I don't know why he mentioned it either. Why did he mention it, Elvis?
That's what I'm saying. Why do you think he mentioned it?
I have no idea.
He's trying to show that he got a family that's connected with the continent, man. He's part of being from Africa. That's why you mentioned
that was the truth.
He's trying to connect with the motherland, man.
This is what we're talking about, right? You guys, man, if Michael B. Jordan was working at the guy,
Hey, they jumped out the window with that one, Colin.
Yo, look, man, let me talk, man. So you don't stop interrupting me. You know? So look, check this out. If Michael B. Jordan worked at McDonald's or that burger place he went to, they wouldn't be trying to claim him. Every time a Black American does something great or creates something great, these guys want to be a part of it. That's what we're talking
But that's humans in general. When people doing good,
Yeah, Colin, you don't claim the thug and the hood niggas killing people. You don't claim that.
Oh, yes, they do in the Black community. They do.
The point I'm trying to make is you can't basically act like you despise Black Americans all the time, and then when somebody does something great and everything, you want to be attached to it. That's a no.
He was the one that mentioned Ghana. Nobody would have claimed him if he didn't mention Ghana.
Hold on. He just mentions balls coming in Ghana. How did he suddenly become a Ghanaian?
They saw it as a plug for them, like BB Rodriguez was saying.
Like I said, you guys, man. Like I said, man. I mean, we like to see you guys as our equal, our brothers and sisters.
Carla, if Carla won an award for his book and he went upstairs and said, "Oh, shout out to all my Liberian people," everybody gonna be like, "Yeah, that's one of our brothers. He's a real Liberian. We like Carla." Now you'll be liking Liberia, Carla.
I would say in a minute, no, I'm not Liberian, but I do like you people. I love Liberia. I'm here all the time. No, but I'm not a Liberian.
If you mention us in your speech, Carla, we're gonna claim you. Just know that.
I belong to Black America.
Listen, it's the same. Them Filipinos the same way, man. You got a little bit of Filipino blood, they'll claim it.
Like Summer Walker, she acts Black, but when she go up there and mention her Filipino roots, they're gonna say, "Oh, that's Summer. That's our daughter." Huh?
No, you know what? I think Michael
Delroy Lindo. Delroy Lindo came here in America broke. Spike Lee discovered him, right? And put him on, right? He did all these roles. He became Black American.
Where's he from,
He don't
Carla?
become Carla. He's from Jamaica, Carla.
Hold on. Now you got these Black Brits talking about Delroy Lindo, a Black UK man. He's like, I've been UK in 40 something years.
How did he become Black American?
What?
He got a blood transfusion, Steve.
No, it's like this. Black American is something you could actually really assimilate with.
Oh, Lord.
Like white America, right? He assimilated just like Calvin Lockhart, Sidney Poitier, Harry Belafonte. They assimilated into Black American society fully.
Yeah, you can become culturally Black American, but not ethnically Black American.
If you like somebody enough, they can become Black American.
Yeah, people people grab people into the culture.
Hold up.
That's the same thing the Africans doing. If they like somebody enough and they do well, they'll claim it.
And the difference is this. Back in the days when people came to this country, right? Black people, you had to go to the Black church, live in a Black community, and everything like that. So you like this, If you basically nowadays, right, the immigrants coming here, they don't have to socialize. But before you had to socialize with Black people, so you assimilated with them. Now you don't have to do that. I don't accept these immigrants now because, for the most part, it's as assimilated because they don't live in our communities.
But ethnicity is about blood, Carla. It's not just about culture, right?
No, it's not. That's not true, Elvis. Ethnicity is not about blood.
Assimilated into our culture. You're assimilating our culture.
So a white man could be an African just by doing the cultural things about Africans. Steve?
Hold on. If you come here and you live in a white suburb and your kids go into white schools and whatnot, and you have not assimilated with us, that means you take on our arguments, and I can tell when you assimilated, people who take on our assimilation, right, is the fact that, every single Black, let me give you a perfect example I'm talking about. Africans face racism all the time. I see it, right? I see an African in public, right? And he doesn't know how to read white people. And you see white people and you start seeing African or Caribbean, sometimes Caribbean too. And white people are looking at him with disdain and condescension. And they don't know how to pick up on those things that this person doesn't mean them any harm. They're sitting there smiling, yakking. Where Black Americans know that immediately when we come around white people, we'll have our guard up. We're ready for anything. I don't know what you're talking about. That's the way it is.
Who did that just now?
Unless you're one of these silly ass Black people who don't know anybody like Steve,
But Carla, I'm saying, right? What it means to be an African American, it's not if a person.
What I'm saying is this. And then all of a sudden, you always have Africans. They always say racism doesn't exist. Because they ignore it because they can. They're like, since I don't have a history of racism and stuff like that, I wasn't affected. My ancestors weren't enslaved, so they're like this. But old immigrants that used to come here came and they were part of the Black story in America. That means the slave ancestors became your ancestors.
They didn't have no choice.
What?
They didn't have a choice.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But now they have a choice. Now they could come to America. They could live in any neighborhood they want to, send the kids to any school and stuff like that. So they're not socialized. That's why I don't accept people talking about, we're all Black now. No, get the fuck out of here. You're not socialized with us. Back in the days, Black immigrants used to socialize with us. They took on our arguments. They became part of us, For example, Sidney Poitier played Black roles, Him and Harry Belafonte, perfect example I'm talking about. They played a movie called Buck and the Preacher about an ex-slave, two ex-slaves, whatever like that. Both of those guys are from the Caribbean. Calvin Lockhart, the same thing. Played a New Orleans gangster. Those are people who assimilated into Black American culture and society.
What about people like Akon?
Akon is a fucking clown,
Did he not assimilate?
No. I call him a spook. He's a fucking clown. He's the type of person that always resented Black America. He's always hated Black American jealousy. He went over to Nollywood. He failed when he's
hold up. This Smitty guy, he always Steve afraid to look at white people in the eyes when he talking to them, just messing around. Oh, okay. Yeah, you just messing around for sure.
But Akon's a clown, you know. And the bottom line is you cannot come here and take on the worst aspects of Black America. He came out here and he got into the Black streets, right? That's not Black American culture, you know.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
That's why he can go back. Says now I want to be African now. You know, after I did all my dirt, well now we African now. And he has never really embraced who Black America is. All he knows is the gangster street shit. That's not Black American culture. Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's crazy. At 800-mile coastline, just one port in Lagos. Well, you know, I don't know. The bottom line is this: like I said, I have no problem with people coming here doing what they want to do. But if people want to assimilate with us, I don't know if they can anymore. You know, because we don't have those sort of communities. You know, we don't have to have these sort of communities anymore where people could assimilate and be part of Black America. And then Black America's changing too. Most of us, Black America, is becoming whitewashed, mainstream, and stuff like that. You know, so
I keep hearing people say the Black community is doomed. So why would people come over here and assimilate?
No, you know, I don't know if the Black community is doomed. There's certain segments of the Black community is doomed. Right? I'm not doomed. You know. So the bottom line is, I just think basically,
Kyla, so my African goddess is telling you that when people are transported into a different culture, it's hard to see the subtleties of racism in that culture, right? So she's telling you that she worked with an African American woman in social, services, and it was hard for her to see the racism in Britain because there's certain mannerism, there's certain nuances to other race to racism in different places if you're not used to it. So the Africans in that in their purely mostly Black countries, they may not understand the nuances when a white person is being racist or they're showing some mannerism of racism. That's why Africans don't see it as well as African Americans who've been amongst these people for many years. Can you understand that?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, well, I see that. But the thing is, I see that. But the thing is, when Africans, every time they put a mic in front of an African, you know, that's a problem. They weaponize. When I said, "Who are these dumb niggas?" They didn't dawn on me. There must be an African or Caribbean. They say the dumbest shit, you know. Like, what the fuck is this, you know?
But let me ask Elvis. Elvis, is that is that how most Africans think? They don't see racism in America?
What I'm saying, like if you've been here and in my experience, because I grew up back here as a kid, so I went to school. You can see white people when they're well, people in my community may not see it, like my dad may not see it, right? But some, if you're looking by a white woman and you see her clutch her purse, or once you get near them, their whole mannerism change and they're uncomfortable around you. You notice that, for me, I noticed it, right? But somebody may not notice, an African person may not notice it. They just walk by a white person, not even thinking twice, not even thinking that person might be prejudiced or don't want to be in the same space with them. So there's certain things that you are
dangerous about that.
Say that again.
I know it's dangerous about that, right? I saw in a video, right, where nowadays you have several incidents going around that's popular, right, on trending. But when white women get drunk, and they just automatically accuse you of rape, right? And you guys sit there, police don't care. They come with guns blazing and whatnot, And sometimes you got Africans who are openly friendly. And also, there's another thing, Elvis, I noticed too, right? You got African guys that love approaching white girls in public.
Oh, Carla, you've mentioned that a lot.
I am not joking. All these street interview dudes out there are African dudes and Caribbean dudes, They're like, you like black guys? When one dude got a janky haircut. You see the dude with a janky haircut?
What does that mean? White girls date African men too.
That's how you know you're African.
I'm saying myself. I say
that's a Tariq talking point, Carla.
No, I'm just saying. Look, I think Africans don't understand, particularly the ones in Europe, right? They be approaching white girls and whatnot, just out of nowhere. Black guys, even if you like white girls, right? Black men in America usually feel the room out. They'll be like, okay, we know what type of white girls are. These guys be going up to random ass fucking white girls and whatnot. Do you date just asking stupid? But watch these interviews very carefully. See what
I don't consume those kind of content, Carla. It
come across my feed, my real feed on Facebook and shit like that. So I don't consider them out, but feel like exclusively. It come across my feed. I gotta watch it. You know.
You don't gotta watch it, Carla. If it come across your feed, you can skip it.
Maybe because I want to watch it. You know.
Yeah, see, there you go.
I want to watch it. So I watch this stuff all the time just to feel what's going on because I do a talk show and I want to get material. So I'm saying to myself, I keep seeing these videos where these white guys, these black guys are going to spots and they're always approaching white women, white girls. That's dangerous, because as soon as one time or another, and I've seen it happen, right? That girl gonna say, that dude slipped on my drink. That guy did something to me. He touched me inappropriately. He groped me, whatever like that. You think it's playing. There was one kid, right? I don't know if he was an immigrant kid, whatever like that. There's one incident that happened a couple of years ago. This kid was in weight room, Planet Fitness, whatever like that. And he kept touching on his white girl. He knew the white girl. He was touching on her, blah, blah, blah. And she was getting annoyed, like, stop, like, tackling, like, this manhandler. Some older brothers grabbed him inside and said, bro, let me come outside. Let me talk to you. Right? And they schooled him and said, don't do that. What you're doing is very dangerous. That girl, she's uncomfortable or not. The white people in here, they're looking at that, whatever like that. If something happens, you can get in a lot of trouble. And do say, okay, so leave it alone. Right? He did. He probably had nobody tell him, right, in his life. Race is real. My father told me that, He said, look, race is real. That's a survival mechanism we were taught. Stay away from white girls for the most part. Don't go over there like that. Don't go in the white girl's house, whatever like that. They invite you there. Don't
keep your hands to yourself. Don't touch them. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Don't do that shit like that. We know the danger of like everything, like Emmett Till, stuff like that, even to this day, 2026, it's still dangerous, because you live in a world where white women are protected, especially now, in the age of Erica Kirk. Look how they want to, they got dudes that want to kill Drewski for making fun of Erica Kirk. How dare you as a black man mock a white woman? That's what we're dealing with. We're in a fucking race war in America. And a lot of immigrants don't understand that, right? And so that's annoying when they come here and they try to put their values on us. We don't see color, blah, 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 blah. No, we do see color, and don't try to change the narrative. This is where we live in America.
Can I say one thing before Ben goes? Maybe it's because where some of them come from, like, tribalism might just be worse than racism is. I always think about that sometimes.
Tribalism.
Some African come here with the express goal of getting themselves a white girl. They come here on a mission trying to get themselves.
Look at Kidola.
Well, that's not mission Kidola. I'm just saying. I've seen it, right? Where you had some young kids come from Africa. They're like 16, 17. They're older than some of these girls. Maybe they're like 19 and they start dating a white girl who's like 16 or 17. And then the white girl moms find out her dad phone her, they're having sex. And they don't like that, and they say, "Well, my daughter is too young to give consent, and it must be statutory rape." I've seen, some young African boys who definitely had consent from the girls, but they didn't know that you have to be at a certain age to be over the statutory limit. And some of them went to jail for statutory rape, even though they didn't rape the girl forcefully, but because of the age difference.
The bottom line is, it's because they were black, and the bottom line is, see, us black, we were schooled. Stay away from the white girls. Stay away.
Oh, well, Heritage America, the rise of mulatto is here.
1776, your boy. The rise of the mulatto is here. And Kyla, you have to deal with it. Drewski's father is white and his mother is black. Mulattoes are going to replace regular black folks.
Or whatever like that. The bottom line is this. I just like what his kid. I don't care if give a fuck.
Drewski's father is white? Oh, then that makes him white. That's crazy.
His grandfather's white.
Okay.
Oh, so he's still white.
It doesn't matter.
His grandfather on his daddy's side is white?
Who knows?
Yeah, he got that white chromosome, man.
But somebody say something stupid like the rise of the mulatto. What the fuck is the mulatto rising to?
Oh, his
that's so you know who says that too? Pan-African, pan-mulattoism.
Who
says that shit a lot.
Checkmate.
That's
That's
crazy.
what
What's up,
I'm
Ben?
You know, the bottom line is this is why I am the way I am. You know, I am the
Okay,
way I
his
am.
mother's father is white. Okay, yeah, that's different. So his daddy's black. He got a black white chromosome. That's good.
Well, we
Can be
all
the
know
son
that.
of a white man.
Black
Still
man
be
living in
considered a white man.
Nah,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
daddy black, he
Yeah.
black.
Well, yeah, I saw that video. Class man. That's why I said I like people too. This black guy living in his house, nice neighborhood. White woman comes up to the house with her daughter, saying, "Why are you here? Do you live in this house?" This is insane. This is fucking insane. You know, and so this is what you got to deal with in America. You know, this is America. This is what
I
you got to
I stay away from white women. Even when I was in high school, white girls try to talk to me. I ain't stay away
You
from
know,
white
so
women. Man.
Yeah, my mama
this is
scared me away from the white
black.
girls. She said I was
I
gonna
don't
go to
believe that,
prison.
Steve. You say it, but we don't believe it. We still skeptical. Sound like you like white girls. What's up, Ben?
All right, Ben, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, that's all. I just want to say something about the Drewski situation. It's like the fact, like you.
You like white girls, Ben?
I say 50. It depends on. It depends. But
Did you
most
hear everything we just said, Ben?
Ben, you're an African, so I expect it.
Ben said a 50-50 shot. It could go either way.
Like, Ben, go get yourself a white woman.
My mostly like black women too. So
Okay.
but like I said about the Drewski thing, I find it funny with these conservatives getting mad, but you can't find me the reason about those Epstein files. You can't give me what happened.
I don't give a shit about that. You know, the bottom line is this. I made it clear. I want to say people like, oh, this lady's grieving. I'm like, yo, fuck her in a grieving. That's what I've been saying all over TikTok. You know, fuck
Hell
her in a
yeah.
grieving.
Fuck
You
yeah.
know?
That ain't
And
grieving.
I
That's
said
bullshit.
like this. She went, yo, especially young white men when I. The bottom line is this. They say, what if black people, you guys did Trayvon Martin blackface with the gunshot and the Skittles and whatnot. You know?
Yes, I
They were doing
know.
all that shit. They were making fun of Michael Brown. They were making fun of those white lady teachers in New York City. You know, tenured teachers in New York City that had I can't making fun of Michael Eric Garner. I can't breathe. Remember that?
Kyle, I don't know. I don't trust Ben, man. You might go tell the white people on us, man. Tell them what we're talking about, man.
I don't give a look. I don't really don't
Sound
give a
like
shit.
you gonna tell Massa, man.
I really don't. At this point in time, man, I'm telling you right now, I really don't care about white people, what they think, whatever like that. I really don't care. I'm at that point now. You know, I don't think there's nothing left to talk or discuss. There's nothing left to discuss.
It really is not. It's really not. It's really not. There's nothing to discuss. It has to be said, whether they like it or not. That's what has to
And
be
then,
done.
you know what the bottom line is? White people are still operating like this is 1960s, that we shall overcome.
Good high tech.
And they think we're still trying to integrate with them. We're still trying to assimilate with them, stuff like that. And what this does, the Drewski thing, and that even Afroman's video, right? It shows you that Black America, that's why I said I didn't mind them winning with the MAGA shit. I knew this was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen, right? I knew sooner or later that Black people are going to use their social capital, their cultural capital, because Black people are still the most influential group of people, right? And so therefore, I don't care how MAGA get and whatnot, you are not going to go up against Black America. Our music, our films, whatnot. That's why they want to crush sinners at the Oscars. You know, the fact of the matter is Black people in America are on the rise, you know, and they can't do nothing about it. They're like this, well, geez, man, we done tried everything, and Black people are not upset. Black people are going to joy things or not. They going to, Black people are just so happy. Why are Black people so happy? You know, we did everything. White people got everything they wanted. They got the Senate, they got the House of Representatives, they got the Supreme Court, they got the presidency.
And they didn't do shit.
Yeah, and the bottom line, and they're still angry. And we're sitting there laughing. Y'all thought you're all
Ben,
winning.
you supported Trump, right, Ben?
No, it didn't support anybody.
Okay.
I'm like this. I knew that this calamity called Trump was going to happen. And I was like this. Because all it did was prolong the fucking inevitable. America's falling right now. White America's falling right now. This whole thing showing you They thought they were high and mighty. You just Erica Kirk is saying that racist stuff or not. And you take this guy, Drewski, he comes out and obliterates her. 100 million views. 100 million views. I'm like, yo, she is so upset and livid, you know? And so the bottom line is what this shows you is that the power that Black people have, right? Look, I studied this years ago. Satire and being satirical and propaganda like that is way more powerful than anything you could do to somebody, you know? Why do you think Saturday Night Live is so powerful? Why do you think things like South Park are so powerful, you know? Now we're saying we're going to weaponize the same thing. And the bottom line, who else is next? We don't know, you know? Afro Man shit was hilarious, you know? He took out the
that was really
I'm a
good.
lemon pound cake.
He took out the whole damn police department, and they tried to sue him. Yeah, I was distressed. Everybody sending me pound cake. You would not.
I was a pound cake right now, shit. But that, yeah, I mean, Afro Man is that dude, man.
Bottom line is this: what is Afro? This is what I like, right? This is stuff Tariq Nasheed should be doing, right? Going after the enemies of Black people, because that Adam Scott Sheriff. The fact they kicked in his door and whatnot, kicked in his door, broke his fence and shit like that, you know that's done before. That ain't the first time they did shit like that. And he made
They did the same thing to J. Cole. I remember that.
What was it? Where was that? Same place?
His neighbor called him and said they thought he was selling dope. So they raided his
They
house.
made a song about it. It was in the video. They broke inside his house.
Neighbor think I'm selling dope.
Yeah.
Somebody can call the cops on you, tell you something dope, and they come with guns blazing, right? And he friggin' made them look fucking stupid.
But you know, Afro Man, you know, I mean, I won't say he's a pimp, but he's that old school kind of player. He probably got a lot of girls coming to the crib.
What he did was just classic, you know, and that's what I expect for somebody like Tariq Nasheed, right? You got a platform, do shit like that, you know, help your people out. Tariq spends his time demonizing Africans all the time.
Didn't Tariq say the FBI came to his house or something like that?
Yeah, you know, this internet culture, people get swatted all the time. People call something to your house and get you swatted, and you might get killed in that SWAT raid.
Yeah.
So it's attempted murder, man.
So the bottom line, so I'm like looking at Tariq like, and you know who else was disappointing? Corey Holcomb.
Corey Holcomb. You saw that video of him, you know, punching that lady.
Yeah, he beats up a black lady. He punches a black lady, right?
Why he do that?
I had never heard Corey Holcomb say anything bad about Trump, neither has Tariq. I've never heard him say anything about what's going on with white people. Well, he's also about white people, but he don't go all out like Drewski did. Drewski went there.
That's what Drewski do, man. He does this little skit.
He made fun of everybody. I remember that the Hebrew Israelites was pissed off at him because he made a video about him.
Desi Banks too do a similar thing, but he usually do it black folks. Drewski started going over, you know, the racial card and started doing white, you know, rednecks and other stuff like that.
Yeah.
But you know, when you stick in your community, you're safe.
Yes, you have to keep the pressure on these people. You know, you can't give them no rest or refuge, right? Because they have to realize now, you fuck with us, we're gonna come for you. You know, those people in Afro Man, that shows me, right?
But Kyla, don't you think that the environment that Trump has set up and made these people bold? Because during Obama time, even Biden's time,
I feel like Elvis, you know something? It was already there.
But they ain't have the voice like they have now because the government is telling them shit like.
What we're doing now is look, Elvis, this is what it is. You probably won't notice because you're an immigrant, no offense, right?
Thank you, God. Thank you, God.
There's always this idea, if you listen to them talk, right? Y'all don't want to get us upset. Y'all don't want to know where
you guys gave them the power. Under Obama and Biden, they ain't had no fucking power. They took their tail between their legs.
You can say this. They always with their, once we rise up and all shit like that, we're gonna do this when black people are in. Now black people are like, okay, let's get this shit over with. You said there's gonna be a race war. You said you're gonna do this, right? Let's just do it, right? And black people are like, one black guy said, man, we know y'all been in the woods training for like 30 years. When y'all gonna pop off this race war? Y'all want a race war? Y'all want? Yeah, okay, let's do it. You know,
we don't want no race war. No.
You don't want to raise war, Carla.
Hold on. So not being a scary cat, man. You know,
Carla, you in Liberia right now. You don't want no race war.
Look, I'm like this. They don't want a race war. Why? Because black people, and for the most part, right? I know, even the middle class black people, everybody in Black America know what it's like to freaking lose somebody to gun violence. I lost.
BB Rodriguez would probably be on the white people's side because he's almost Mexican.
Hold up. I lost 3 cousins, and I know many people basically who died, right, in the streets, right. The average white person has never agreed. Look how he was broken up over Charlie Kirk. He died doing that. Yo, the dude was giving a speech talking about black people and said, we are to protect gun rights, even if I'll willing to sacrifice my life if it means us keeping guns.
He didn't say that. He said some deaths are necessary in order to protect.
So whatever the fuck he said, right? And then a few seconds later, he was dead. Thank God, you know.
Like Beezy said, black people ain't ready for a race war.
We're not ready for a race war.
Who cares what that easy things?
We will get slaughtered in a week. They control our water and all that stuff. So.
Yeah, you keep saying that, man. I don't fucking think so. You know.
Carla, what you gonna take away? Culture, hip hop, R&B? Give me guns.
I really don't think so. You got to overestimate these people, right?
We don't have the numbers, and we don't have the.
It doesn't matter if you don't have the numbers, right?
How you get a name like Rodriguez, BB?
That person is not going to pick up no gun and shoot nobody. You know, only a few of them will do that. In the bottom of, they just simply don't have the numbers that's going to get out there and do some stupid shit like that. Because most white people got it too fucking easy in this country. You know, they're not willing to fucking die for this shit. You know. But black people really got nothing to lose. The most dangerous people are people who got nothing to lose. And you got
you got your life to lose. Like Eddie Griffin said, the Lord just gave me this house. I'm sure He wants me to live in it.
I think the fact of the matter is, that I'm looking at what happened in these riots, these flash mobs and shit like that, and these kids that are out here on the streets nowadays. They don't give a fuck. You know, they don't give a fuck. You know, if the white man was about a race war. When we brought 1 million black men in 95 to a fucking DC, where were they at? They didn't show up, Nakmeezy. They didn't show up. We brought 1 million plus black men to DC in 95, and we went back there several times, right?
What, you think that was a war collar? You guys had arms with you?
The white man could have showed up there, but we were all there. You know, did they show up? No.
They did everything right. They got a permit to gather, to assemble. They did everything right. So it wasn't a war.
What I'm trying to make is this. My point is this. You don't seem to get it. The white man has been, white boys, the thugs, white gang, whatever the fuck they are, have been threatening a race war for like 40 years, right? Several times, black men have gathered in large numbers, right? Said they were going to be there, right? That was a golden opportunity for the white man to pop his race war. What happened? They didn't show up. So please don't tell me.
Carla, you see what 1776 said? He said, we're just 13% of this country, and we're bound to lose through attrition. The white man will win this war just by sending the Mexicans and the Asian troops to take us down.
If that's the case, if he's going to do that, if he's going to do that, whatever white man's going to do, why didn't he do it in 95? Why did he do it in 2000 when he was at DC? He was there at DC.
So you saying the white man ain't got it in them to take us out?
No, he's saying that they won't even come themselves. They will send their lackeys and their toadies to come and take care of you before they even
whatever it
have to
is.
get up the
I know
porch.
for the fact of the matter is, white people ain't coming. White people ain't doing that shit. If they did, because I thought when the Million Man March came, right? I said, oh my God.
Like Meezy said, the Million Man March wasn't the start of nothing. It was just a glorified cookout. That's what he said.
Oh yeah, because Nakmeezy is a clown. That's why. You know,
he doesn't have.
There fucking
Hey, Colin.
This shit, you know.
Hey, Colin. He doesn't even have smoke for what's going on right now with that Drewski situation.
Who?
Nakmeezy.
What is Drewski's situation?
I'll tell you about Nakmeezy. I don't want to keep messing with Nakmeezy because I don't want him to cry. You know, I want his fucking sissy ass to cry. You know, that's why I'm so fucking.
Oh damn! Somebody challenge you to do 10 push-up, Carla. Can you do 10 push-ups?
Yeah, well, okay, whatever. You know, I will do 2 push-ups when I split your fucking head open. Fucking race traitor, nigga. I hate it.
Oh shit. I mean, it's true though. The older we get, the less physical fit we are.
Whatever, whatever. The
Tyler
bottom
look like
line is
he's in
this.
good
Bottom
shape,
line is
man.
this. Hold up. Look, they basically, white man had every fucking opportunity to fucking kill us all this time, and he didn't. So don't tell me about no fucking white man no more. They ain't shit. They had a time. They got the P headset in the military, right? They got the Attorney General. They got the State Department. They got motherfucking dumbass Donald Trump in office. They got the motherfucking Supreme Court. They got both houses of Congress. Bring their fucking asses. They're too scared.
Because they didn't do nothing about anything. So of course
they don't do shit but talk. All they do is talk, and people they get bluffed. These dumb niggas get bluffed by these motherfuckers. They ain't shit. I'm calling them. Bring that fucking race war. Let's bring it.
Oh man, Carla, you in Liberia still?
I don't give a fuck, man. They didn't do this. They were talking like this, like when Rush Limbaugh and all them were alive back in the 90s.
They've been talking that shit for the longest time. They ain't did shit, Like they're gonna do something, man. They're gonna rise.
Man, one of them crazy white boys gonna see this video and shoot up some random place.
Steve, don't let the little fucking scare you. You got a gun.
I'm just saying. Listen.
I got a fucking gun. They got a gun.
No. I'm not talking about you, but you got to realize there's a lot of black people that are unprotected, and you got a lot of crazy people out in the world.
They get protected. Then I don't care.
Figure it out, man. We'll figure it out.
Like Measy said, you try to get Black Americans killed, Carla. He ain't with the BS.
That's exactly what the point I'm trying to make.
That's
right?
Scary.
No. Listen. Remember at Buffalo, right? What happened when the white dude went in there and shot up that store? You got crazy people.
Black folks ain't do nothing. When's the last time you saw black people going up and shooting up a white area because they're mad at white people?
Hold on, let me finish. You got crazy white people out here.
Had you had some YNs out there with the blickities and whatnot,
The blickies, Carla. The blickies.
Whatever it's called. They would have taken that motherfucking devil out, but nobody was there, So bottom line is this: just be prepared, whatever like that. When it pops off, sooner or later they're gonna slip up. Whatnot. This guy, man, is so scared because he's facing the death penalty. I think they gave it to him. I don't know what happened. But he's facing a federal charge, a death penalty. For that killing.
Listen, all I'm saying is we got too many crazy people out here that listen to something like this and say, "Oh yeah," and they'll do something stupid.
Who cares? So what?
Yeah,
if black people die, it matters. Like, what do you mean?
Steve, stop being a little scared pussy. Man.
I'm being dead serious. They're not gonna go. They're not gonna go to the YNs. They're gonna go somewhere. They're gonna go to a church. They're gonna go.
Steve, stop being scary, man. Stop being a scary ass.
I'm not. Okay.
God damn, man.
Hey, Carla, BB Rodriguez said, she talking to me, don't sneak out. You may be on the front line, come back. I said, nah, I'll be in the back cooking jollof rice for the troops. So I ain't gonna be in the front line. I'll be a cook.
Motherfuckers been talking about a race war. It's gonna pop off. Blah, 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 blah. They're talking about that for 4 years. I'm bored now. When the fuck is it gonna happen? Let's get the shit over with. Fuck it,
Carl, you ready to die right now? You don't want to wait not a day longer.
Let's do it, man. I believe it's destiny to tell you.
Carl gonna say, I just got this new Mercedes. The Lord wanted me to have it. I'm sure he wasn't gonna drive it.
Man, I feel like I don't give a shit about none of that, man.
Hey, Carl, can I say something quick?
Go ahead.
Yeah, and here's another thing. It just got even worse now. They got people like Tim Pool, like Laura Loomer. They got all these motherfuckers out here. They tried to get something done with Charlie Kirk when he was alive. They didn't do shit then too, and they're not going to do shit now. It just gets like Matt Gaetz and all these other buffoons and these idiots. They don't. It seems like they get the dumbest people. They built it over time through the fairness doctrine, getting rid of competition. Now look at the Ellisons. They're gonna buy up. Like they got CBS. Now they're gonna buy up Warner Bros.
The Paramount. They're doing all this shit for what?
Hold on.
They don't shut down Black History when they're doing all this shit, man. I'm like, yo, all right, fuck it. they're getting all these wins. They think they're winning, but the bottom line, they're not shaking us. You know, they're like, well, whatever, man. You know,
Darmigo, I'm not shook, right? But we got to realize a lot of our people are not ready for something like that.
oh,
We
who
got to keep
cares,
it real.
man?
What you mean? Who
You just gotta
cares,
be
bro?
Steve,
ready,
Steve
man.
says he love peace, but he's war ready. If anybody wants to test him.
What you mean? Who cares? Like if most of us died, then what's? I mean,
So it's like this. Look, we're saying that shit could happen, right? If you're too
right.
stupid to understand what's going on, and that's on you. You know, that's just how what it is, man.
Shouldn't we get everybody prepared first before we?
Hold on. Look. I tell
so.
people all the time. Look,
Stupid enough
if you believe all this
in
stuff,
society, you get caught up.
yeah. So it's like this. You know, it is what it is. If you're stupid, the problem is the dumb niggas that walk around still with the little mic in their hands trying to talk to white girls on the street, and they don't understand the white boys. Hey, listen to what they're saying, right, Dave? What these white boys are saying.
Colin, they made that white girl famous. That Hawk Tour girl. She got famous for one of those interviews where the white dude was asking her, and she was telling him how she do her, her little thing on the thing, and she got a spit on that thing, and that's how she got famous. It made a lot of money from that.
So the bottom line is this: you got way too many black guys out there chasing white girls. You know, it's kind of stupid living in a fucking fantasy world. They don't live in reality. Reality is race mixing, going after white girls. That's the one thing that's going to trigger a race war. You know, the bottom line is this, because what's going to happen is, it's happening already, right? You got these white guys acting out in public, calling people nigga and stuff like that, flashing guns on people. They're doing it right now. So the bottom line is, it's just going to be a matter of time. It ain't going to be no organized stuff. It's going to be random white people and black people shooting at each other all over the fucking country.
So we just crashing out with no.
Yeah,
with
that's
no
what it is. That's all it is, man. Just be prepared.
I guess so.
Just be prepared. Just be prepared. Simple as that.
Any time.
Yeah, it could happen anytime, man. I'm ready.
You gotta look at
I'm strapped up all the time, man. I'll pop.
Tyler, you're one man. Do you even have a bulletproof vest? Do you have
a lot of black people not looking at the social and political climate that we live in. It could pop.
We're living in fucking really bad times in America. Really bad times.
It could pop off at any time. All it takes is one George Floyd.
1776 is saying this, Colin. He's saying that it's not in your blood. He's saying that most plantation had a. Hold on, Dave. Most plantation had a ratio of 9 black men to 1 white man, and nothing changed. If you can't beat the white man with those odds, I doubt you'll succeed as a smaller minority.
Hold on, that's basically in fucking slavery times. We was in captivity. We're not in captivity no more. 1770.
That's the time to fight the most, Colin. When you're in captivity, you got a luxury.
You don't have any freedom of movement. No freedom of association, no nothing. Now we're free,
So, Kyle, let me ask you another question, right? So, like, in the scenario of a race war, can the war be won for black people?
It doesn't matter about it. Look, the bottom line, you fight a battle. You don't even worry about winning.
White people take the opportunity to kill every one of you, Colin. They ain't gonna let you live.
Look, the bottom line
is you can't ask for truce or ask for peace. They're gonna take it and wipe you off.
Reparations.
It doesn't matter. It does not matter. The bottom line is this. If it ever pops off like that and thousands of people die on both sides and whatnot, then America will collapse forever. And there's no coming back from that shit. Constitution's out the door. Everything's out the door. Because they ain't coming back for that. America will be destabilized. It won't come back from that. So what they're trying to do is do everything they can to prolong this fucking race war and everything like that. Because they know for a fact that when it breaks out or not, guess what? Russia's going to be here. China's going to be here. North Korea's going to be here. Iran's going to be here. All these people from around the world. You think that people are going to sit back and watch us go down to America and nothing's going to happen? No, people are going to be right on these shores.
What's your first action during a race war, Steve and Colin?
Yeah, with a race war, man. Maybe just protect yourself. Fuck it,
you gotta get food.
Man, we just out here moving blind. Everybody for themselves.
All the other stuff will take care of itself. Because the bottom line is this: if it does pop off, when it does pop off, right? What's going to happen is you're going to have. It ain't going to be just us by ourselves.
You gotta have a base. You gotta have a base camp. We're going to get supplies and food.
It doesn't really matter, right? Because the bottom line
is international support going to kick in.
Yeah, of course, it's gonna be a first.
No way. The U.S. got the biggest navy. You think Africans are gonna bring supply across the ocean to you?
If America is destabilized
Bruh.
from within, when it'll collapse. You know, America.
International support gonna kick in, bro.
Well, the Russians gonna come and fight for us?
Oh, America, hold on. UN has sent
It's gonna
peacekeepers
kick
in.
in.
They're
It's
not
gonna
doing it for
come from
Iran.
It's gonna come from somewhere.
I mean, come on, Dave. That's crazy. Nobody gonna cross the shores to come and help us fight the
So,
Americans.
bottom line is, Elvis, you basically bought into American propaganda.
I'm just saying. Let's be honest, though, man. Let's be logical. I mean, we're talking, but let's be logical. You think Russia gonna come and help us? China
Well,
gonna come help the blacks?
Who knows? You know,
Shoot, all the black immigrants, they gonna get on the first plane ride back to
Somebody
they came from.
gonna offer an olive branch. Somebody gonna offer an olive.
Yeah, they offer it, but they gotta pass through the white people that run the U.S. military.
Hold on. Elvis, why it make you seem like you gonna stay here and fight, man? You gonna be on the first plane ride back to here.
It would be a coincidence that I'll be on Liberian vacation when it pop off. You know, it would just be a coincidence.
Oh, but we can't run. Yeah, we can't run. Yeah.
I'll probably be there with me too. Oh man, I wish I could be there with you guys, but I'm here like real stuff.
The fuck I won't.
man.
You know, the fuck I won't. You know, I'll
Man,
be
if
right
I was
here in
over
America, you know, I'll be right there in America. You know, so man, main thing is this, man. You know, if these people and a lot of and I'm not saying I want it, but if it does happen, I wish they would just go ahead and do it because I'm sick and tired of hearing white people's talk. I'm sick and tired of hearing threats. We'll have a race war. We're gonna ride up. Do it then, motherfucker. You know, that's what I've been telling people on TikTok. When are you guys gonna do this shit? You know, you don't really want to do
Dark
this shit.
Migo, I don't mind staying low, bro, but it just might be a coincidence that I might be in Liberia at that time.
Hold on. This is what I'm saying. Look, I'm online. Look, I'm online with these guys online. Hold on, they're always online talking about a race war. I'm like, dude, when are you guys gonna do this? Oh, you sound like you want a race war. I say, whatever you're gonna do, just do it. You know, whatever you're gonna do. And then they start shutting up like, what the hell are you talking about? You're not scared? No. When are we gonna do this?
Oh, and Colin, let me add the wound even worse. I think people have been seeing. They said that there was a rally to rise up. What happened to that CPAC? They say that a lot of people say there's empty seats at the place this past weekend.
Okay, the bottom line is everybody is saying now that what the right wing is doing is trying to lead a race war. You see the Republicans down there saying all kinds of racist shit but the bottom line is this, you know, except for people like 1776 who's a coward, you know.
1776 serving the military, college, not a coward.
Don't get this, you know. He's a fucking coward, you know. Anybody that bows for another race of people are fucking. he said,
Colin, what's the point of starting a race war just to get shot and need a white doctor's help? Like black people ain't got black doctors. They got black doctors, fool.
Oh Lord,
well, we make guns, bullets, and body armor. We're just targeted because of you, Colin.
Hold on, hey Dave, hold on. Did I say anything about me starting a race war? I said, what did I say? I said white people are always threatening.
White people want to do that anyway. White people want to do that.
They want to do that. I'm just saying, what are you waiting for? That's all I'm saying. You know,
the government is stopping them, man. If people start shooting, they'll call the cops and the cops try to help them.
I told y'all there's a group of people called accelerationists, and they
hold on. Bacala, what you think movies like The Purge is for? That's to get you ready for a race war. The Purge.
I mean, The Purge. Everybody was these guys. These people just went.
Yeah, The Purge is an anarchist movie. It's not a race war.
No, they're fantasizing on doing that.
They have this idea that black people are basically going to sit back and be like, you know something, we're just going to step. This guy said we'll go door to door, kick every door in, and start like you want to sit there and go. If that's the case, then I've seen a case where Dave, you had the fucking YNs out there. This dude I must have heard like 400 rounds go off. Get on the street, each other when not in broad daylight, when not guns on. Where are the so-called race warriors then? How come they don't go to the O Block and do that? You know,
Them boys got bigger guns than O'Blackens got.
Actually, it makes sense. If they got bigger guns than O-Block, then hold up, then why?
Hold
are
on,
they there?
that
Cause
makes
they don't
sense.
mind. They don't mind the O'Blackens killing themselves. They let them do their work.
That's the point I was about to make.
They say, hold up, they say that basically black people are ruining the country. They complain about
No, see,
violence
we
and whatnot,
see
you know?
most of the places they ruin are in other black neighborhoods. They're not
Yeah,
actually
but it
like
doesn't,
around white
it
people.
doesn't matter. Okay, if they do that, then why they always talk about usual suspects, 1350 and whatnot, you know? If you want to do something about it, right? You can go out there and go to O Block, you can go to friggin' Detroit, you can go to places and handle business. Why don't they do that then?
God, O-Block is a gated neighborhood.
So hold up. Why don't the white supremacists, they think they're so big and bad, how come they haven't tackled the crime rate in these inner cities?
Hey, you got your boy Curtis Sliwa. You know he's the what is it called? Guardian angel.
Like I said, they're all full of shit. You know, full of shit. Like I said.
I
Anyway,
agree with you
fellas,
on that. They just
go.
like to talk.
It's
They just
like,
talking.
It's like 7 o'clock in the morning over here. I gotta go to bed. Y'all take care.
All right, Colin.
All right, man.